Welcome to our coverage of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. VinFast is the exclusive electric vehicle partner of Ironman and Ironman 70.3 Series in the US, Europe and Asia. VinFast is also the naming partner of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, title partner of events including VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice and Kona, VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and VinFast Ironman 70.3 Vietnam. Athletic Brewing Company is America's leading non-alcoholic brewery and the official non-alcohol beer provider of the Ironman Global Series. You can enjoy and athletic brew anytime, anywhere, and still be healthy, active, and at your best. I am Greg Welch, and joining me in studio is three-time Ironman World Champion and Ironman 70.3 World Champion Mirinda Carfrae today. And before we get too far along in the broadcast, I wanted to let our viewers know that due to the remote nature of Lake Placid and the Adirondack Mountains, which are absolutely stunning, we'll not be able to have video coverage over the majority of the bike course. We are beginning our coverage on a tape delay. As the athletes progress through the course, we will join the live action. Right now, we are getting ready for the professional male and female start. So, Mirinda, exactly what we wanted, a beautiful morning in the stunning Adirondack Mountains, and we're ready for race weather.
Yes, looks like a beautiful day here in Lake Placid, down at Mirror Lake there. You're seeing on screen 45 degrees, that's 7 degrees Celsius. So pretty chilly, but I think welcoming. I mean, all the athletes will be in wetsuits by now, getting ready to hop into Mirror Lake, and that water will be, cool, but not too cold. Probably a lot warmer than the air temperature.
Absolutely. Celebrating the 25th anniversary in 2024. It's going to be a great year next year. Hard to believe 24 years have flown by. The 2022 Athlete Choice Awards voted best race venue and top 3 overall race. And over 2,200 athletes registered, 326 of those tri-clubs participating, with 907 tri-club athletes competing. VinFast Ironman World Championship qualifying slots today, 2 professional men's slots and 65 age group male slots available for September 10, and VinFast Ironman World Championship Kona qualifying slots, 2 professional female and 100 age group females, and that is such great news.
Yeah, really great news. It'll be amazing to see who comes out on top and gets those slots in the women's field, but also those 100 slots for the women. Really looking forward to Kona this year, a women's only event.
Yep, it's going to be a great race here today, and welcome everyone on a stunning day here at Lake Placid. Absolutely gorgeous morning, very little wind to speak of. We're here deep in the Adirondack Mountains, and it is summer. Lots of families up here as well celebrating with their, loved ones. It could be a brother or a sister, mother, father, competing, but it's a great place, full of activities for the whole family.
Yeah, this race actually was always on my bucket list. Never got to come here. Just always have heard such wonderful things about the event. Swimming in beautiful Mirror Lake, and then just the surrounding areas. Lots of great things to do here in the summertime. I know, Ben Hoffman, a couple of other pros brought their families to enjoy a little bit of time after the race. But today I'm looking forward to watching this women's and men's race unfold. We have, I think, Rach McBride leading the charge on the women's side. And then we have Jodie Robertson coming off a victory in Coeur d'Alene only a month ago. So we'll see how, the fatigue, if it's still in there. Also also, I know Joanna Ryter is racing and gunning for a top position. I'm sure I'm missing a couple, but really exciting women's race. Yeah.
How about we talk about the course? We'll go over to the maps right now. How about this swim course here in Mirror Lake? It's absolutely gorgeous. On a picture-perfect morning, it is going to be so easy to navigate.
Yeah, the Roca swim course will take the athletes on 2 laps. There'll be 2 right-hand turns, basically a straight shot out, 2 right-hand turns, and they'll head back to the start and have an Aussie exit and return and do another lap there in Mirror Lake. Again, 2 right-hand turns back into the swim finish there, and then they'll take a 400-meter run down into Olympic Oval. That's 400 meters, so a solid run there to get to the start of the bike.
Once we get onto the bike course here, the full gas bike course, it is 2 laps and they go down to Keene. It's all going to be downhill. Hazelton Road, as you just saw there, back past Whiteface Mountain for the Olympic Games in 1980, and then back into Mirror Lake there, into the high school, and then out onto the run course, the Hoka run course.
Yes, and the athletes will take 2 laps as well on the run course. The start of the run goes downhill for around 3 miles, undulating, but mostly down. And then they will have, past the ski jump there, they'll have an out and back on Riverside Drive, and they will return past transition and go and do the whole thing all over again before they get to enjoy that finish line.
Quad cracker on the downhill, and it's going to be very, very hard going on the uphill. Back into the Olympic Oval where they will finish and get that coveted finishers medal here. And let's go over now and talk about our World Championship men qualifiers coming up September 10 in Nice. And look at this, Bart Arnott, he's already been second in the Ironman World Championship in Kona. There's Cody Beals, he's racing today. He's already qualified. Léon Chevalier, I tell you, there's going to be a lot of French guys this year right up there on the podium. Dennis Chavreau is going to be another one, but look out for Magnus Ditlev having a great year.
Well, yeah, also, I can't forget Christian Blumenfeld, also Jan Frodeno. They're going to be there. The return of Jan, that will be exciting to see him racing again, probably for his last World Championship event, I believe, but just a star-studded field. And it's going to be a different race with being in Nice with the climbs and the descents. And, yeah, I think athletes that, particularly the French, as you mentioned, who know the course, will fare very well here.
We'll talk about Clement Mignon and also Sam Laidlow. I don't think that Gustav Eden and Christian Blumenfeld will be on the start line this year, concentrating on their Olympic campaign. There's Joe Skipper. He's already starting in the race here today. It'll be incredible to see him going along. Bradley Weiss in there, and Cam Worth is going to be one of those dark horses. Well, he's never really a dark horse, but with his cycling skill, he's going to be one to watch.
Absolutely.
All right, over to October 14 in Kona. This is the VinFast Ironman World Championship qualifiers right now. Ruth Astle is in there. Sarah Crowley's also qualified already. Lauren Brandon, will see her up there early in the race. But look at that. We've got Annie Haug. She'll be back there and trying to get after another title.
Yeah, Annie Haug is in very good form this year. So very interested to see. Obviously, we've got also Chelsea Sodaro, the defending champ. But an interesting name there on that start list is Taylor Knibb. So whether she will or won't come to the race here in Kona, that would be an interesting, definitely an interesting race for her.
Well, the interesting one for me here is Kat Matthews.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, and then Laura Phillip, and the other one, Daniela Reef, is back to her best again.
She really is. She is just flying. The bird is flying.
Well, she's angry. The angry bird is back.
Not so angry these days, I don't think.
No.
Yes, but it'll be wonderful to see her back on the start line and in great form.
Yeah, Chelsea Sodaro as well, the defending champion. Going to be an amazing race coming up October 14. We'll be there. We'll bring you all the comments and we'll bring you all the action as well. So we're looking over Mirror Lake here on a beautiful day here. We're in Upper State New York, and it is absolutely gorgeous. We got 2,200 athletes, and they're all getting ready for a start. 6:25 a.m. is going to be our men's professional start. 6:27 a.m. will be our professional women's start. And then 3 minutes later, we'll have our 2,200 age groupers underway in a 30-minute rolling start. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back to Lake Placid. This is the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and it is going to be a great start. Coming up here in just a few moments' time, we'll have the national anthem of the United States. But looking overhead, Marinda, we have got a picture-perfect day and also calm conditions in the swim. Should make for a great start.
Yeah, I think it'll really be a nice start. I mean, this race is renowned for its swim. I think everyone talks about Lake Placid and the surrounding areas, but swimming in Mirror Lake, there is a bit of a cable underneath the water there, so athletes don't so much have to sight for buoys. They can sort of sight off that, which is really nice, not having to lift your neck that many times. But, I mean, yeah, picture-perfect day for the athletes.
All right, so Josh Amberger, if you're listening right now and you go off course, we're going to be calling you later on and having a word to you.
I think there's zero chance of Josh leading the men off course in this race. He's such an amazing swimmer, just beautiful out there. And yeah, I think he's the one who's going to be leading the way.
All right, well, why don't we go and talk about our men notables in the professional race today. Cody Beals, he's going to be wearing, we got coloured caps out there today, and Cody Beals is going to be wearing orange out there. We got Joe Skipper's going to be wearing green, Matt Hanson in the violet. We got Ben Hoffman in the pink. We got Josh Amberger in the yellow. There's Matty Russell on screen right now, and he is a veteran of the sport. There we go. We got Cody Beals lining up, Michael Weiss from Austria, Joe Skipper, Matt Hanson, Matt Russell, Ben Hoffman, Josh Amberger. Look out for Andreas Streitz, very, very strong biker. Won't swim with the lead group, but he'll be up there on the bike toward the end of it, and Adam Fye.
Yeah, this is a really strong men's field. I think one of the strongest we've seen in Lake Placid in recent years, to my memory anyway. You might have a longer memory than me, Greg. But, yeah, that's Joe Skipper on screen there. He is, I think, the favourite for today.
Okay, so Joe Skipper, he's coming here to get ready for Nice, which is going to be coming up. And, you know, we know that Joe's always right up there. And let's go and take a listen to Joe right now. So Joe Skipper and Matt Russell just having a little bit of a chat.
Final preparations, yeah. These are always tense moments right before the race.
Feeling today and what you've been doing over the last couple of months compared to today.
So yeah, I'm feeling really good for today. Like, training has been going really well. I was really looking forward to getting back here after being here in 2021 and kind of having a bit of unfinished business. And yeah, over the last couple of months, I've just been training hard, really. Like, nothing's changed. I want to just get a decent block of training in for this race, get a good confidence booster ahead of Ironman Nice, and then when I get back from here, I'll finish the training at altitude and drop into Nice. But yeah, just been training hard, and yeah, been really pleased to come out here and have a good crack and see what I can do.
Awesome. Can you speak to this course and how you feel like the course suits your strengths?
So the swim probably would maybe be a bit better if it was a wetsuit for me, because it makes it a bit quicker. But it's not too bad, so I don't seem to lose any more time really on a non-wetsuit. But I could have had a few more aero things on, but that's life. The bike course is perfect for me because it's got quite a lot of climbing, but they're not steep climbs. So being a bigger person, you can really get over them, and it doesn't come down to watts per kilo as much. It comes down to more about absolute power. So it's great, and it's really easy to kind of break the packs up. So that's perfect. And then the run course, I think, is probably pretty good because in the past, all my best runs have come on really hilly courses or tough courses like Kona, Ironman Wales, Bolton, and then obviously Lake Placid being one of those run courses where it's fairly hard and you get off being pretty knackered after doing the 10-mile climb back up to transition. So yeah, I think it's a good course for me, and also the weather is perfect. It's like being back home.
Yeah, definitely. Anything else to add?
Yeah, just hope everyone has a great race, no wrong turns, and yeah, come and join us for the beer mile the day after.
All right, well, good luck out there.
All right, well said there by Joe Skipper, and I'll leave the translation of a couple of those slang words to you, Marinda. Or maybe not, maybe not. All right, let's go over to our women's notables. We've got Jodie Robertson, Rach McBride, Annett.
Yeah, Ayuida, Joanna Ryter, Angela Nath, and Katie Morales in that top 6 or 7 there. I think Rach McBride is the one to watch today. She didn't do an Ironman last year, but she seems to be a new athlete these last couple of years, winning a couple of 70.3s last year. That's Angela Nath on camera right now. She's a veteran of the sport, and I believe she's done Lake Placid before. But yeah, I believe she's trying to get a slot for Kona as well.
I think she's done everything before. But anyway, let's go over to Annett and have a listen to what she had to say as well. So Annett just coming up here. We'll catch up with her right now. And
another notable on that start list we have is Jodie Robertson coming off Ironman Coeur d'Alene victory only a month ago. So we'll see whether the fatigue is still in her legs. We've got Joanna Ryter. I know she's trying to get a Kona slot as well here today. So really good runner. She's one that I'm looking at to come through sort of latter part of the run. Pretty solid cyclist, but she'll be a little behind in the swim. So
a waiter from Japan there, a
Yep.
multiple Olympian, just getting ready for her race here today.
and
Here's
we have
Annett.
The race in Coeur d'Alene, how are you feeling today, and how are you feeling about your strengths as it's suited to this course?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've had pretty good history of races 4 to 5 weeks apart, so yeah, I'm feeling good. And I've raced here in 2018, so I know what to expect. Honestly, I love the bike course. The bike is my strength, but this is also a race where it pays to be a little patient on the bike because the run course is equally as difficult. So yeah, it's all about sticking to a plan, and honestly, it's a beautiful course, so you kind of forget about those nasty hills on the bike, and it's just about embracing it and having fun and hopefully be as fast as I can be.
Awesome. You speak about having a plan. Do you have specific thoughts on maybe what that plan might be for today?
I mean, it's hard because the bike is my strength, but like I said, it pays to be patient, and the plan is to be patient, especially that first loop of the bike, and then kind of pick it up on the second half, but still save enough for the run. The run in an Ironman is always where everything unfolds, really. So the run tells you who went too hard and who didn't, and I did go a little too hard in Coeur d'Alene in the first loop. I just got caught up in that, which I usually don't. So learning experience, I'm not going to let that happen today.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there today. We're looking forward to watching you.
All right, thank you very much, Jen. And Marinda, I would like to ask you a couple of questions here. So a lot of premeditated things there when, you know, she's talking about the race and everything, but a lot of people talk about the run straight away. And it's at the end of the race, obviously. So the swim and the bike, it seems to be, you know, something that's, yeah, okay, the first 2/3 of it, not a problem. But when it comes to the run, they're already thinking about the fatigue and everything setting in. So first part of that question is, are they already thinking about nutrition and how they pace themselves? And then when they get to the run, is it give everything that they've got or give everything that they have left?
I think it's give everything that they have left, Greg. I think everyone in the back of their mind realize there is a marathon. A marathon is a legit distance, obviously. So yeah, I mean, I think, you know, they're doing this swim, maybe not so much the swim, but the bike, being mindful of, I have a marathon, I need to fuel well, I need to make sure I'm taking on my nutrition, I need to be smart here. I can't just kind of go like crazy the whole bike race. I need to make sure I leave a little something for the run, because that's when things can come undone. And we've seen that so many times. But, I mean, these athletes, they're professionals. They've been in this sport for so long. Annett said just earlier that, you know, in Coeur d'Alene, she went a little hard on the bike, paid for it on the run. Another thing that's interesting is the pros are not wearing wetsuits. Joe mentioned it. And it was interesting to see that.
Let's just stand by now for the national anthem of the United States.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous skies o'er the
Helen Miller bringing us the national anthem of the United States once again in a packed house here in the Adirondack Mountains. We are all set. The Wahoo clock was telling us 5 minutes just a moment ago, so we're just over 3 minutes away from a start of the 2023 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And Marinda, no wetsuits will be worn for our athletes here in the Pro Division today. Wetsuits will be worn for our 2200 age groupers.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think Joe Skipper kind of hinted towards that earlier. Not ideal for him. This race is usually a wetsuit swim for all athletes, so they must adjust. The water temperature just must have crept over that cut off for the professionals, but amateurs, as you said, will all be in wetsuits. Yeah, I think great swimmers will be licking their chops at this one. Having no wetsuit, that's sort of a dream for me. Whenever that happens, I'm like dreading that swim. So swimming in a freshwater lake, your body sort of sits a little lower than a saltwater, and so I was always looking for saltwater and wetsuit swims to get me sitting nice and high. That was my best chance. So I think Josh Amberger will be really happy to see that.
And do you think that that's how a lot of the athletes will, pick out their races for the year? If it's going to be a hot weather race or a cooler weather race, and wetsuit will be worn, wetsuit not, hilly bike course or non-hilly bike course?
Absolutely. I think athletes are. I think they look at the whole season and figure out, where they want to peak. That's sort of the first plan of action. And then they look at races that suit them. So whether they're, a strong swimmer, maybe they look for non-wetsuit swims. Whether they're really strong on hilly courses. I think Joe and Josh Amberger both mentioned that they have had their best results on hillier courses. So I think they picked this one out for that reason. But yeah, I think that a lot of those factors come into play when you're picking out your season. And also, this one was on my bucket list just because of its history.
A little trickier for the men with just over a month and a half away from their Ironman World Championship, the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice coming up on September 10. However, another 4 weeks later is our women's race at the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. So a little bit more recovery time for our women after their race. All right, so we're inside of a minute right now getting ready for the 2023 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid in its 24th year. We'll be celebrating 25 years next year. Hard to believe it's gone so fast, but it's been an incredible event in all of those years with lots of different action. And next year they're going to be bringing back a lot of their, former winners and celebrating. They're going to be bringing a whole bunch of new merchandise, celebrating the 25th anniversary as well. So our men's are lining up for the start of their race right now. Let's see how it goes, and we're going to be quiet here just for a little minute, and we'll soak up all the action here in Lake Placid. Well, the sun's shining down on Mirror Lake today. It's a beautiful, glistening way to start the race here. Our men professional athletes underway, led by Josh Amberger from Australia. Ben Hoffman's in there, and the defending champ, Cody Beals from Canada. Look at Amberger off to the left-hand side there, choosing the outside line and just tricking everybody straight off the start there. Out to the first yellow guide buoy as they make their way around the course. Marinda, perfect start for the Aussie.
Yeah, perfect start for Josh. I think he will be, obviously he made quick work of that start. We're only like 30, 45 seconds into the race and he's already in the lead. And here are the pro men caps here, I believe. Cody Beals we have in the orange. We have Joe Skipper in green. We have Matt Hanson in blue, Ben Hoffman in pink, and Joe Amberger, as you can see, he's in yellow out the front there. Someone trying to go with him. We'll try and figure out who that is. Trying to go with Josh there, but yeah, beautiful morning for the Roka swim course.
All right, we're just 50 seconds away from our women's race start here, but we can tell that Joe Skipper is in there, but it is Josh Amberger from Australia Australia that's made the early start there. Alistair Brownlee, however, ladies and gentlemen, number 4, has had to withdraw from the race. So unfortunately, number 4, the two-time Olympic champion, Alistair Brownlee from the UK, is out of the race today, just suffering a little bit of a bone issue, in his foot there. So, Ali, if you're watching, we wish you Godspeed recovery, and can't wait to see you back out there again soon. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with our women's start in the Pro Division. Let's stand by.
Brewing IRONMAN, Placid female pros. And that means we got one.
And off they go. A great start here for the pro women. Beautiful, beautiful morning in Lake Placid on Mirror Lake there, the Roka swim course. They're off for their first of 2 laps. They'll do a straight shot out to a right-hand turn buoy, and then they'll hit another right-hand and come straight back. The Aussie exit, and then they'll go back around for another loop.
Yeah, love it seeing the athletes, non-wetsuit today. It really, brings swimming back into the fore here. The athletes are going to have to use a nice steady stroke there, and you can see our leader there just stroking out so nicely in the front there. They're just reaching out there and just grabbing that water, and we enjoy those overhead shots of our women right now. You can see being led out there on Mirror Lake by the stand-up paddleboarder. They got the yellow buoys. Very easy to navigate around this course. There's only 3 right-hand turns. The 2 far right-handers, the last one around the pier, Aussie exit, do it again, and you're out.
Yeah, and yes, obviously the swim buoys, no waves or anything to navigate, but also the cable that runs along underneath are super clear underwater there, so the athletes will be able to sort of sight off that cable that runs between the swim buoys there. It looks like... I'm not sure if this must be the lead women.
This is our women's group.
Yeah, that's
right
Rach
now.
McBride actually in the lead. And then we have Purple Cap. I'm not sure.
Yeah, in the purple cap there, we've got Ayueda from Japan. She's a multiple Olympian from Japan there. She was 5th place in Coeur d'Alene just recently, a few weeks ago. So we can see that our women are off to a great start. But Rach in the lead already, and we suspect that she's going to have a great day.
I suspect that she'll be there for the majority of the day, if not the whole day. We actually, interestingly enough, Joanna Ryter is in that group. She's not known to be a great swimmer, so she'll be loving that she's seeing the front of the pack here. Obviously, they're only a couple of minutes in, but yeah, I mean, Rach looks great here, taking the lead, taking the initiative. She did say at the beginning in her Fighting Chance video that she's here to win. So she's already taking the lead and doesn't need any help. She's off. Interestingly enough, there's a couple of women that are not starting. We don't have Sarah Crowley here, and we don't have our friend from the studio, Didi Griesbauer, racing today. So those 2 are not on the start line.
What, Dave, give her the hurry up or something. Yeah, right. And there's Katie Morales sitting in there with the yellow cap as well. So our women's division off to a really, really super nice start here in Lake Placid. This is the 2023 edition. It is the 24th edition of this incredible race. And I do remember when it came to this wonderful area, the Adirondacks is just absolutely gorgeous. Great for the families to come up. It's during school holidays, school vacation time. So lots of things to do out there. Plenty of golf courses and just hiking and running trails, and the horse showgrounds are there as well. We've got the Olympic ski jumps. It's where the Olympic ski jumping team call home and for their training. Also Mount Van Hoogenband, and out there you can get out and have a little bit of a run around the little bobsled track there that they have, and it's a nice little area to go and have some fun as well. It's also where Miracle on Ice happened in 1980, where the US beat the Russians, and that was a turn for the best, and that was when the United States beat their longtime foes and rivals, the Russians, in the ice hockey at the Olympic Games to take the gold medal. All right, so then there you go. They are now sighting with the cable underneath and just drawing a very straight line out to that first turnaround. And Rach is leading for our women out there today. And in our men's, it's Josh Amberger, who's enjoying a very, very nice swim at this point of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we have Josh Amberger on screen, and it does look like he has made a break. I can't see anyone right on his feet there. So, yeah, as suspected, Josh Amberger out front, leading the way. He'll be trying to make as much time as possible on this swim, as much buffer as he can, and then look to him to really heat it up on this bike course. He said he's had a great lead in. These last 5 weeks have been uninterrupted. They've been over in Europe for 5 weeks, training up at altitude, and so they've come in, him and his wife, the lovely wife, Ash Gentle. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's in good spirits. He's had some good training, and he's doing what he does best, and that is swim out front and put it to the boys.
Well, look at the rating of Josh right now. He's just absolutely beautiful swimmer. Comes from a swimming background, and this rating that he's got going right now, very close to 100 strokes per minute. But as you can see, just breathing off to the left-hand side there, and you can look at the paddle board. It just takes a quick, sneaky look around to see where everybody is right now at 600 meters into it at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. So Josh is definitely stretching out the competition as we speak here. So the Amberger, the Aussie, is really in good form, wants to get after it. This is something that he's really prepared for. Like you said, uninterrupted training over the last 5 weeks or so, as we get a beautiful look at a great start here in the morning. This is the 2023 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid in the Adirondack Mountains in Upper New York State. Don't go away. We'll be right back with plenty of action.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here. We're in the swim portion of the event. The athletes have started. We see the age groupers now onto the swim course as well. So the race is underway here in Lake Placid, and we have Josh Amberger leading the men's race. We'll try and get a split, or we'll definitely get a split, as they will at halfway through the swim hop out for an Aussie exit, and we'll get a split to the chasers. And then in the women's, early on, we had a pretty tight pack of women up front. So again, we'll get a split at halfway to see how far behind anyone is. If anyone, any notables are sort of far behind, we'll be able to update you on that too. But just a beautiful morning here in Lake Placid.
Yeah, let's take a look at the swim course right now, and Josh Amberger seems to be leading out just fine as you make your way out on Mirror Lake. You only have to do the 2 right-hand turns at the far end of the course, and they are the 2 red buoys, and then they'll make their way all the way back in, just past the little pontoon that's set out there, the Aussie exit, before returning into Mirror Lake for their second lap of the swim. 2.4 miles or 3.8 kilometres in distance today before they run off down 400 metres into the Olympic Oval, where they'll pick up their bikes and head out on to the second discipline today, the full gas bike ride, which is going to be an exceptional day out there. If you've got a beautiful morning like this, Marinda, it's going to be a great day out there on the bike course. So Josh Amberger from Australia just stretching it out right now from Australia. He's known for his swim talent, but we also know that he can ride the bike and run very well as well. Today he's come here looking for a win. So it's a different mindset for Josh today.
Yeah, I think he made no mistake about it. He came into this race saying, he chose this race because he seems to mostly perform well on hilly courses. He's had some uninterrupted training, and he believes he has what it takes to win. I believe he does too, but we'll see, how things play out as in the next coming hours. But already stamping his authority on his swim as we suspected. So, just beautiful swimmer, and I'm sure loving the fact that he's not in a wetsuit. When you're a great swimmer, you don't need that extra buoyancy from the wetsuit, and that really plays into your advantage. So bringing the swim, making the swim more important. I believe he's coming up to the turn buoy here, so he'll make a right-hand turn on this red buoy, and then he'll swim across for a couple hundred meters, and then another right-hand turn and head back to the swim start. So already rounding that turn at 11:35. He's moving.
Yeah, he would have been licking his chops when the decision was made about the wetsuits for sure. As you can see, he went around at about 11:32 at that red buoy there. Across to the next red buoy, approximately 100 metres across the course there. But he's already got a 30-second lead on the second person already. We haven't even seen that person take the right-hand turn. There goes Amberger from Australia. He's made that second right-hand turn and absolutely gorgeous. Just look at that, just making that tight line. There's Rach right up the front there in our women's competition there. Jodie Robertson right in there as well. Awada sitting in there. Annett and Ryter. There's a couple of our notables up there. Angela Nath, good to see her back racing again here in Lake Placid. She's done this race quite a few times before. And Katie Morales coming off, some good results of late as well. So Rach leading the way.
Yeah, Rach is leading the way here in the swim, but everybody sort of seems to be right there with her. I think that's Ayuida on her heels, and then Joanna Ryter in there too. Katie Morales, I expected to get out of the swim in front, so I think she's back in that pack, whether she's just chilling for the swim, saving her energy, letting Rachel do the lion's share of the work here, and maybe she's got some tricks up her sleeve for the bike and run. But, I think Rachel made no qualms about it. She's here to win this race. She didn't race an Ironman last year. She won a couple of 70.3s. And Rach is just out there, leading the way and showing the other athletes how to do it. You see now that picture of 4. Rach McBride in the lead, then Joanna Ryter. Then we have Ayuida, and then Katie Morales in the back there.
Yeah, so Rach is just trying to spread them out at the moment. Unlike the men's course, you see that Josh Amberge is, the lone leader and doing his thing out there, and that's exactly what he had planned to do. He knew that looking at the start lineup that there wasn't going to be, many people that would be able to swim at his, level. So Josh is going to have quite a lonely, 2/3 of a day out there, I would suspect. You got guys like Andreas Dreiz, from Germany, who's a fantastic biker, but he doesn't swim that fast. Michael Weiss, another one of those. And then you've got the likes of Joe Skipper, Ben Hoffman, Cody Beals. That's going to be a great group. That's going to be the group that I'm particularly interested in seeing, and also Matt Hanson.
Yep.
Yeah, so those 4 to 6 guys, I think, are going to form a pretty solid group out there, and trying, bring back Josh a little bit at a time. But there you can see Josh Amberger. Just look at that style. Look at the way that he's just stretching them all out. And you can see now our age groupers just about to make their way out to the far end buoy as well. They started at 6:30 this morning at 2,200 athletes starting out, representing over 300 tri clubs around the nation today. As we see the Aussie bringing it home there. So he was out there at about 11 and a half minutes. So suspect that comeback, 23 minutes 23. Or so.
Yeah. I mean, as we said, Josh is really leading the way there, but there's a lot of firepower in that second-ish, maybe third group. Joe Skipper's another one. We're really looking to mix things up on this bike. Matt Hanson too, coming in somewhere probably around Joe Skipper. So it'll be interesting to see, and I think we'll be watching the movement behind Josh and seeing sort of who's, really making a move, or whether Josh is just, having his day out there. So it'll be interesting to
Josh is
watch.
Being Josh right now. You can see he's just about to eat those little guide buoys up. He's going right over the top of them, because what's underneath them, suspended underneath at about 3 feet of water, is a cable. And they're able to, make their way around the course without losing a single metre or a single yard on this course. And look at him. He is just having a great day. And if you want to look how to swim here, this is the way to do it. He's just entering the water, just stretching it right out in the front there. He's grabbing the water, which we call the catch, and then he's just pulling the water out to the side of his hip. He'll release that hand at the side of the hip there, and then just bring it around again. He's doing a lot of breathing breathing off to his left-hand side today, which he's got that paddle boarder there just also guiding him around. But he doesn't need any guidance today because this young Aussie knows how to navigate the swim courses around the world. You're watching the 2023 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. The athletes are on the swim course now. You can see the 2,200 age groupers making their way around the swim. No?
Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Roka. Find faster with Roka. So, Marinda, we can see all of our age group athletes out there now just getting underway today. 6 athletes every 5 seconds. You can see them spread right across the course there. Going to be interesting for Josh Amberger as he will probably no longer be able to use the cable underneath the water there, and he'll have to be swimming around the outside. But Josh Amberger now making his way back toward the Aussie exit, and then he will get out onto that second lap on the swim course today. As we can see now in our women's race, Jodie Robertson sitting in there. Rach is still leading up the front there, wearing this the green cap today. So we got 4 athletes in our division there, and they have not been separated by more than a couple of inches.
No, they're really sticking together there. But we have Ayuida, I believe, coming up beside Rach, or maybe that's Rach. Actually, I think that's Rach.
There's
passing.
Rach there. We got a professional male athlete that's just been overtaken now.
That's right. Yep.
There's Ayuida's having a good swim. She's a diminutive. She's actually smaller than you. She's a lot shorter
Hard
than
to
you.
beat.
5'3", right?
That's
5'3",
right.
5'4". Ayuida's got to be about 5'2". All right, so visit Panama City Beach, Ironman, Florida. Part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series is celebrating its 25th anniversary. This family-friendly community provides entertainment for all ages. Achieve your personal best on this iconic, flat, fast, first-timer-friendly course. Spectators line the streets cheering you on. Race day in Panama City Beach is like no other. Join us November 4th. Register today at ironman.com/IM North America.
And we are back here with Rach McBride leading the way in this race. We have Ayuida on her heels, we believe. Joanna Ryter up there. Jodie Robertson is in there, we believe, and also Katie Morales. So the women are all together. The start of the swim.
We've got 4 athletes here in our women's race. Unlike our men's race, we've got one leader out there doing his thing at the moment, but they will all come together sometime in the bike course. And we got Cody Beals is going to be right in there. Ben Hoffman, look for those guys to have a little bit of a deficit as they get out of the water. Obviously, as they run down onto the Olympic Oval, they are going to have their work cut out. But easy does it. Go through the change tents and just take your time. Let's talk a little bit about that, because in transition there, Marinda, you can be, you can spend a little bit more time or you can spend a little bit less time. If you spend a lot more time, you want to make sure that you've got everything and done the right thing, because if you're spending a lot less time, it means that you may have forgotten something or the heart rate's even a little bit too high.
Yeah, you absolutely have to make sure you take your time through transition to make sure you have everything, but not too much time. It is still a race, and you want to get through there as quickly as possible. One thing that pro athletes won't have to worry about is whether they take their wetsuit off at the bottom of the hill or at the top of the hill. It is a 400-meter run, so a decent run, and a lot of athletes either choose to take their wetsuit off right away and carry it with them, or run with the wetsuit sort of half peeled down and take it off in transition.
Yeah, their speed swimsuit there. So what will they do? Will they reach around, grab that string and get it down all the way to the hips, and or will they take it off at right beside beside the swim course there and run down. I would imagine they'll take it off right down to the change tent, right?
Yeah, I think the fastest way is to peel it down as you're running through transition, or to transition in this case, and then all the way down to the hips, so that's easy and quickly to get off as you go into the change tent. Pull it down and off, and grab your helmet, whatever else is in your bag for nutrition. Of course, very important. Make sure you don't miss anything in that transition bag, and then off onto the bike as quickly as possible.
Well, around about 5:30 this morning, we were getting some lovely shots of Mirror Lake, and it was great to see the steam coming off the lake, because the lake right now, the temperature is just a little bit over, 76 degrees Fahrenheit, or just over 20 degrees in Celsius. Hence the professional athletes not wearing wetsuits today. But Josh Amberger now getting ready to come out of the Aussie exit there. The Aussie exit, the reason why we call it is why, Marinda?
It was first created in Australia. I think the first country to have the athletes come out of the water in the middle of the swim and go out in a second lap. So, yeah, the Aussie exit. I actually didn't even realize that until recently, that it was called the Aussie exit. But, second nature to me. Growing up in Australia, we having a run in the middle of the swim is always welcome to me, but seemed natural.
Well, I love a 2-lap course, especially for the spectators, and we'll talk about it later. But in the Wörthersee in Austria, they come down the Lander Canal, and you can actually walk alongside your favourite athlete and see them getting out of the water as they navigate themselves, through that narrow. It's about a 12 to 15 foot wide canal only, and as you get out of the water at the Wörthersee there, then you run up into the transition area, which is really close. But here is Josh Amberger right now in Mirror Lake, which couldn't be further away from the Wörthersee in Austria right now. But the diminutive Australian athlete here is just about to stand up at the Aussie exit. He'll make about 30 to 40 steps on terra firma before hopping back into the water there and heading out for his second lap of the Roker swim course today. But the little Aussie, he's done it all his way today and having a great swim.
Yeah, he really is. And again, this is typical textbook Josh Amberger. He takes the race out hard. He likes to be in this position. He's familiar with this position, and he'll be trying to make up as much possible, bank as much time as possible here in the swim, and then on the bike too. He's a phenomenal cyclist as well, so he'll try and hold them off in a perfect day all day for Josh. So it'll be interesting to see as we get onto the bike what the movement is behind. We have some real firepower, as we mentioned earlier. Joe Skipper, Matt Hanson, Ben Hoffman, Cody Beals, and Adam Fye, all. And as you mentioned as well, Andreas Straits, great cyclist, but he will be a little ways down after the swim.
Coming up to the pontoon now with about 75 metres to swim is Josh Amberger from Australia. He'll make the Aussie exit. He'll stand up and run around the VinFast signs here and also the Roker signs, and then he will go under that arch and then hop back in the water and get going again. A little bit slower on the way back. He was 11.5 going out of the first turn buoy and about 12.5 at the second turn buoy. So right now here running about 30 seconds slower on the way back, but you would understand that because of the start of the race where they were up at around about 105 per 100 pace and then settling back into about a 110. Josh Amberger from Australia leads the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid right here, high above the Adirondack Mountains here in upper New York State, and he is doing a great job of it there. You can see the crowd down there at the finish line of the swim. It is absolutely huge, and we are still getting underway with our age group athletes, 6 athletes every 5 seconds. So there he goes, Amberger on the inside line. He is definitely going to draw that inside line. I thought he was going to take the outside.
Yeah, I think you have to pick your poison, right? Outside, I think he would have had a little bit more to deal with in terms of age group athletes to swim over and around. But I think, that's a smart line. Take the inside line. He still will swim the exact same distance, but he's a little bit away from that carnage. And here come the next group of men. We'll see who gets out first there. It looks like a blue cap. That will be the blue cap of No, maybe it's not a blue cap.
Yeah, we
Hard
just
to
got
see
them
with
all.
the sun.
Yeah, that's just coming through Desero, and then also Ben Hoffman in third place. Cody Beals is right in there, and then Schroeder as well as Stepinski from the United States. So there goes our top 6 athletes, all back in a line right now. So there we go. It's Australia in first, Canada in second, USA, then Canada again, Germany and the USA. International field here represented at Lake Placid, and there we go, just like that. Josh Amberger has a 48-second lead. I thought it may have been more, but it might stretch out in this second lap.
Yeah, it may stretch out, but yeah, I mean, Cody Beals, Ben Hoffman, they will be really happy to be in that position there. Only 50 seconds behind Josh. I think Josh took that start out. You know, as I said, he was around 11:30. Obviously, he had to swim between the buoys in the end there, so give another 30 seconds. So 12 minutes. And he was 24:30, so probably 30, 45 seconds slower coming back. He won't slow down now, though. He would have settled into his rhythm. He'll be locked into that pace now, and I think that's going to be what he'll hold for this second lap as well. But, yeah, I think the guys behind will be pretty happy to see, if they could see him. I believe 50 seconds, you can still kind of see the athlete in front, or at the very least you can see the lead paddleboard. We're back on the women's race. Rach McBride leading the way. We have a tight pack here swimming together. It'll be interesting to see as we stand up and whether Rach is worried that she has company or not worried. I don't think she'll be worried because she is a very strong cyclist. And she can really...
So let's go over to our men's race right now. We got Matt Hanson. He was 145 down. Joe Skipper at 147. Andreas Dreitz, that surprised me. He's having actually a pretty good swim today at 153. Lalonde from Canada down at 155. So rather large group that contains Michael Weiss and Hamel as well from Austria at 159. So Rach right in there leading the division there. We can see that coming in is going to be Ayawada as well in this division. So as they get toward the end of their first lap, Josh Amberger is now setting the pace out on the second part of this course, the second 1.2 mile or the second part of our 3.8 kilometre course here. Josh Amberger making his way through the age group athletes there. And Josh, a very experienced swimmer, he's going to have head-up swimming, Marinda, going to have to navigate really smart.
Yeah, absolutely. In this case, he's having to navigate around the age groupers, but he has taken the inside line there, so hopefully he can stay out of any trouble. Josh Amberger, 34 years old, from Australia. He was second place last year in the 2022 Ironman Mont Tremblant race, second place in Ironman Australia, in third place in Ironman 70.3 Geelong, and he is qualified for Nice. So using this race, I'm sure just wants to have an opportunity to win an Ironman, but also as a lead-in for Nice.
I really do think that Josh finds, today as one of those races that he does fancy his chances, and he's come here for the victory, and he's had a very good training block, like you said, in Europe. He'd been training in Andorra, high up in the mountains there, and when you train in Andorra, you know there's one thing for certain. You go up.
A lot of climbing. So he'll be really be banking on having some strong bike legs. And
and I really do think that that's going to help him here in Lake Placid on this 2-loop bike course. And then in a few weeks' time, around about 6 weeks' time, we'll go over September 10 in Nice, France for the VinFast Ironman World Championship men's race that will be coming up. But you are watching scenes from Mirror Lake here in Lake Placid. Don't go away. More action on the other side of the break.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
All right, welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here, 2023, celebrating 24 years of this wonderful race high up in the mountains here up in New York State, and it's absolutely gorgeous. We've turned on a beautiful morning for you. Well, it's a little choppy in the water, but that's only because 2,200 people are making a mess of it. It was absolutely gorgeous just moments ago.
It was a Mirror Lake moments ago, but now, with the 2,200 age groupers in there, it's mad. Just a field of white water with the kicking and splashing. So Josh making his way around the swim course on his second lap there.
Yes, there's Rach just coming in now. You can see the Ayuwader on the back there. And we're going to have our top 3 or 4 athletes in this division coming on now. There's Rach just leading. And look at the steam on the water there. It's absolutely gorgeous. And we cannot wait to see them get up. We will be able to tell you exactly what time, but just over 29 minutes of swimming. It's going to be around about an hour today of the swim course. But there's Rach. She's going to be standing up here in first place there. So there we go. Rach just making that right-hand turn and getting back out.
Yeah, Rach leading the swim here. We will get, I think that's, well, we'll get the splits and exactly who is coming out. Hard to see with the sun glaring off the swim caps there, but Rach definitely leading the way. Oh, we have Alberts in second, Ayuwader, as we mentioned, in third, Katie Morales in fourth. That looks like a nice little front pack of women.
Josh Amberger there just making his way through the swimmers here in the age group section as well. So he's making very good work of it, running up the inside there, just swimming nicely, just stretching out, navigating his way through. So that's very good swimming by Amberger right now.
Yes, Josh Amberger. Yeah, just making his way through the age groupers there. But still, I mean, as I mentioned, he's kind of taken the inside line, which obviously is really smart. I think the age groupers are all on the outside of those buoys. Again, he is going to still swim the exact same distance. He just needs to have those end 2 turn buoys on his right shoulder. So as long as he's keeping those 2 on his right shoulder, it'll be exactly the same distance, but smart here.
Don't forget to subscribe to the Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel to get exclusive access to all pro race coverage and races from across the world. Josh Amberger making his way around Mirror Lake right now. He's approximately halfway out to the turn buoy here, so he's got about another 3/4 of a lap here to go, and it's a 2-lap swim course, 1.2 miles on each of the loops there, looping around at around about 11.5 to 12 minutes on the first, and then coming out just over 23 minutes there, so he's looking for a total just under 47 minutes today, so wetsuits definitely aiding athletes, with those times of around about 43, 42-ish, 44 minutes, in other races as well. And, these races are measured, with laser finders, and they are down to the meter. So Amberger today just leading out nicely, just navigating his way around. He knows he's swimming through traffic, but he's going to follow that cable. He's following the buoy line and doing a great job.
Yeah, he is doing a great job. 2 athletes to note, about 145 down was Matt Hanson and Joe Skipper together there. So that'll be sort of the third pack of men coming through. So, yeah, I think, as we mentioned earlier, Hanson and Skipper were 2 that Josh mentioned before the race. But Ben Hoffman having a great swim, only 50 seconds behind out of after that first lap. I assume that will be at least doubled after this second lap. I don't see Josh slowing down one bit, but
no, I think it's going to be double in a bit. Probably about 2.5 minutes, I would imagine, with about a 50-second at the first lap. I think that he's going to stretch it out just a little bit, but I was really surprised. That was a very good swim by the Canadian, then Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals, another Canadian in there. You got Schnoderwind in there from Germany. Stepinski and Hayes was up there. Matt Hansen was at 1:46, so that's going to equate to around about 4 minutes coming out of the swim with Joe Skipper and Andres Dreitz. But those 3 right there, Skipper and Dreitz, we know that can ride the bike hard, and they will do today. And this is a beautiful course to do it, because once you get out of the water here, Rennie, you get out out the backside of the Olympic Oval. It's all downhill for about a mile. It flattens out for a touch. You go past the horse grounds and it goes screaming downhill to the ski jumps past Riverside Drive where the run goes out. But then you climb. You climb up for about 2 miles. Once you get up onto the plateau, that's when you're going to be screaming downhill for about 10 miles down into the town of Keene. Once you make the left-hander there to go up toward Wilmington, you go through J, but then going through Upper J, you head Hazelton Road. Now, Hazelton Road has a 5 miles out, 5 miles back section. It's an incredible section. It's gorgeous out there, but it's also the first time they'll get to see their competition.
Yeah, I think the athletes always look for those landmarks on the course to see where each other are at, how much time they have or don't have. Yeah, it's always a moment in the course where you really look forward to see how you're doing out there.
All right now, Josh is leading the men's, and Rach, well, she's having a great old swim today. Back in a moment.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by Roka, Find Faster, and by Qatar Airways, going places.
Yeah, they're going to places together for sure. Qatar Airways, they're always luxurious, flying around the world on that magnificent airline. And look at that magnificent swim course right now. Mirror Lake is turning on a gorgeous morning. We got 2,200 athletes spread across 1.2 miles. Look at that. You don't get to see that too often, Marinda.
That's a really great view of the 2,200 athletes. It really kind of gives you perspective of how many people that is. And, yeah, or I believe the majority, at least maybe all of the athletes would be in the water by now. So, yeah, all the athletes swimming on their journey to being an Ironman.
And Lake Placid Club Drive is located right at the back of Mirror Lake there, and it's absolutely packed already with the Tri Club setting up their 10x10 tents and, you know, getting things ready for the day. And a lot of them will be doing barbecues out there and just, you know, celebrating, you know, all the feats of the other athletes in their Tri Clubs. It's, you know, there's going to be a great awards party happening tomorrow with that as well. But right now, Josh Amberger from Australia is trying to find his way around this course here as he heads out toward the far end. He's going to make that right-hand turn to the red buoy, over to the next red buoy located 100 metres across the course, and then all the way back in to the finish of that men's swim course. There's Rach. She's leading a very good race today. Alberts and also Ayueda, Morales and Robertson, they're all in there today. So Rach having a great swim.
Yeah, Rach really leading the way and showing everyone how it's done. Jodie Robertson, 40 seconds back. And then we have Jen Annett, 1:21 back. There are a couple of our favourites. We also have Angela Nath, only 2 minutes down. She, you know, as a veteran of this sport, she's done, I think, every race out there that there is, and still just going so well.
In December 2024, Taupo, New Zealand will welcome the very best professional and age group athletes at the 2024 VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship. New Zealand's breathtaking scenery will be showcased. Once you arrive and be welcomed like a local, you'll swim in one of the world's largest freshwater lakes, ride through beautiful rural landscapes, and enjoy the lakefront views. Spectators, you'll see them on the run there, so we'll see you in Taupo 2024. Go to ironman.com/IM 70.3 World Championship.
And we have Rach McBride on screen, making their way through the field of age groupers. They are making their way on the inside line. That's sort of the smartest way to go when you're passing athletes. You want to make sure you have clear water and try to stay out of the mess that is the athletes ahead of you. I mean, anytime there's a bunch of athletes around, you've got to be careful that you don't sort of get kicked in the face, punch. You want to stay out of that mess. So taking just that inside line.
You don't want to be in that washing machine?
I mean, I'd try to draft as much as possible, but Rach doesn't need that.
Nor does Josh, because look at Josh just swimming there. I just love the way that he navigates his way around. He's given himself a clean, sight, and he's just swimming right on that buoy line there, and he can just, sign off all of these age group athletes that are out there trying to get around those turns. All right, coming up to one of these turn buoys right now. He's coming up to the orange, so that's just another side buoy. The two red buoys are the turn buoys, so you can see Amberger there. He's making his way back toward the transition right now. So on the last little leg of the Roca swim course here for Amberger, he's around about 8 minutes away from getting out of the water, running down into transition and hitting the full gas bike course, where he will be going full gas today because he is in the lead, and now he has to defend that. On the men's side here, he's got Cody Beals right there. He's got De Roches, and he's also got Ben Hoffman, one of the most experienced Ironman athletes out there, and also second place at the Ironman World Championship. Cody Beals, the defending champion here. Schoenwald from Germany. Stepinski's in there, but look out for Matt Hanson, Skipper and Dreitz. They are going to be the train that everybody wants to be aboard in around about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think Josh, not unfamiliar territory for him. He will be looking to get on that bike and get out of town as quickly as possible. Get out of town, out of sight. He will be out of sight, we believe, probably 2.5-ish minutes to that second group of men, including Cody Beals, the defending champ, and Ben Hoffman. Just making his way around the remaining few minutes, I guess, of this swim course.
So Josh Amberger from Australia is leading. He's making his way back through the age group athletes here. 2,200 of them in total as he makes his way to the end of the swim course here. Not too far to go. Plenty of action on the other side of the Roca swim course when we return. Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid on a gorgeous morning here. 2,200 athletes have now put their hands and their feet and their whole bodies into the beautiful Mirror Lake right here. We can see that Josh Amberger from Australia is our lead swimmer in the men's division today, and he's had it all of his own way today, Marinda. You're a three-time Ironman World Champion, Ironman 70.3 World Champion. At this point of the course, what is going through your mind as you now start to take your mind off a little bit of the swimming and start focusing on nutrition or the bike ride, or what are the premeditative things that are happening?
Well, I'd have no clue what's going through Josh Amberger's mind because I've never led an Ironman. But in general, every athlete is sort of starting to, think towards the transition. Okay, I need to break it down into small pieces. Pull down the speed suit, run to transition as quickly and as efficiently as possible without sort of spiking your heart rate too much. Remember, these athletes have been swimming in a horizontal position for the better part of an hour, and they stand up, and that's always a little bit of a rude awakening, getting your land legs back. So nothing the athletes aren't used to, but something to consider. So getting his way straight into transition, he would have sort of premeditated what he was going to do, gone through that mentally, visualized exactly what he was going to do coming out of the water, going through a transition, taking out his helmet, getting his nutrition in his back pockets or whatever else he needs, and then onto that bike as quickly and as efficiently and smoothly as possible, not wasting any time or any energy in that section. And then he is going to just want to put daylight as much as possible between him and those next men coming out of the water.
Josh Amberger coming off a 13th place in June at Ironman Hamburg, where he swam 46.34. He was 5th place at the World Long Distance Championship in May. Also at the Pensacola race, he was 2nd place, 3rd at the Hell of the West, 70.3 in March. And he started off his year in Tasmania with a 4th place result there, with a total time of 3 hours and 55 on that one. Last year, he was 24th place in Kona at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. So Josh Amberger definitely showing signs of, another emerging athlete toward the, victory in these Ironman races. So out there having a good swim today. He's going to have to hold it together. He's got 2 more disciplines after the Roka swim course here, and he'll have a lot of other athletes nipping on his heels, not in the swim, but on the bikes, and they'll be trying to take out large chunks of time. But Amberger, the Australian now, has shown just exactly why he is probably one of the premier swimmers in our men's Ironman division. We've got some other swimmers around the world as well that have been doing well, but this guy knows how to swim open water.
He really does, and he's just beautiful to watch. I mean, that stroke rate, I don't think has changed from, obviously the first couple hundred meters, he was a lot quicker, but then he sort of slowed it down, and he is just cruising out there. He's obviously pushing the pace. He's not by any means taking it easy, but he looks like he's cruising. It looks comfortable.
You can see how experienced he is. Look at that. He was bilaterally breathing, and then he just, put his head straight up, so he was navigating. There it goes again. Look at that. One off to the left, one off to the right, another one off to the left, and you watch. His head's going to come up right now. There we go. He's in perfect rhythm right here. So Amberger's got it all going at the moment. His head's right in the right place. His psyche right now is right where it needs to be. He looks like he's just trying to stretch it out at this last little point here. He's only got a couple of 100 metres to swim there, Marinda. It'll be interesting to know how much he has of a lead getting out of the water from, the people that are chasing him, like the experienced Beals and Hoffman. And then you've got, Hanson and Skipper and Drytz. How long is it going to be for them? I'm guessing around about 4 minutes, which is actually pretty good for those guys from Josh Amberger.
Yeah, especially given that it's a non-wetsuit swim. That's sort of the time we expected with a wetsuit. So Josh Amberger, he's going to probably swim around 49-ish minutes here. Obviously, a lot quicker when you have a wetsuit on.
Yes, absolutely gorgeous here this morning, as we can see. So, Marinda, what do we got here for Lake Placid next year?
Yeah, in 2024, the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, will celebrate its 25th anniversary. Lake Placid is an iconic race venue. Custom merchandise will be available to commemorate the significant milestone, including apparel, accessories, and collectibles. There will be a parade to honor all athletes who have pushed their limits on these hallowed grounds. Registration for the silver anniversary of Ironman Lake Placid opens on July 31st. This event will sell out, so don't miss out.
It will sell out for sure. It's going to be a great one. And, one of our very good friends, Heather Fuhr, won that race 5 times. And I remember being there one time. She was 25 minutes down after the bike ride and won the race because she is one of the all-time fastest runners in the sport beside yourself. And so well done to Heather. And
I also always heard Heather was renowned for if she saw a penny, she would pick it up in the middle of a marathon.
Yeah, but she's not a penny pincher.
she's not a penny pincher.
Yeah, she's very, very, she's very nice, and she's very giving as well.
Lovely athlete. But my old manager, Murphy Raintrapper, would say, if you want to beat Heather, just sprinkle pennies over the course. She'll stop and pick them up.
All right,
here we go. Josh Amberger just about to exit the Roka swim course here. We'll have him on screen in moments.
Yep, so just coming out of the water right now, Australia's Josh Amberger will make that right turn or his left turn. There he goes now. So the Aussie has a good lead. He's out of the water, and it will be interesting. At halfway, he was 24.43. So let's see what he's been able to swim on the second part of the course here right now as he makes his way across the blue carpet. He'll make his right-hand turn down Lake Placid Club Drive, and Marinda, as we were mentioning, down onto the Olympic Oval where he'll pick up his bike and all of his belongings. What are we seeing right now?
Yeah, so Josh chose to have his swim suit pulled down to his waist. So right now he's wrestling with that. It's always a bit of a wrestling match to get your race kit up over your shoulders when you're wet and when it's wet. So he's kind of doing that as quickly and as efficiently as he possibly can right now. Yeah, as you see, it is quite a task. But I think he sees such a benefit in not having that race suit up during the swim. So yeah, he's making his way. It's a decent run. It's around 400 meters from the swim. So he has plenty of time to get that up and in the right position so it's comfortable for the bike ride.
So there we go. He got a 49.45 with a pace of 1:18s per 100 metres there in the swim here. So Josh Amberger from Australia now just getting that bike suit in place. Off goes the swim cap. He's going to get rid of that swimsuit here in just a few seconds as he runs into the change tent. He'll pick up his helmet, run over to the bike, and then, just like that, in a flash, he will be on the bike and out onto the full gas bike course. So now the interesting part.
The top
Where
starts.
are the other athletes going to be, and what deficit will they be at coming out of the water today? Because Amberge is off to a flying start. He's at least 500 metres running in front of our other athletes as they're making their way out of the water. So there we go. The Wahoo Element rival says 49.45 for the 2.4 mile, 3.8 kilometre swim for Josh Amberger from Australia.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the change tent now, and as you said, the stopwatch is on, right? For him and for everyone else. We want to see what that deficit is to that next pack of men, and then obviously to the, oh, here we go, almost 2 minutes. Down to the Canadian, Schroeder Wind, 158. We got Cody Beals in 201, Sapinski in 204. Ben Hoffman was in that group, so he may have disconnected to that group because we don't see his time coming
Ben was
up.
right at 2:10, so he was right there as well. But the interesting one that we were, talking about is at around about 150 or so it was, 157 for the Dreitz group with Matt Hanson and Joe Skipper. What will that one be? My guess is going to be out toward 4 minutes, but right now we can see that our other athletes are out of the water and now running down Lake Placid Club Drive here. Also doing the same thing there, Marinda, trying to put on their tri-suits, ripping it up from the waist there and ripping that swim suit down to the waist at the same time. They follow the blue carpet all the way down to the Olympic Oval. Then they will grab their bags into the change tent. A quick change if that needs to happen. And they'll grab their helmets and then run to their bikes and then hop off onto the full gas bike ride here and doing a very nice job of it there. You can see that De Roch is from Canada. There's Schoenfeld from Germany. Beals is in there. Stepinski and Hoffman are leading our top 6 at the moment. And then we will get our next set of swimmers coming out of the water in just about a minute from now.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, Ben Hoffman just off the back of that group. I'm sure he's going to try and make quick work of that transition to get in amongst those other top 4. Josh Amberger back on screen here. Looking for his bike, trying to get out there as quickly as possible onto the bike.
He looked off to the right there, but he racked his bike to the left there yesterday, so should know that where it's going to be. There goes the bag right under there. He's got his helmet on. He's got his bike ready to go. You can see that the shoes are in place. They're not moving because they are strapped on there with rubber bands. So once he hops on his bike, those rubber bands will snap straight off, and then he will be underway. So there he goes, leg over the bike, and there go the rubber bands. He's going to put his right foot in, lean down, and maybe get that left foot in as well. There goes the strap. And now there goes the left foot, and he's going to be off. A hard left-hand turn before another right-hand turn coming right up, and then that is going to be the first descent of this bike course. Down onto the flats, they'll go past the horse ground, down past the ski jumps, and then after the ski jumps, they will start ascending up toward the city of Keene. Once they hit Keene, it's going to be a long J toward Wilmington, and that's where the beautiful section of the course will come. So there goes Amberger. He's off on the bike on the full gas bike course right now.
Yeah, and you were spot on the money, Greg, with your prediction of where Hanson and Skipper group would be. It's around 4 minutes.
Before.
We have Hunter Lucy, 3:56. James Hayes from the US, 3:56 as well. Matt Hanson at 3:58. Joe Skipper at 4:02 down. Adam Fye, 4:04. And Andreas Streitz down at 4:07. A couple of others in there too. So strong bike pack there, 4 minutes down.
It will be a strong bike pack. Now Rach is leading the way around, and this has been a good swim by Rach today. She's had Alberts and also Ueda. Morales sitting right in there, and Robertson at 39 seconds. So there's been 5 athletes with Rach. A great swim, as I said. Beautiful stretching out there. Very, very strong there. 45 years of age from Canada, so she's not slowing down with age. First place, 2022 Ironman 70.3 Las Cabos, and also at Ironman Boulder.
Yeah, they had a great year last year, and Rach said that last year she feels like a new athlete. Just feels happy in her life and what's been going on. Rach is really showing the way today. She's obviously feeling great today.
Not too far to go in the race here for our ladies out there, Ueda, and multiple Olympian. We've got other athletes too. But on our men's, I just wanted to get back to that, the group that just came out of the water. See, look at that. There goes the swim trunks down there.
That's Matt Hanson.
Yeah, Matt Hanson just getting rid of that right there and just getting that bike out of transition and making his way out onto the bike course right now. So he's going to throw the leg over the bike there and then get going. But Josh Amberger off to a good start. He's got 4 minutes on this group here, but looks like Matt Hanson's had the quickest transition out of that second group.
He was in a hurry. It didn't look like anyone was with him right out of transition. So very motivated, Matt Hanson. He hasn't had the best start to the year. He raced Ironman Texas, crashed. Then he raced Hamburg and had some medical issues on the run and had to pull out around 30K. So really hungry to have a great race here today. And you can see that with the urgency through the transition.
Men's leader here, Josh Amberger from Australia, is already making quick work of it. He's just gone past the horse grounds there. He's now making his way down toward the ski jump. This is going to be a steep downhill section coming up in just a moment's time. You'll go past Riverside Drive. We're at about the 3 mile mark on the run. The athletes will make that left-hand turn out there and do their run course a little bit later in about 4 and a bit hours from now. But Amberger, as you can see, off to a good start. Now getting onto the bikes there, we got Ben Hoffman there just trying to get his foot into the pedals. A tricky little start here, Marinda, as they have to navigate the first 150 metres, a downhill section, while putting those feet in the shoes on the pedals already. As you can see him riding around the Wahoo corner right now. There goes Hoffman. He's sitting in 5th place at this point.
Yeah, Hoffman out onto the full gas bike course here. As I said, I wonder also if they might be a little cold. 7 degrees Celsius, 45 Fahrenheit, and no wetsuit. So, sometimes the hands and feet are a little cold at the start of the bike, and it is even makes that extra element of trying to get your foot in your shoe when you can't feel your toes super well. But, the sun's shining, so maybe not. Maybe they're fine. But I definitely remember lots of races getting out of the water with a non-wetsuit swim and finding those first miles cold, and obviously they're going to go downhill as well. So
already up into the mid-50s, approaching 60 degrees now. So the athletes will be facing very, very nice conditions today. And, running downhill into the Olympic Oval, for instance, while, putting your swimsuit off and, pulling up your race suit and everything, you're warming up in a hurry.
True, yeah. It is a solid run there from swim to bike. So, yeah, and at 60 degrees Fahrenheit, yeah, they're probably warm enough.
And if you saw our opening scenics on the course today, you would have noticed a nice little fog line, running through the valleys here of the Adirondack Mountains. It's an absolutely stunning place here in Upper New York State. And as we see our athletes making their way through the course today, it's going to change from one condition to the next. As you said, 7 degrees Celsius, 45 degrees Fahrenheit, warming up now to 55, almost 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which is warming up to around about 15 to 17 degrees on the Celsius level. When they go into the valleys, yes, you are right. It's going to dip down. It's going to be a nice little cool spot or whatever. There is quite a lot of tree coverage on this bike course as well. Once they hit the city of Keene, they'll make a left-hand turn. It's tree-lined all the way through that city. Going up toward Wilmington there, they've got a nice little steep section at Upper J before they hit Hazelton Road. And then Hazelton Road is an absolutely gorgeous out and back, 5 out, 5 back on that course. And then on the way back, they go past White Face Mountain, and that is open, completely open, but it is uphill. It is exposed, so a little bit of wind can get in there. We don't have much wind to speak of right now, but it's a great loop here, Miranda, and I know that in a couple of years' time after you have your next child, you'll be back in the hot seat and going again, right?
No.
Can I sign you up?
No.
Maybe not. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm happy to sit here and watch the athletes do all the work. Ironman days, I believe, are behind me, but you never say never, right? Will she?
Well, that's what McKeely Jones said. She said, I'll never, ever do an Ironman race
Yes.
when she's winning all those, record amount of Olympic distance races. One of the greatest of all time in that respect. And then, she ends up going to Kona a couple of times, I think a second place and a first place. And I think that was it for McKeely Jones. But Rach, right now, let's get back to the swim course here, because 3.8 kilometres is just about done here, and then Rach will get out of the water, run on down into that transition area, just like our men's races at the moment here, and we'll have to see what the difference is going to be here, because it looks like AU8 has done a very, very good job of hanging in there. We've got a good little group here. Alberts is there, Morales, and also Robertson, so let's see what the difference is going to be at the end.
Robertson was a little disconnected at the end of that first lap, so sort of 40 seconds down. So I would think maybe 90 seconds to 2 minutes, depending on how she back-ended this swim. But Rach definitely leading the way.
You trying to copy my algorithm?
I am. It's times 2 plus 10%.
Plus a little bit, give or take.
Exactly. Here we come up to the very end of the swim. We believe we'll see Rach running out of the swim any moment now.
Yeah, about 45 seconds away. So Rach has had a great swim here. 3.8 kilometres.
Right around an hour, it looks like.
Yeah, 2.4 miles. So that's going to be awesome by the time they get into the transition area. It's going to be on. And there we go. We can see some more athletes just now hopping out of the water. And don't forget our age group athletes started 3 minutes after our second professional division today. So we had our men's getting off at 6:25, then 6:27. Age groupers got off at 6:30 a.m. here Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
And
so some age groupers finishing the swim in super fast form there, making up time on Rach and coming through. I believe, there goes Rach.
Yep.
The
Also,
other women, there's Ayuida. You can see that small stature of Ayuida coming out. I raced her, I think, in ITU way, way, way back in the day when I did that for a hot second. And awesome to see her still out there racing.
Well, I do think that, she's in the 40-year-olds now. So Albert's from the USA in second place, right there with Rach. And then we got Ayuida at 3 seconds. 5 seconds down was Katie Morales, and she was one of the racers last year that was right there in the lead out of the swim here at Lake Placid. So we'll see how that goes. But Rach right now is running down toward transition with Ayuida. I wouldn't be at all surprised if A gets in there in first or second, because
With
she's very, very fast.
Yeah, it's a nice little group of 4 heading out on the bike together. We'll see where Jodie Robertson is behind this group of 4. She's a very strong cyclist and very good runner. Won in Ironman Coeur d'Alene a few weeks ago, I guess only a month. So looking to see where she comes out. And then obviously we have some other big names that we're looking to see. Joanna Ryter, Jen Annett, a couple of others, Angela Nath as well. We'll see what the time gap is to them as they hop out of the water.
Well, Rach was at 1 hour and 12 seconds, same as Albert's, and 3 seconds in arrears was Ayuida. Katie Morales was only 2 seconds after that, so 5 seconds separate the 4 athletes in front of the race course right now. So Rach is almost definitely going to be first out onto the bike with Ayuida, and then it will be on, because that is when the second discipline here, the full gas bike ride, is going to heat up, and it is getting warmer here in Lake Placid. A nice, crispy, cool morning, but now, as we can see by our overhead shots, things are looking beautiful down here in Lake Placid. No wind to speak of right now. Josh Amberger is leading our race, but look at that transition area. How gorgeous is that?
Yeah, it looks like just a beautiful day. And upstate New York. And yeah, we actually just had our splits for that next little group. Snellgrove at 155 back and Jodie Robertson down at 201 back. So little group of 2 there coming out of the water. Around 2 minutes behind the leads, which is Rach McBride, Alberts, Ayueda, and Morales.
Yeah, so Jodie Robertson winning Coeur d'Alene just a few weeks ago. Former marathon runner, 2015, she was 4th in the marathon trials, Olympic trials, and just seeing going underneath there, underneath the post that's holding up the bikes. And hey, get over there any which way you can. Get that bike and
absolutely.
get out onto the course. There goes the swimsuit into the bag. The bag goes down onto the ground, and Rach is out onto the course. Wahoo Element rival swim time there. 1 hour and 12 seconds for Rach McBride from Canada.
Yeah, Rach pumps her fist there as she comes out onto the bike in the lead. Rach is not wasting any time in transition. The second and third girls come out there. Yeah, I mean, I don't see Rach taking any time to get to the front. It's going to be full gas from the start.
Ayueda will sort of, fall off the pace a little bit now. This is going to be the discipline that she doesn't really excel at. But however, Alberts is right up there at just a couple of seconds down. Morales is in there as well. So Ayueda was 11 seconds down on Rach as she left the transition area there. So Rach is off to a good start already as Josh Amberger now is really setting a fast pace. And the tempo is high here at Lake Placid. The Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is just getting started. The Roca swim is almost behind us for our pro athletes today. Our 2,200 athletes are still enjoying the waters of Mirror Lake on a picture-perfect morning here in 2023, celebrating 24 years. Next year, the 25th anniversary with lots of exciting things happening. Why don't you join us then? But why don't you join us on the other side of this break first?
Welcome back to the Ironman, the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. The athletes have started the bike course here, and Josh Amberger making wasting no time.
Yeah,
wasting no time.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, he is out front and pushing really hard. I'm sure he wants to get as much time as possible up his sleeve on the bike. Yeah, just in really good form. This is Jodie Robertson on screen here. She's taking the time to put her socks on before the bike. A lot of athletes go barefoot on the bike and then put their socks on after, but each to their own. It is probably nicer to wear socks inside your bike shoes, probably less blisters for after the race. But
looking for that extra aero advantage there down.
Well, I've seen a lot of athletes with calf sleeves these days, and opting for calf sleeves, and that saves a lot of watts.
Transition times today presented by Morton.
We have the Cody Beals with the fastest transition time at 2:52. Anthony Jokia, I'm gonna butcher this name.
Yeah, DeRoches.
2:54, and then Josh Amberger 4:07.
Yeah,
That'd be
well,
right?
so Josh, you remember he was, struggling a little bit with the suit up top there, and as he was making, his way through it, and also on our Morton Transition 1 on our side here is Rach McBride in first there with a 3:15. Ayueda very quick as well at 3:24 and a 4:07, just like Amberger is Alice Alberts of the United States. So it was good to see all of our athletes getting through there in the Morton Transition 1 times very, very quickly this morning. So our race continues right now. Rach, very, very powerful position there on the bike.
Yeah, powerful position. Rach loves her colours. She has that mohawk,
I
usually
hardly
purple,
noticed.
the purple tiger, and that race kit. You can't miss it. Looks great. Rach out there leading the way.
So Josh Amberger was leading on the men's race here. So Rach is getting along the first part, as you can see, in a very, very big gear. The cadence is not so high. The weather here presented by Roker today in the village of Lake Placid. Earlier this morning, it was about 51 degrees at 7:30 when they were hopping out of the water, 11 degrees Celsius. So it is getting up to that mid-50s and approaching that 15 degrees Celsius. Clear skies right now. We are expecting 70% humidity at this point in time with the wind at 2 kilometres an hour out of the southwest. Very, very low on the UV index. So it's a gorgeous day, Marinda.
Yeah, clear
and it
skies.
makes for fast racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And those temperatures are really ideal for racing. They've come up a little bit from this morning at 45 and 7 Celsius, now up to almost 50. And that's just going to climb through the day, as you would imagine. But, yeah, I mean, a beautiful, beautiful day in upstate New York.
Race just heading past on the left-hand side is the horse grounds on our side of the screen there. And then on the other side, just coming up in a few moments' time, the ski jumps that we used for the 1980 Olympic Games when it was here. It's been here twice in the 30s and then in the 80s. So there we go, Ironman Lake Placid at the World University Games. They have all sorts of sporting events, but it's also a great place to come with the family and experience summer and winter activities. And right on cue, look at our jumps there, the 90-metre and the 70-metre jumps as Rach goes screaming by. And I'd love to see you go off that on
No,
your
thank
bike in a parachute.
Yeah, with a parachute would be okay. Yeah, I mean, beautiful scenes here in Lake Placid. Welshie, did you ever do this race?
I never did it. I only ever did 16 Ironman races. It sounds like a lot to a lot of people, but it wasn't, because I did 10 Ironman Kona.
Yeah.
And I only did a couple outside, so it was like 3 Japan, 1 in Australia, 1 in Germany, and that was it.
Me and you are very similar, Welshie. I did 10 Konas too, and not that many Ironmans outside.
Yeah,
so.
no, me
But
either.
we're here on screen with Josh Amberger leading the way, as we mentioned. It'll be interesting, or we'll be looking, and I'm sure he will too, to see the splits as we get them throughout the bike course here. I'm not sure when we'll get our first one, but as soon as we do, we'll share that with you. Looking down the field here, it looks like Ben Hoffman is only a minute back on Josh at the end of T1. So again, Josh taking his time in transition, which is surprising. Around 4 minutes. The fastest was, I believe, Cody Beals and a couple of others around 2:15, 2:20. So he lost a little time in transition, which I'm sure he'll be sort of kicking himself on, because Josh is no stranger to, transitions and getting through them quick, and knowing how important it is, and knowing how much work he put in on that swim to get that gap. So I think he'll be kind of kicking himself that he lost over a minute. And the times are pretty close already. Cody Beals at 46 minutes and 46 seconds right out of transition. Schroederwind 51, Stupinski down at 56, and Ben Hoffman a minute. Matt Hanson's actually only at 2:34. He was around 4 minutes, so really quick transition for Matt Hanson. Yeah, this is really surprising for us, actually, to see how much time has been taken out just in that small transition zone. And as we said, transition is the 4th discipline. I mean, nutrition as well, but transition, it's important to practice that, because that's a lot of time to give up.
That's 45 seconds that Skipper has taken out of Josh Amberger. And Dries, it's a little bit more, like 39 seconds. And Hayes and Hanson as well. Hanson's the big mover here. So Hanson has really taken off. And look at Ben Hoffman. Ben's just dropped back just a touch, but look at this. Matty Hanson is on a tear.
Yeah.
Let's hope that he's, just doing the right thing by the pace at the moment. All right, going back to live action right now here at the Athletic Brewing, Ironman Lake Placid here, 2023. This is live action of Joe Skipper from Great Britain. He is now in the lead of the race here, just over 102 miles into the bike course here, leading over the likes of Josh Amberger from Australia here, riding along together. 3 minutes and 19 seconds down. It's Ben Hoffman and then Michael Weiss from Austria. But due to the unnatural and very remote nature of this course here, we lost our live coverage there for a little bit, but we do welcome you back, Marinda. Always, always going to be an issue when we do hit the mountains of sorts, but we're back to live coverage.
Yeah, we knew that would be the case. The Adirondack Mountains, it's tough to get the coverage going. So our apologies for that, but we're getting you live feed right now, and that's Joe Skipper on screen there. And we also have Alice...
Alice Albert's just leading our women's division,
leading our women's race. So we've had a lot of changes, and we'll update you on everything that's gone on in the past sort of couple of hours as we've missed a lot of the footage on this bike course. But
all right, so that is not Josh Amberger, that is Joe Skipper there that we are watching on screen on the left side. Alice Albert's having a great bike today at around about 81, 82 miles into the bike course they are at the moment. So we are enjoying Joe Skipper and Josh Amberger, our leader, out of the water today. And just behind Josh, a couple of minutes in arrears, around about 4 minutes to be precise, was Joe Skipper. Now, Joe has had a great bike ride. It didn't take him too long to actually catch up before the end of the first lap on the bike today. And it's been a little bit of a quiet year for Joe this year, but he's definitely focusing on the latter part of the year. We're at the end of July, Marinda. We're getting ready for September 10. How important for these athletes is to be hitting their straps right now and getting close to a peak?
Well, I think Joe said it in his pre-race interviews. He's sort of like, I want to get out there and I want to race. I don't want to sit, I'm doing all this work and all this training. I want to get out and see some results and, take the gloves off and actually have a crack. And we are 6 weeks out from the Nice World Championships, but, Joe had a wrong turn in Ironman Texas earlier in the year, and we really haven't seen a whole lot from him for the rest of the year. But again, this is the business end of the season, and Joe looking great. Josh Amberger also right there with Joe. We have Ben Hoffman at the last split around 3:19 down, Mikey Weiss 4:30, Cody Beals 6:50, and so forth. Matt Hanson, another one really to watch, 9:12 down. So we have like our key players all in the mix, of course. But I think Josh was happy to see Joe come past and really put the hammer down, because they had about a group of 4 or 5 for a solid amount of this bike course, and I'm sure Josh is pretty happy to be away with just one other athlete.
I'm sure he is at this point in time, because these athletes have certainly been vocal in saying that they do really want to come here and race. So there is a nice little message from Matthias Lorenzen. Go, Joe. Yeah. Closing that gap. Is right now Ben Hoffman on screen. He's one of our USA athletes at 39 years of age. Second place in the Ironman World Championship. Multiple Ironman winner. Multiple Ironman 70.3 winner. In that small gear. So we are going up the Papa Bear of all hills here, coming back into Lake Placid town. They don't have too far, just a few more miles before they head out onto the run course today. Absolutely glorious conditions here in the valley in the Adirondack Mountains. Upper New York State is where we're at right now, and we're going to be celebrating 25 years of this incredible race next year in 2024. There we go. There's Josh Amberger. He's just getting down into the aero position once again, just trying to chase down Joe Skipper, not too far to go.
Yeah, and I'm going back to just Ben Hoffman for a moment, obviously a veteran in our sport, and he seemed pretty hesitant or unsure of his preparation. I mean, he's been doing some guiding in the ITU distance and helping out there and sort of bouncing around distances a little bit. So he's sort of like, not the best preparation, but I'm trying to get the best out of myself. He seemed very relaxed coming into this race. So I think that's a good thing for Ben. I mean, I know through most of his career, he would line up at the start line and with that single focused, I must win this race. And here he's like, I just want to do the best I can. And I think that's a nice way to go into a race. Obviously, Joe Skipper and Josh Amberger just a few minutes up the road, but I think he'd be happy where he is right now in the race.
At 39 years of age, I think that Ben Hoffman's got his priorities right, and he and his lovely wife Kelsey, and incredible kids. They, travel as a family. They do everything together, and Ben has got a couple of things that he wants to tick off his bucket list, and one of those is to represent the United States at the Paralympic Games next year, which will be absolutely fantastic in Paris, as he will guide, in the PTVI section, which is the Paratriathlon Vision Impaired category, which is going to be nice for Ben. But let's get back to the action right now. Right up the front here, this is Josh Amberger, riding about 15 metres in arrears of Joe Skipper up there from Great Britain. And Skip last year, he had a great year, and he did break the sub-7 there on the Ironman distance. It was a little team effort there, but absolutely incredible for him to do that. 5th place in Kona as well. So you know that Skip's got a great amount of, a pedigree here.
Yeah.
And we know that what he's capable of doing. So we talked about the business end of the year. We are approaching that at the second to last weekend of July. This is going to be the last race where 2 athletes will qualify for September 10's VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice. And what a great event that is going to be. I want to see the first 35 miles. That is going to be a set of fireworks that have gone off like no other. And then the descent coming back down the hill there to the Promenade d'Anglais, where they will then run off on the Promenade d'Anglais on the run course at the Men's World Championship. Now back to live shots of Alice Alberts here, Marinda, having a great day today.
Alice Albert's really having a great day. In the lead, she's found herself. Ayuida was leading the bike for a solid portion of this bike ride earlier in the day, but Alice Alberts has taken the lead, and Jodie Robertson is continuing to move up through the field. We've kind of been watching her over the past couple of hours through the tracker, and yeah, she's been working really hard and in a really great position. Obviously, Jodie Robertson is a fantastic runner. She won Quarter Lane, put together a really great run off the bike, and that's sort of what she's renowned for. And so she's also a hometown girl. She went to school just up the road from here. So I think she is enjoying these hometown vibes that she's getting. I'm sure a lot of support out on the course too. And we have Angela Nath actually moving up to 3rd place as well. So a really solid ride from Angela Nath, the veteran. Great to see her racing so well here today.
Yep. Looks like she's got everything in order again. Angela's been around for quite some time, an Ironman champion in itself, and also 70.3 champion as well. Josh Amberger, as we can see now, out of the saddle, getting very close to getting off the bike here, just stretching the body out, just making sure he's waking up all the muscles in that body, because he's had a great bike ride today. It was Joe Skipper that had the 4-minute deficit getting out of the water. A lot of that was erased in the transition area. Marinda, we went back and had a look at a couple of the replays there, and we did see that, Josh did run down the hill, the 400 metres, a little bit slower than the other athletes, just trying to get that skin suit, his bike suit, up over those shoulders. They are very tight-fitting. It also comes down to almost his elbows, but the one big difference that he did, as opposed to the other athletes, was
he put his calf sleeves on. So you'll notice with a non-wetsuit swim, obviously, then you have to go into transition if you've committed to wearing calf sleeves and put those on. And it's not easy to put, it's not easy to put socks on, but calf sleeves, again, are very tight fitting and hard to get over the calves.
And over a wet surface.
Over a wet surface. It might take a little bit longer. And I think that's where he lost his sort of 90 seconds in transition there. So that's where he was sort of a lot slower coming through transition. I don't think any of the other pro men opted for calf sleeves. At least I haven't noticed any others. So I think that's where he lost that time. But honestly, maybe it was in his sort of tactics to wait and have a little company, because it seemed like he sat in. A few guys caught up. There was a group of about 5 men riding together, and then Joe Skipper caught that group of 5, and eventually Joe went to the front, and then it seemed like it was go time for those 2 men, and now they've broken away, and I think Josh is probably in a really good position, and he needs a spot for Nice. I presume he wants to go, and there are 2 slots available in the men's field. Joe Skipper, I believe, has already got one, and I think Josh Amberger will be looking for one of those slots too.
Ben Hoffman making his way through the age group field as well. Want to get back to talking a little bit about the evolution of triathlon as well, with equipment and apparel and everything else. But, when it comes to calf sleeves, or opposed to, putting a water bottle down, the front of your jersey there in a V formation or in a V shape, to try and
fill in that space.
Exactly, your chest as a type of a fairing, because the human body is the biggest part, right? It's not necessarily the bike. We talk about bike aerodynamics and everything, but not necessarily, talking about, putting things down your chest or calf sleeves. So let's go back to the recap now, as we see from earlier today, with Joe Skipper getting out of the water with a little bit of a deficit of around about 4 minutes there, Marinda, and he was very quick to get to the front of the race.
Yeah, he made his way steadily to the front of the race, and what you're seeing right now is this is the decisive moment where he went to the front. He went by Josh Amberger, who was leading the pack of 4 or 5 at that moment, and he put his head down. You can see he's much more aggressive than what the other men looked like at this point, and went to the front. And here we're seeing Joe. I'm not sure if we're seeing footage of him coming in.
Yep, through the halfway point. Yes. There it was Joe Skipper and Josh Amberger as they were leading, the field through there. And then once Joe got back out onto the second lap of the bike course, it was Amberger that decided to put the throttle down and go with Joe, which could be a big question mark at the end of the day if it doesn't work out for him. However, he's gone with him, and now that is going to accelerate away from the rest of the competition. But Skipper had his hand and feet on the throttle as well, as they go past some of the most beautiful and scenic shots here in the Adirondack Mountains. And look at the speed they were carrying through the tunnel here.
Oh, they're just flying through these sections, and the road's smooth. The surface is super smooth. They still have sort of clear roads, but they will start to make their way through age groupers for this whole lap. Handy partnership. I think the key word you said there was go with Joe. I like that. Josh saw him come around and he's like, oh, yeah, that's my ticket to the front. That's my buffer that I want, and I'm going to fully commit to this decisive move. And he's done that, and it's paying dividends right now. It'll remain to be seen how that affects his run ability.
Well, Josh being Australian, is it either go with Joe or go with Skippy the kangaroo?
Skippy, the bush kangaroo. I don't think Skippy would appreciate that coming from a Great Britain. But
I don't know about that, mate.
What's that, Skip?
Anyway,
any Australian will get that reference. Apologies to everyone else.
No apologies needed. No.
Look it up.
Yeah, we're having fun. All right, so Amberger then was he was the hunted, but now he is the hunter, and it is Alice Alberts that was actually putting her foot down in the women's race as well. So coming along Lake Placid Club Drive, and this is where a lot of the tri clubs were getting their tents out there, getting their cheering and spectating on, coming through the bike right here. And as Alice Alberts goes through, she's just starting to build a little bit of time on the likes of Jodie Robertson, Angela Nathan, and it was A.U. Ada who led the race for some time, then Rach McBride, and then Snellgrove as well. So we've got a great top 6 happening right now, and inside of the top 7 was Jen Annett as well, so don't count her out. But Alice Alberts having a great ride.
Yeah, Alice Albert's really having a great ride and putting together here today. It's interesting to note, Jodie Robertson is the only one on this start line who has her Kona spot. So all of the other women, I presume, are trying to get one of those spots or gunning for a Kona slot. There are 2 slots available for the pro women. So I'm sure Alice Alberts would be happy to take one of those Kona slots and head off to Hawaii. But I know Ayuida was looking for one. I know Joanna Ryter was looking for one, but she has slipped a fair way down, 20 minutes in arrears. But, she does have a great run. So I think there'll be a lot of movement on the run here too. But again, Angela Nath, strong and steady on the bike as always. Jodie Robertson we have on screen here actually.
Looks like going through a little bit of a mechanical issue here with the front water bottle. The loading system at the front of the bike here is sort of demantled and sort of got away from the bike here. So just pulling across to the side of the course. Jodie Robertson just running into a little bit of trouble here. And this is a little bit of a risk-reward type of situation here.
Yeah, so it looks like her front hydration system has come loose, and obviously you can't discard anything on the course, so she doesn't want to discard it and get a penalty. And then since she has to carry that thing, it doesn't look like it's something that's easily carried. You can't put it in your back pocket. I mean, I guess down the front of your vest would be the best option.
But she already has something down the front of the vest.
Yeah, so trying to figure out how to continue on. Obviously, she at this point of the race, she is in second place, but she's giving up precious seconds here, trying to figure out what to do.
And when you think nothing could go worse, look, she can't even clip into that bike shoe. They're losing about another 20 seconds.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, any time you're stopping, that is just, I mean, so much more time is lost than just rolling along.
Riding so well. She was riding so well, bringing the time right back down into the 120s. Then it went out to the 140s. And now, you know, shooting back out of the 2 minutes after that short stop on the side of the road. But she did get into the action again and get off and start riding well at the beginning of the second lap.
And I believe she did eventually somehow stuff it down the front of her uniform, but I believe her computer would be on that too. So she'll be riding blind the rest of this race, which, I mean, may be a good thing or maybe a bad thing. But at our next time split, I bet we see that time split to Alice Albert's coming down a little bit. Jodie Robertson was the fastest moving.
Well, it's been a little bit of an up and down, a bit of a ski jump of a ride, you'd say. You go off the edge and you don't know what's down the bottom. And I tell you what, that's what exactly is going on in the women's race right now with Jodie Robertson. However, on the men's side of things, Joe Skipper and Josh Amberger from Australia having a great race so far. It will be the two men that hop off onto the run course here together. It'll be interesting to note that these two gentlemen are going to be running side by side in tandem as they run downhill out toward Riverside Drive, which is completely opposite of where we are looking right now on the ski jumps. Out on Riverside Drive for a few miles before hitting the turnaround. Once they rejoin the road again, it is all uphill back to Lake Placid Club Drive. They will turn around there in front of the huge crowd that will be gathering in the later hours of the day here. So that's how it stands at the moment after our bike recap. And in the lead of our women's race is Alice Alberts as well. So a great race happening right here in anticipation of our two men to be coming off the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid full gas bike ride at this point of time.
Yeah, some beautiful shots overhead earlier. Yeah, I mean, this is why it was a bucket list race for me. I actually was supposed to do it in 2020 or 2021, and obviously that didn't happen. And then after I had Finn, was a no-go, but just a beautiful place in the world, and it's why it's voted one of the best Ironman races in North America.
Yeah, in 2022 is voted in the top 3 for location as well, and it's been one of the stalwart, races around the world that it's always attracted a very international competition here. Been going on for 24 years. You can see Lake Placid High School there in the background. This is the Olympic skating oval where Eric Hyden won 5 gold medals back in 1980 and set the record for most gold medals won at a Winter Olympics by one athlete. And now you can see that it is still there, but it's used today for an Ironman triathlon transition zone.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful spot for a
really
triathlon
is.
and a transition. Yeah.
Yep.
Back on screen, we got the man in the lead, Joe Skipper. Look, we're breaking up a little bit then as they make their way back to transition. I believe we're around 110 miles, 108 miles into the bike course, so we should get some more clean footage as we get closer, and the run footage should be seamless. Our team on the ground does such a fantastic job, and we're always so appreciative of it.
Josh Amberger leading right now by Joe Skipper in 2 seconds, and Ben Hoffman about 3 minutes and 20 seconds down on the leader right now. That is our top 3 athletes as they do get very, very close to the transition area. You're looking at beautiful scenes of the Adirondack Mountains right now, celebrating what is going to be the 24th year at the end of this year's race. 25 years coming up next year. Absolutely incredible, and we're not too far away from our 2 World Championship races. 2 spots available for our men. This is the last race that will qualify them. 2 spots are available for our women's race in Kona coming up here this afternoon as well. So there we go. We got Joe Skipper and Josh Amberger in the lead of our race right now here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
And we're just about to go to an AFC A Fighting Chance with Joe Skipper, presented by Wahoo.
Put a lot of training in. You want to get out there and race. You know, you don't want to do all the training and then sit at home doing nothing and watching the races unfold on TV. Are you guys here for the run as well? Yeah. Oh, nice one. There's nothing like Nice, this one. There's no technical aspect to this course at all. Like, it doesn't even feel that hilly because a lot of the climbs, you just take so much speed into it. So it's a bit misleading when it says it's got like 6,500 feet of climbing, because I think a lot of it you can carry your speed up. There's only like there's one climb I think that's about 3k on this one, and a long drag up to Lake Placid. And other than that, it's just, I would say, gently rolling, fast course, like racing. I don't want to sit at home not doing anything. I want to make the most of the summer. Like, I'm like a boxer that likes to stay active. You know, I like to mix it up. I like to get in there and throw some punches. Hopefully, Cody Beals, I think he'll be good on this one. Defending champion, isn't he? Ben Hoffman, you never know what you're going to get with him. Could be amazing, could not be. And Matt Hanson, I think like he's going to be pretty, like, bit of a threat. And it's an honest course as well. You know, like the bike course is challenging, the run course is challenging, so you're going to get the strongest person come out on top on the day.
Well, that was Joe Skipper, a fighting chance presented by Wahoo, and here he is on screen right now, Rennie. Well, he had a couple of interesting things to say, but he likes to get out there and throw a few punches.
Yeah, he's ready to throw a few punches, as he said. I wonder if he still thinks it was basically an easy bike course, other than the long drag up into Lake Placid and the 3K climb, I think he said. So it'll be interesting to hear his thoughts after the race. But yeah, I mean, obviously he's right where he wants to be. I think he trained for this. He expected to be here in the lead. I don't know if he expected to have Josh with him or not, but this is right where the man wants to be, and I think I like his chances.
This is the last part of the bike course here on the full gas bike, and Joe is leading, coming back into town.
Yeah, they're heading back into town now. Joe Skipper on screen here. We believe Josh Amberger is right behind him, and they have been working really well together. So they broke away sort of the end of the second lap and have been riding together ever since. Really, it's been a great partnership for them. Ben Hoffman in third position, 3:20 down. We won't get another split until we hit T2. So we're as interested as you are to see what those splits are as we get into T2. Mikey Weiss in fourth place. Cody Beals, the defending champ, within striking distance, I'd say, at 6:50. Maybe that blows out another minute or so before transition. I believe Cody will definitely be looking for a podium position. Whether that's the top of the podium or not, it'll obviously depend on how Joe finishes this bike ride. And then another one I'm looking at is Matt Hanson. The guy can run like nobody else. So has had a kind of a disappointing season this year with a DNF crash in Ironman Texas, also a DNF in Ironman Frankfurt, where he had some medical issues on the run and had to pull out at around 30K. And I know he really is motivated and really wants to have a good race here. So he's the one to watch on the run. But at 9 minutes down, it's going to be a tall order, but I wouldn't put it past Matt Hanson. He's an incredible athlete and just a beautiful runner.
Yep, really is, as we now only have a couple of miles into Lake Placid, where the athletes now going to exchange those very fast-looking machines into their running shoes and maybe a hat of some sort and a set of sunnies. It's going to be nice and warm and sunny out there this afternoon, but they are now riding past the two golf courses. We've got a par 3 and a par 4 type of course here for all the families to enjoy. We've also got a links course down there in Lake Placid. It's absolutely gorgeous. I've played there myself over the last few years that I have visited this wonderful town of Lake Placid. It's a great haven for winter and summer sports enthusiasts, and a great place to come camping. Lots to do for the athletes' families while out on race day or training for one of the races around here. There's 70.3 and Ironman races in all this area as well. Not too far away from Vermont. As a matter of fact, you can drive from Montreal, Canada in about an hour and a half just to get down here to Lake Placid. All right, coming coming up to Lake Placid Club Drive here. Just a moment. He's going to make a right-hand turn, then 2 left-handers, and then he will be going back into the transition area here in Lake Placid. So Joe Skipper and Josh Amberger are leading the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and this is going to be a showdown on the run.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these two men are, at this point of the race, you start to think about, stretching out that back. Thoughts definitely start to shift. A little bit of a sketchy turn there by Joe, but he's shot the gap nicely in between those two age group athletes, making his way back to transition. We should be there momentarily. Josh Amberg, I didn't see him, but I believe he's right with Joe.
Joe didn't come in saying on your left. He said, coming in hot.
Yeah. He's like, out of my way. I need to get off the bike as quickly as possible. Yeah, so I think, at this point, thoughts will be sort of drifting towards the run. I think this part of the race, you want to keep the pedal to the metal, absolutely, 100%, but you also want to be mindful of your legs, sort of stretch out those quads and glutes, stretch out your back as well, because going from the aero position up to the erect running position, you kind of, it sometimes is a rude awakening if you haven't stretched it out a little bit. So I always like to do that, the latter part of the run, the bike, and then into the run, quickly through transition and get out there and let it go.
Ben Hoffman now approaching town as well, but he's a few minutes down, and I don't know if he's going to be able to see Joe Skipper coming up there. Joe will be taking a left-hand turn, whereas Ben will be going straight. So if Skipper gets up there and out of sight, out of mind, well, that's good for Skip. But if not, then Ben will be able to apply a little bit of pressure by just plain sight of being inside. So Ben Hoffman now, he's just making that straight turn there to get past the athletes here. And he's going to have to be a little bit vocal out there to make his way through there. That's the turn that I was talking about. Skipper's making the left-hand turn with Amberger to go up there to the left-hand side. This is Ben Hoffman as he makes his way. He's got about a mile to go before he makes that U-turn, and then he will be heading in toward the transition area. So now they're inside of about 6 minutes from getting off the bikes, and there he goes. There's Skipper and Amberger on the other side of the road there as they make their way back. So Ben Hoffman did get a look. There's Skipper right now, so that's a good little look for him, but it looks like Amberger's just dropped off the pace a little bit. So Ben Hoffman is now riding in third place, trying to get after second.
Yeah, and Ben Hoffman's been doing a majority of this bike ride sort of by himself, out there in his own pace, which I think is a good thing. I think Ben does a lot of cycling, a lot of big volume, and a lot of hours just by himself out there. So I think he's fine out there, just ticking off the miles, looking at his watts, and sort of staying within his zones here. And this is a welcome area. I think you're coming back into town. There's spectators. There are more people around. I'm sure he got to see his lovely wife. I believe Julian and Josie are out there too. So I'm sure he'll get to see his family. And I think that's probably what he's thinking about. Getting to transition, coming out in the run, and getting to see his little ones.
Yeah, I bet they're out there in the red, white, and blue, the stars 100%. And stripes as well, which is a bit of a race theme that Ben has carried throughout his whole career, either that or the checkers, and that's Hoff racing for sure. But Ben, one of the nicest guys out there on tour, and he will give it everything today. And as he's been mixing it up at 39 years of age, doing the Olympic distance and back at the Ironman distance, he's just been trying to tick these things off his bucket list. So here he goes. He's just got a few hundred meters before he makes that U-turn. 180-degree turn coming up for Hoffman. And here it goes. And then he's just inside of 2 miles to go to get off the bike. And that is the transition zone, about 400 meters straight ahead. But guess what?
They got to
go
out.
You've got 2 more miles to go.
It's a little teaser. That's where you're going, but you still have to do another loop before you get to go there. We've just had some splits come in from the pro women's race. We may not get footage of them as they might be in a bit of a dead zone for it now, but I wanted to talk about that for a minute. They're at almost 90 miles, so about 22 miles to go, and Alice Alberts is still in first place. Jodie Robertson's lost a little bit of time, but I'm not sure if she had that little mechanical in that period of time. So she might be riding the same as, or maybe a bit quicker than Alberts. But still hanging around that 2-minute zone. Angela Nath, bringing back a little bit of time now at 2:53 down in third position.
Yeah, what's interesting to me in this one is that if Angela Nath was to get up to Jodie Robertson, I think that's really going to help Jodie. But I think that Jodie's in actually a pretty good spot because given that she had to stop on the side of the road there for about 40 40 seconds to a minute or so. That was the gap that she lost. So I think that Jodie's doing just fine. And now you got Skip that's just about to come onto Lake Placid Club Drive. Now, when he makes that left-hand turn, he'll only have half a mile to go, and then he will make his way into the transition area. So this part right here, you saw Skip just a moment ago. He reached around. He's trying to make sure that all of that nutrition is in the system before he heads out onto the run. 35 years of age, hails from the United Kingdom, first in the Ironman Arizona last year and also in Wales as well. And in 2021, he was the Ironman Chattanooga champion. He's qualified for the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice. That is September 10th, and he can't wait for that, being one of the strongest cyclists out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll be definitely gunning for Nice. But, yeah, as you said, a quiet year for Joe. He normally wins a few Ironman races a year, and 2 last year in Wales and Arizona. But, yeah, quite a year for Joe. I think he's just, gone home, done a bunch of hard training and to really back end this year, which absolutely he should, because as we keep saying, this is the business end of the year, and I think we'll see some pretty phenomenal racing from Joe today and through Nice.
Nice is going to be a great race this year for the very first time. The men's race will be down there. We're looking at the Red Bull Energy Zone coming up on the run course there for the athletes. They'll be hitting that at about 13 miles on the run today, is also with their special needs. And this is the Tri Club Zone. They're coming into the Tri Club Zone. You can see all the tents set up along Lake Placid Club Drive right now. There's going to be thousands of athletes. There's the special needs on the left-hand side, Mirror Lake on the right-hand side, where just a few short hours ago with the start of this incredible race, the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid Championship. Joe Skipper, he's going to lead off the bike, and he's only half a mile away from transition.
Yeah, half a mile away, as I said earlier, stretching out the legs, the back a little bit, getting out of the saddle, just testing those run legs before he actually has to hit land. So, yeah, here we go. We'll see him come around this corner here, and then I believe it's a short distance to transition, and then we'll get to really see the splits to the rest of the field. Our last one was at 90 miles, which is 22 miles ago. So I believe there'll be some changes in those splits for sure. But yeah, to get those accurate splits, we'll have to wait a few more moments. Yep, he's getting rid of his
There
camelback
goes the bladder.
that he carried that whole way. I wonder if that gets hot in there.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah, the plastic against your skin, it doesn't allow much breathing. But I guess the aero advantages outweigh the disadvantage. And so I'm sure he's weighed all of those before he made the decision to put that bladder down there.
And an extremely hot day, I would imagine that
Like
having some
Kona.
ice in there would be, really, really super cool, but might burn your chest as well, or burn the skin. But, maybe that's the next, invention that somebody needs to come up with. And if you do, Rinny and I would like to be on the patent on that one, and we'll collect our royalties.
Yeah, it was
no
our idea.
problem at
You
all.
heard it here first. You see his feet come out of the shoes there. He'll take his final few pedal strokes into transition. And he'll be looking for that dismount line, want to get off the bike. But right before that, so there's no penalties, make it a clean transition.
All right, 2 left-hand turns, which stands between Joe Skipper and the run course. So the full gas bike course here is coming to a close for our first athlete here in our men's professional division. Here comes the left-hander. Then he'll be going all downhill to the back of the Lake Placid High School. After Lake Placid High School will be another left-hand turn up to the end. They will get off the bike there at the arch, run his bike up into transition area. He will give it to one of our volunteers today, and then he'll be running off onto the Hoka run course. So it will be Fly Human Fly, that's for sure, by the Hoka sponsored athlete here, Joe Skipper. First off the bike in our men's division today, and he takes his water bottle with him, and he will discard that in just a few seconds. So obviously there's something in there he wants to drink and not waste it at all.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just to have a couple of sips while he's running to transition, or maybe he has some rocket fuel in there that he wants to make sure he gets in, or last nutrition from the bike that he wants to make sure he gets in. Or maybe it's his favorite water bottle. Maybe it's his lucky water bottle.
Lucky charm. There you go. So here he goes, picking up the run bag bag there. He'll go into the change tent. He will sit down. He'll probably put the socks on. On go the shoes, a hat, sunglasses, and he will be out of there in a flash. So Joe Skipper is off the bike and in transition area right now with a good time today here as he makes it out on a 4:19.54. A great ride for Joe Skipper today. 4 minutes down after the swim and now makes his way off onto the run course in first place. Now, we got shots here of Ben Hoffman, so we don't know about Josh Amberger at the moment, so we'll just have to wait until we see some live pictures of Josh coming in as well. But this is Ben Hoffman, and at last check, he was in third place.
Yeah, I believe Josh Amberger will still be in second place. Maybe we just don't have a picture, but we'll find that out momentarily as we get splits to transition to. But yeah, Ben Hoffman, the Stars and Stripes in full force coming in. I think he'll be really happy with that position.
Amberger is off the bike there, Marinda, so thank you very much for that. And he rode a 4:24.31 today. So there we go, the Wahoo Element rival. Bike time, 4:19.54 goes to Joe Skipper from the United Kingdom as we now see him off onto the Hoka run course. So Fly Human Fly, that is Joe Skipper, the Hoka-sponsored athlete here inside the first mile of the run. Josh Amberger from Australia just relinquished the lead at the very end there. So Skipper had one thing in mind, and that was a clean set of heels heading out onto the run course today. So Amberger, come for a win. Skipper, come for a win. Now we got a fight on our hands with the veteran, the 39-year-old from Tucson, Arizona. He wants a part of the action as well. Only 600 metres to ride. A left-hand turn coming up for Hoffman as he heads toward the finish.
Yeah, we have pictures here of Ben Hoffman coming into transition. We believe he'll be in shortly. But yeah, 1:22 from Joe Skipper to Josh. So in that last sort of 20 miles or so, probably less. I feel like we had images of them closer in where they were still together. So either Joe put the hammer down at the end or Josh was a little conservative coming into transition and just wanted to make sure he was getting in those last items of nutrition and just making sure he wasn't overcooking it in the latter stages. Joe Skipper looking really good at the opening stages of the run here. He looks springy. He looks good. I think no hat, no sunglasses.
Yeah, I noticed that too, but this is all downhill, so you can see that he's just trying to, put the handbrake on a little bit. He's running, in a very upright position right now, but that is on purpose because it is very, very, it is a very big decline in that road there. So there's Ben Hoffman just making sure that he picks up the right bag. Ben Hoffman comes in with a 4:24.52, so it is Skipper with a 4:19, 4:24 and a 4:24, so 5 minutes out splitting the other two gentlemen today on the bike. So will that be a decisive and winning move? We're going to have to wait 25 miles from now on the run, and we'll be able to tell you exactly what's going on. There goes Josh Amberger now, just running out onto the run course here, also without a hat, but he's got his nice little cooling headband on. Sunnies are on as well, and downhill he goes. Josh Amberger, Australia, onto the run course in second.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, those splits are basically even. 122 to Josh Amberger, 243, so almost another 121 to Ben Hoffman. So even splits between these top three men.
And, Ben Hoffman doesn't really run out that fast. He's, a little bit of a turbo diesel, so that he'll be building up steam as he goes through the course today. Skip, well, he's also very consistent. He runs a nice, consistent marathon, he does. Amberger running out very nicely as well, so it'll be very interesting to note that these three guys have got 26 miles ahead of him, and they're going to battle each other from very, very similar, times, deficit times. So now he goes Ben Hoffman. He's had an absolutely fantastic transition there, and he is now 3 minutes and 4 seconds down. So he made up a lot of time on Josh Amberger in the transition area again. Isn't that amazing? So Josh was a little bit slower in transition today. Skip is now 2:12 up and 3:04 to Hoffman. So coming in, it was 122 to 243, and you can see that Ben Hoffman lost time to Joe Skipper, and so did Josh Amberger. So that was very interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, Skip was quick through transition. He skipped straight
sure
through
is. Well, yeah,
transition.
Skip to the loo.
Yeah.
Or not.
We'll see soon who the fastest transition time was, but I'm going to hazard a guess that it was Joe Skipper because he was quick through transition. And now, Ben Hoffman's sitting at 3:04, just running out onto the run.
Well, as our three men now head off onto the Hoka run course, we're finishing up with a full gas bike ride on our women's side of things. And it's all Alice Alberts, and it has been for the last hour and a half or so, leading Jodie Robertson. Angela Nath's hanging in there, Rach McBride, Jen Annett, and Snellgrove. They're all in there. AU Wader now slipping back. We'll be back right after this.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Run course.
The 2023 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid continues with Joe Skipper hopping off the bike just moments ago in first place with a bike time of 4:19. He was 4 minutes out of the water behind our leaders, but caught up and passed at around about halfway, but there was only one person that was able to manage the pace with him today, and that was Josh Amberger, right up until the last 10 miles of the bike ride there, Marinda. Joining me today, Marinda Carfrey, the three-time Ironman world champion, Ironman 70.3 world champion as well. Marinda, what have you seen so far, and what has impressed you?
Well, we're actually just going to quickly go through the run course here, and we...
Through the Red Bull Energy Zone. Yeah, I'll take this one. Yeah, and then we go downhill right to the Riverside Drive where you can see U-turn past the Olympic ski jumps. Up onto Lake Placid Club Drive, as you can see there, right up there. We slow down as we come back toward town. Lake Placid Club Drive, do a U-turn, and then into the Olympic Oval for the beautiful finish. Absolutely crowded down there with spectators. But Marini, what have you seen so far, and what has impressed you most?
Yeah, I mean, Joe Skipper obviously leading, but although that's not really a super surprise to us, I think what surprised me most was Josh Amberger slow through transition and being caught early on the bike. But then what impressed me was his resilience and willingness to just, commit to this move. Joe went to the front and Josh Amberger was like, nope, this is it. This is my ticket to getting a bit of a lead off the bike, which I think he usually is used to. He went with Joe until, as you said, 10 miles-ish to go. Joe was able to go away. Also, very impressed with Ben Hoffman. He came into this race sort of unsure of how his preparation. He said he didn't have the best preparation, but he seemed very relaxed and happy to just try and get the best out of himself. And I think sometimes when you come into a race with that mentality, I just want to do the best I can with what I have on the day, you let yourself go of all the expectations and you just go out there and are free to race. And Ben looks great out there. He's not too far behind, about a minute and a bit behind Josh Amberger, and currently in third place. So we do have some heat coming from behind with Cody Beals, Matt Hanson, a couple of other guys that these men will be keenly listening to splits from. But at the moment, these three men leading the way and looking good doing it.
Looks like Skip's got a bunch of nutrition, right down the belly there. You can see that he's going to be, just running into his little bag of tricks there in the front. Here is Ben Hoffman sitting in third place at the moment as he makes his way out onto the run course as well. Looks like he's running very, very nicely at this point. I love his arm carriage, love his run legs. He's got a good stride happening, and I tell you what, this is pretty good for this time of the race. So, getting off the bike in first was Skipper, second was Amberger, third was Ben Hoffman. Michael Weiss is now off the bike, and so too is Matty Hanson. So we talked about Matty Hanson being one of the favourites on the race course here today. He's 9 minutes and 47 seconds down on the leaders getting out onto the run course here. Do you think that Matt Hanson has a chance at the podium here? And if so, he's going to have to run a very good marathon.
Absolutely, but Matt Hanson's no stranger to chasing. But what I've just noted is Cody Beals. Cody Beals was a couple of minutes ahead of Matt Hanson at, I believe, our last time check. Oh, no, he wasn't. Last time check, he was behind Matt Hanson.
He's about 13.50 down. So he's around about 4 minutes down after Matt Hanson. So Cody just dropping off a little bit. He is the defending champion, of course, but we've got the likes of Skipper up there, Amberger right now, and also Ben Hoffman in the lead in the top three. And there you go. The graphic says it all. So 2:10 to Josh Amberger and also 3:03 to Ben Hoffman. Now, the bike ride today, gosh, look at Skipper, 25.59 miles an hour average. That is absolutely incredible on a course like this, very undulating. And now as we see Skipper heading downhill, he's going to go past the horse grounds here just a moment ago, and then he will head down to Riverside Drive. Once he hits the Olympic ski jumps, he'll make an immediate left. And it's one of my favourite little run courses here because on Riverside Drive, it's curvy. It's a little bit undulating, but you get to see all these beautiful barns. It's great farmland. It meanders through one of the most beautiful little creeks down there, and it's hard to keep your focus on the race. But it's gorgeous, and but there's not much protection out there with the trees.
Yeah, not much protection out there with the lack of tree coverage. But yeah, I mean, I think even when these guys are suffering, sometimes it is nice to gaze out onto the river and sort of enjoy some of the sceneries and sort of take your mind away from the pain that you're in the moment. But yeah, I mean, I think going back to talking about Matt Hanson at 10 minutes down, massive ask. I think podium position is potentially on the cards for Matt, but he's going to have to run a phenomenal marathon here. Josh Amberger and obviously Ben Hoffman looking really good off the bike and in great positions here.
Well, we know it's possible, but one thing that has to be possible for Matt Hanson today is the ability to hold back early, and that's sort of not what Matt's game is. Matt likes to get out there and press the pace. Now, if he does get out there and gets into a nice pace, I do think, Marinda, that he's in for a great shot and a spot on the podium. So, but he's just got to have that perfect start, not too fast, and easy does it because this race course really does suit him. At the end of this race course, you're going uphill for the last 5 miles, which is going to really suit the faster runner. Now, for Joe Skippy, you can see here, he's still running. This is the flat part. This is the horse grounds. After the horse grounds, it goes down. There's a very significant decline in the road out to Riverside Drive where they make a left. That is flat to undulating, and that's where, like I said, the road gets curvy, but it's absolutely beautiful down there. Not many spectators down there, so that part of the race is where you're reaching into a little bit of solace. Going to have to reach into the mental game and just talk to yourself. Hey, how's my nutrition going? How's my pacing going? And just keep your wits about yourself. All right, over to our women's race. Alice Alberts continues to lead right now. Jodie Robertson is still applying the pressure, just over 2 minutes. Angela Nath in there as well. There's Rach McBride sitting in fourth, and another Canadian, Annett and Snellgrove. What's with the Canadians in the water up here?
Yeah.
Well, we are very close to Canada, but there is 4 inside of the top 6.
Yeah, Canadian women are super strong and definitely making their mark here on this race today. Yeah, Alice Alberts from the United States. She was 3rd overall amateur at the 2021 Ironman World Championship, so very interesting stat there. And then 5th place in Ironman Arizona in 2022, 6th place in 2023 this year at Ironman Texas. So she's moving up there, making progress.
Is. Yeah, steady progress in the results there.
And this one's a big one for her.
This really is a big one. I mean, this is, one of those big races on the calendar of Ironman races around the world, obviously, and today could mean her going to Kona for the very first time as a pro.
Professional,
if she gets one of those 2 qualifying slots. Now, the only person that we can tell you is exempt in the top 5 right now is Jodie Robertson. She won in Coeur d'Alene. She picked up a spot and she's ready to go. But this young lady here, Alice Alberts, wants one of those spots to get off to Kona for this year's October 14th VinFast Ironman World Championship for the very first time, women's race only.
Yeah, it's going to be history will be made that day. But Alice Alberts, again, she was third overall amateur in 2021. That was in St. George, so that World Championships. I'm not sure if she's been to Kona before as an amateur, but I'm sure she will relish in the opportunity to go there as a pro. We have Alice Alberts in first place here, making her way the latter stages of the bike course. Jodie Robertson in second, Angela Nath in third, Rach McBride 6:20 down in fourth, Jen Annett in fifth, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Fullgaz is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back. You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And Joe Skipper on screen here, leading the way. We're going to go back to the Morton Transition 2 fastest times, as we called it. Joe Skipper was real quick out, no hat glass, no sunglasses, no hat, 1:31. Ben Hoffman, second fastest in 1:52. And Josh Amberger, third fastest there in 2:20.
Yeah, Joshy giving up about 2.5 minutes in transition times today, and a couple of things can be said about that, but he'll go back and look at it later and just say those choices were mine, just past the ski jumps there. We're out onto Riverside Drive right now, so this is where you're out of sight, out of mind, because the road does curve around. There's the little undulations that we were speaking of before we went to break. Now, up and down it goes, and it almost goes out to the bike course at the far end. So once they do hit the far end, it is about a couple of miles into it, they can see the cyclists going the other way and finishing off their little lap as well. All right, the Flex 90 program allows athletes that register in the first 90 days that registration is open the flexibility to defer. If an Ironman registration, transfer or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact those benefits up until 45 days before your race. If your plans change, your race can too. All right, so Skip's race plans have not changed because he's in the lead. He was off the bike in first. He's still steadily getting through there, going through the Gatorade endurance tent there, picking up a few little drinks here and there, water over the head. He's gone through the Red Bull energy zone as well, just picking up some more water and doing his due diligence by keeping some fuel in that body. And also on a day like today where the heat is just starting to get into the race, staying cool is also another thing that the athletes are very mindful of.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when the heat starts to come up in any race, athletes need to be mindful of that and cool themselves as much as possible. And that means, taking on ice where possible, hydrating well. Joe does look a little bit hot and bothered here, but it actually doesn't seem to be bothering him at all. He seems to be high cadence on the run, looking really smooth here. His race has not changed at all. His race plan has not changed at all, as you said earlier. His idea was to win, and here he goes.
Yeah, look at Skipper. He's just up on the toes there and doing exactly what he wants to do, and that is spreading himself away from the competition. And look at that. He's just right up on those toes there. He's got a nice long stride happening right now. Skipper's got it going.
And Ironman Mont Tremblant, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, is the last North American event of the season that females can qualify for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. Extra age group female slots will be available. Male age group athletes can qualify for Kona 2024. It's voted the best bike course and top 2 swim and run courses and top 2 finish lines at 2022 Athlete Choice Awards. Register today at ironman.com/IM North America.
And I tell you what, that's going to be one of those first races for the 2024 men to qualify for Kona. You know that a lot of people are going to go there all revved up and to get ready for 2024 come men's race day there. But this year, ladies only. And talking about ladies, this one's a very fast one because Alice Alberts of the United States has really put the hammer down on the second part of the bike course here today on this beautiful 2-lap course around the stunning landscape and scenic hills of the Adirondack Mountains here in Upper New York State, because she is now making her way back toward the transition. Now, her competition, however, is a little bit further back at about 2 minutes for Jodie Robertson. Angela Nathan, Rach McBride are still in there. Annett and Snellgrove, the other Canadians, are right in there right up until that 8 minute and 19. And there's Ayueda, one of our early leaders, now just slipping a little bit back at 10:07. And look at the big gap there. Joanna Ryter from Switzerland is 10 minutes back from Ayueda. So the top 7, you would almost imagine our top 3 are going to come out of there.
Yeah, I would think so, Greg, unless there's big fireworks from a number of women in that top group. But Ayueda, I think she's been having a great cycle leg. We were impressed and surprised and happy to see her riding so well at the beginning of the race. She led the way for a lot of the start of the cycle leg. Just slipping back now, but she's a great little runner. 10 minutes off the bike and 7th place, I think she'll have a big smile coming into transition because she will back her run. Other athletes that I'm looking at here, Annett, I know she really wants a Kona slot. There are only 2 available, and Jodie Robertson is the only athlete we believe that has one. So only 2 slots. Again, looking at this woman, Alice Alberts, age grouper, transition to pro in 2022. Just great to see her really making the steps and progressing so well in this sport. So her improvement has been even through this year. I think she was 5th or so in Ironman Texas. Could be wrong there. Don't quote me. But just racing so well. And we have, again, Jodie Robertson in 2nd place, 2:06 down. Angela Nath in 3rd, 2:53. Rach McBride's 4th, 6:19. And we are just going to go to a break. We will be right back. Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Gatorade. Endurance formulated for further.
Fun fact about Alice, Alberts at the moment, her 2nd ever triathlon was Ironman Coeur d'Alene in 2021, and she was the overall female winner, which qualified her for the Ironman World Championships in St. George, where she got 3rd overall female there. So that was absolutely amazing. So thank you very much from Ryan, Triathlon there, for giving us that comment. So keep those nice comments coming in today, and if we see one there, we'd love to get it out for you there. So keep them all coming in. Here goes Joe Skipper. He's heading out toward the turnaround there of our run course at this point in time here. So congrats to Joe. He's absolutely running beautifully. And also in 2024, the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, will celebrate its 25th anniversary. Lake Placid is an iconic race venue, and athletes will receive a limited edition 25th anniversary gift with their athlete gear. There will be a special tribute to the legends of Lake Placid, so mark your calendars now. Registration for the silver anniversary of the Ironman Lake Placid opens on July 31st. This event is going to sell out, so don't miss out. Register July 31st. And here comes the Hoff. Yep, Ben Hoffman running nicely as well. Beautiful arm carriage, lovely stride for the 39-year-old there, Rennie.
Yeah, I think he smells the blood in the water. He's only 20 seconds at last split at 3 miles into the run behind Josh Amberger. So he's making quick work. And you mentioned earlier he doesn't tend to start out very fast. He's very even paced, but he certainly is making quick work and these first opening miles of the run. And, coming up on Josh Amberger, and he's running a little bit faster than Joe Skipper at this point. So Ben Hoffman having a great day so far. This looks like a little bit of a rise. You mentioned earlier this section is a little bit undulating, but I believe they're going to stay with Ben Hoffman because we may be coming up to a pass sometime here soon.
Yeah, so, 2014, second place in the Ironman World Championship, of course, and Ben's running a beautiful line at the moment, running on those tangents. And I will tell you this, Marinda, I don't know about you, but I do believe that, just starting out, at an even pace is going to be beneficial toward the end of the, your race in the Ironman Triathlon, because it just takes too much energy out of you early on to, throw down a couple of 5:15s or something like that. Whereas opposed to, hitting that 20-mile marker, you don't want to be running 6:15s. You want to be running 5:58s if you can, or 6 minutes, and that can be the big difference. But love the way that Ben's running right now. The tangents, number one. But secondly, you have to look at this race course and know that the camber for this road is a little bit different. So there are steep angles off to the side there. So we are getting set for a pass here, because that is a second and third lead bicycles out here on Riverside Drive. We're going to run off to a quick break here. And on the other side, we might see someone else in second place, because right now, that is Josh Amberger from Australia. And this is Ben Hoffman from the USA. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
And we are back at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. We are back right in time. This is what we wanted to see this pass here. We have Ben Hoffman and Josh Amberger in frame. Ben Hoffman, both men here taking on the fluids as they should, taking on as much as they can, keeping the bodies nice and cool. But wow, Ben made quick work of those opening miles. Between 3 and 4 miles right now, and he was about 1:30 behind Josh Amberger at the start, so that's sort of 30 seconds a mile.
Yeah, out on the River Road right now, you can see perfect timing here coming out of break, and that is Ben Hoffman about to overtake Josh Amberger from Australia. So there goes the 39-year-old passing the 34-year-old, and I tell you what, you got 2 Ironman stalwarts, 2 legends in their own and their right minds out here. They are getting after it. The punches are being thrown all over the place. Josh said he came here perfectly prepared over the last 4 to 5 weeks, uninterrupted training, but it's the Hoff that didn't know where he was in his training just a few weeks ago, an Olympic distance race, and that is the way that you get ready for these races, Miranda?
I think it was last weekend. last weekend he raced on the other side of the country, guiding his athlete to an ITU finish there. But Ben Hoffman in second place, and I said it earlier. I like the sound of his attitude going into the race. He was, not super confident with his preparation, but I think it took a lot of pressure off him. And he just said, I want to get the best out of myself. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to race hard. And if anyone knows Ben Hoffman, the man trains so hard. He's always, no matter what, this time of the year, he's going to be so fit because he just does so much hard work, hard training. He has his family on course there, Kelsey and the kids, Josie and Julian. So I'm sure he has them in the back of his mind. But just great to see Ben out there enjoying it and putting together a phenomenal run here. He is running fastest on course in these top 3 anyway.
Well, I tell you what, that was no ordinary pass. That was a pass with authority, because as he went by Josh Amberger, he did not slow down one little bit. They've talked on the bike before, but there was no talking right there. So the way that Ben Hoffman, just started out was nice and easy, and then he just eased his way into this area right here on the River Road. And then it was Josh Amberger that ran out just a little bit quicker than Ben Hoffman. Remember, they were only separated by 1 minute and 20 seconds in transition. So with just a few short miles into the marathon right now, Ben Hoffman and also Joe Skipper are back at what they did a few years ago at Ironman Florida, just a few weeks after Kona, when they tried to, punch their, ticket for the Ironman World Championship again, like you did a few times there, Marinda. And I tell you what, that was a day for the ages, because they both ran in the 230 high and the low 240 area. So let's see if they can repeat that type of of performance today, but it's all Skipper right now as he has a nice little buffer of about 2 minutes and 20 seconds on Ben Hoffman.
Yeah, so 2:20 to Ben Hoffman. We're sort of guessing there. Hopefully we'll get another split pretty soon. But another mover and shaker out on the course, Matt Hanson, through 3 miles. He was like at 5:47 pace. Hoffman was around a 6:02 pace. So Hanson doing what he does, and that is run fast. I think, you know, he'll have Mikey Weiss in his sights in the coming miles, but then, you know, he'll have still his work cut out to catch up to Josh Amberger. And you know, Ben Hoffman's just running such a evenly paced, solid. I mean, he's a veteran of the sport. He's done so many Ironman events. He's a favorite around North America. Won so many races out here, and it's just great to see him putting together another really phenomenal performance. Yeah, I'm smiling on the inside for Ben and Kelsey.
All right, so yeah, don't let those mile times fool you. The first couple of miles here are strictly downhill, and they get out onto the river road where it flattens out just a little bit. It's undulating, it's not too bad. It's curvy, twisty, and turny as it makes its way out to the turnaround. But once you get to the turnaround, that's exactly where the cyclists will be going by on their last few miles out here today. So look at that. This is Ben Hoffman. He's now chasing down our leader out there, which is Joe Skipper, running along at 6:12s at the moment, whereas Ben Hoffman's running along at 6:02. So Hoff is definitely running just that little bit quicker. But again, that was that last time point. So Michael Weiss in 4th place there from Austria, but Matt Hanson is out there running the fastest of the mile average times at this point of time, and that is a 5:47 coming off the main road down onto the river road. So past the ski jumps, Hanson goes, and now he's entered the river road, and he's chasing down Michael Weiss, Josh Amberger, Ben Hoffman, and Joe Skipper that are leading the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid right here today. So with 2 spots up for grabs, Hoff's already got his. Skip, he's skipping off to, he's got his as well, but Amberger hanging in there. If he can keep this place, he'll be off to Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe Matt Hanson has his, so
yes, he does.
Mikey Weiss does not have one, and neither does Josh Amberger. So in those top 5, Josh looking good, Mikey Weiss looking good for a Nice spot. But again, on screen we have the man, Ben Hoffman in 2nd place. Just made the pass on Josh Amberger moments ago. He was like, you know, 130, behind Josh at the end of the bike, and made quick work of that. And then, but Skippy, Joe Skipper, still leading the way. We're going to run off to a fighting chance with the man, Ben Hoffman.
We used to say Ironman was an old guy game, and now it seems to be more of a young man's game. It's really cool to be back here 12 years. I mean, 2011 was the last time I raced, 2010 and 2011, and I would say I'm definitely a different athlete, different person for sure. And you know, we have 2 young kiddos in tow, and yeah, it's going to be really special to share this experience with them and just to kind of have a new experience myself. I would definitely say my ambitions are probably a little bit different than when I was younger and sort of that single-minded warrior focus, you know, of just trying to win the race. But I'm happy to be back here rather and you know, just to share that experience with my family and give my best on the day and see where I end up. I think it's going to be a great battle out there. And I keep thinking about those like videos you see of pilots landing planes in like really windy conditions. And I feel like that's kind of been like my preparation, where it's been a little bit wobbly and kind of different and crazy, but the idea is that, you know, when the moment comes to land, that, yeah, you get the plane nice and aligned and hopefully have a smooth landing. I mean, I think my objective really is to just cross the line feeling like I gave my best effort out there and that I was honest with myself. If I do that, then I'll be happy, and then I can just go hang out on the lake with my family.
And we're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here in beautiful Lake Placid. That was Ben Hoffman. It was interesting to hear him say he was been a bit of a rough entry or preparation, but he's looking to right the plane as it lands, and it looks like he is. He seems to be steadying out the wings and coming in for a nice landing. So yeah, doing so well.
flaps down and right the ship there and come in for a smooth landing. Like he said, there's a very small airstrip in Lake Placid, but I'm sure he'll land the plane. All right, so Ben Hoffman, he's having a good day. Last time he raced here back in, I think it was 2012, or actually 11.
10 and 11.
Yeah, 10 and 11. So he won the race in 2010 and in second place in 2011. So that was when he was here the last time. And what was interesting about that, in 2011 he ran a 3:01.39 and a 3:01.24. So within about 15 seconds of each other. So you know that this is a tough run course and not too many people actually, get under that 3 hour mark here. So it'll be interesting to watch how things unfold today, especially with Skipper and Ben Hoffman at the moment. But do not take your eyes off that leaderboard, because you know that Matt Hanson, who sits in 5th right now, not too far down. Cody Beals, don't write him off. Alice Albert continues to lead from Jodie Robertson. We'll be back with more of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid men's and women's races right after this short break here. You're watching all the action from the Adirondacks in Upper New York State right here in Lake Placid.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here in the beautiful Adirondack Mountains. We're having a little bit of trouble with our feed right now, so we're just getting some beautiful shots of the area, but we will get them back, those live images of our athletes, as soon as possible. Oh, and as I speak.
Yep, there you go, right on cue. And that was beautiful Whiteface Mountain, by the way. One of the wonderful venues that we used in the 1980 Olympic Games as well. And there is Joe Skipper just running along nicely at this point in time here. So he's running along at about 5:55 per average mile pace at this point in time. A little bit of respite from the nice tree coverage out here on the River Road here. So Skipper is in full control at the moment. He's nice little turn over there. He keeps on looking at his watch there, just making sure that he's well within his, heart rate zones, Gatorade endurance zone right here. As you see, a little bit of ice water just going down the chest to make sure that that thermostat is set right at that perfect temperature for him to give himself all the opportunities to have a good run today.
And right through that last pace check, Ben Hoffman was running about 9 seconds a mile faster than Joe Skipper at 5:46. So Ben Hoffman now at 2:15 down at 5.6 miles. So he's taken out, I think he was around 3 minutes right out of transition. So he's taken 45 seconds, so ever so slightly running into that lead of Joe Skipper. But Joe Skipper looks in control. He seems to be metering his effort and making sure he's doing all the right things. So I'm not sure that he's getting any splits, so I'm sure he will want to know what's going on behind him, and maybe you'll be surprised a little bit that Ben is making inroads. But Ben having a great run. Josh Amberger's fallen down a little more from Ben. He's now 30 seconds, just a little less than 30 seconds in arrears of Ben Hoffman. So that's our top 3 men through 5.6 miles.
And over onto our women's side, we know that we're closing in on the bike ending here as we see Alice Alberts there as she's making her way back toward that last turnaround. After that, Marinda, only 2.5 miles to cycle before she heads off onto the run course today. But she's had a great, lonely little ride out there for the last couple of hours or so. So Alice is continuing, with her results. She's getting better every race that she's been doing, and today today. She's certainly showing that she is one of the US ladies to look out for in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always great to see age group athletes, that you see them come from the short course distance sometimes. But she raced her first Ironman event in Coeur d'Alene, did Ironman Coeur d'Alene, qualified for the World Champs in St. George, did 2021, third overall in age group. Not an easy course to do that, so definitely has some ability. And then moved up to Ironman and has been sort of placing, not top 3 just yet, but I think this is her day. She's putting it all together. She's having a really great ride out there. She has Jodie Robertson a little over 2 minutes behind at the last time check, and then Angela Nath 2:50 behind, Rach McBride 6:20 down, and Annett at 6:45 down. But Alice Albert's just having a great race out there, and looking forward to having her come off the bike shortly and seeing everybody on the run.
Yeah, in 2022, she finished 11th in this very race, and later in the year, 5th place in Ironman Arizona, and this year, 6th place in Ironman Texas with, a progressing run time. It was a 3:13.42 at Ironman Arizona, and then an improvement by a full minute at a 3:12.32 in Texas this year. So, unlike this man right here, who continues to lead the race on the run right here, you got Joe Skipper from Great Britain. He's leading the men's professional race right now. There's Sebastian Kulagian just weighing in. Go Joe! Yes, well, we are saying go Joe as well, but come on, Skipper, you can do it. There's Carol Fitton weighing in as well with the thumbs up emoji. We love to see that, so keep on bringing those comments into us here today. We'd love to read what you've got to say, and here's Skipper. What do you think about him?
Oh, we love Skippy. He's such a great personality. He's always very brutally honest, which I think you come to expect from an Englishman. He holds no punches back. He's a character on the circuit, and I think one of the best Ironman athletes all round.
In his Fighting Chance interview there, presented by Wahoo just a moment ago, he comes to the run that was an organised run, by Hoka. He's like, yeah, for the run, mate. I just had to
good on you.
Have a bit of a chuckle. Yeah, mate, let's just go for a little jog around town.
Interesting thing happening right now. Angela Nath in second place. So Jodie Robertson has slipped down and Angela Nath has moved into second. We don't have a split, but we have Angela Nath on screen here, 41 years young, from Canada. She was first place in the 2019 Ironman Chattanooga, second place in the 2018 Ironman Cozumel, and third place in 2018 70.3 Cozumel. So, Angela's been racing for a better part of, maybe a decade and a half. I remember when she burst onto the scene, super strong cyclist, very good runner, generally got sort of peaked on the bike, but also held together a great run. But great to see her up there, still duking it out with some of the best in the world.
So Angela's one of those athletes, very, very consistent. She is the turbo diesel on the women's side of things for sure, where she just holds that pace. I mean, if you look at Lake Placid and Ironman Mont Tremblant last year, very, very similar race courses. Swam a 103.42, 105.49. Biked 5:06.04, 5:06.01. Ran 3:35 to a 3:30. So those results don't lie about consistency. So you know what you're going to get from our athlete Angela Nath here. So Alice Alberts on the other side of things is still holding down the lead and trying to get to the end of the bike ride in first place. So she has a nice little gap when she gets there. And it is Angela Nath who is trying to close in, one of the Canadians. We got 4 Canadians in the top 5 here today. So an amazing, effort by our Canadian contingent right now. As you were saying before, not too far to come from Canada, especially if you're on the East Coast, not too far from Ontario, not even from Quebec. So it's very, very close. So this is the U-turn there, Marinda, where they come back with about 2.5 miles to bike.
Yeah, so they'll do the U-turn here, and she will probably get a good look at Angela, and actually Angela will get a good look at Alice as well. So this out and back section, they will get a look at the competition before they make the turn and head in for their final miles into transition. But Alice Alberts, yeah. Alberts, riding super strong and doing great. What I just noticed is Matt Hanson has made the pass on Mikey Weiss. So Matt Hanson is now in fourth position at 8:06 down. Still a ways off the podium, but again, wouldn't put it past Matt Hanson. Josh Amberger, I'm sure, is doing everything he can to hold down that third position. And then obviously Ben Hoffman moving up a little bit, inching towards the lead, but Joe Skipper holding it down nicely.
Yeah, and I do believe that Angela Nath has already gone by toward that turnaround as well. So closing in on our leader at the moment here. But on the men's side, like you said, Skipper's still holding down in the top spot. Hoffman, Amberger, Matty Hansen gone into fourth spot here, and he is really charging toward the front there. The first half of the marathon, yep, you can make up a lot of spaces, but in the second part of the marathon, it's survival. It's about knowing what's in the tank and how far you can push it for how long, and what position are you in. Is it Matt Hansen that he wants to go for the win today? He's already qualified for the World Championship, but he wants to come here for a good result and solidify a little bit more confidence, back in his year, because as you said, crashed in Ironman Texas. Wants to put it all together, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's really hungry to have a great result here. It's not all about just Ironman World Champs for Matt Hansen. I think he's more of a journeyman. He likes to tick off races and build towards that. And usually he does really well in Ironman Texas, and he was on course to have a great race. And then, had a crash on that bike course, unfortunately, so that took him out of that. And then obviously went over to Hamburg, had some difficulty there on the run, wasn't able to finish either. So Hansen definitely has the motivation and the ability to run up. It's just a matter of whether Josh Amberger and the men ahead have the legs on sort of the back half. I think will be telling. The back half of the marathon is when we're really going to see, who has the goods to hold the pace or, hold down their position through to the finish line. But Skippy looking great. He's up on his toes, a little down section here, as you said, a lot of undulation in this run. And also, it's not the fastest run course. So sort of a strong man's run course or a strong woman's run course. A lot of undulations. You need to be able to be efficient in the uphills and also let it flow and conserve energy, but keep your speed over the hill and down the hill. So I actually loved racing on undulating courses because I felt like the downhills you could kind of get your heart rate down, and then the uphills you just worked really hard. So courses like this, I think, break it up mentally for the athletes, give them sort of something to focus on at each point, sort of whether they're focusing on their technique running uphill or trying to let it flow going downhill. Joe Skipper looking pretty relaxed and running along super well right now.
Yeah, he really is, and I think that the flowing course, a flowing course is a flat course, but a hilly and undulating course is something that you have to perfect by going out there and training for it, because if you're just going to train on the flats, it's not going to work because you've got a serious uphill. Joe's next 5 miles are going to be all uphill, right? And he goes out onto onto Lake Placid Club Drive, and that's going to be the only flat part on the top of this course, and then he's going to hit that turnaround, going to run flat out downhill again, back toward the ski jump, back out on the River Road where it's undulating, and then he's got the last part going to be another 5 miles back up to the finish line. All right, let's get back over to our women's race because we got our leader who's closing in on the finish line, but she's not going to have much of a gap because Angela Nath has been really closing over the last few miles or so. So it's Alice Alberts that leads Jodie Robertson, and Angela Nath is still in there. There is Rach McBride, Jen Annett, and also Snellgrove from Canada. Iueda from Japan is hanging in there. At last gap, it was 10:07, but now you know that that's going to blow out to around about 12 minutes or so. Joanna Ryter struggling down there at about 21 minutes, which is also going to blow out, but it's all this young lady right now, Alice Alberts, as she brings her bike home to Lake Placid here. She's going to head into transition area and head out onto the Hoka Run course in first place today, and I think for a very first time in professional racing, that is going to be something that's going to be new to her, and how is she going to tackle that as she runs out?
Yeah, I mean, she's in unfamiliar territory to be leading an Ironman race and come off the bike in that lead position. I mean, I'm sure she will have a big smile on her face with all the crowd support and everything and be super happy with the position she's in. But you have to keep your calm I mean, it is exciting times. You get off the bike, you're charged up, you're leading this race, and beating women that maybe she did have the confidence to lead off the bike, but I feel like she'll be thinking, be pretty happy with the position she has off the bike. And then, keep your wits about you. Be smart. Don't go out too fast. Here we've got Jodie Robertson on screen. We believe she's in third place. Angela Nath, yes, currently third place woman. Angela Nath moved up into second position. And Jodie Robertson, I'm not sure if she's on the out section or the back section.
She's coming home, so she's got one more left-hand turn to make, and then she will make her way back into Lake Placid Club Drive with 2 left-hand turns to go. Jodie Robertson has been facing a few of the little challenges that face all athletes out there on race day. There's been a mechanical. How do you deal with the mechanical? How do you stay, with that frame of mind there, Marinda? Because when things go awry like that, your mind can go awry as well. You have to keep the calm and just trust the plan, stay to the plan, and know that getting to the finish line is the first priority. Second priority is keeping a good, straight mind there, but it's hard when something creeps in.
Yeah, I've always preached to all my athletes that I coach now, and from my coaches, to visualize every possible thing that could happen in a race. Although I don't know that you'd visualize your front nutrition whole thing falling off your bike. That one is a sort of doesn't normally happen. It's not something that would normally happen, but it's not something you can't, in the moment you deal with every single adversity as it comes. And I think she did a good job. She stopped. She maybe lost a minute, maybe a little more. But she, in the end, put it down her front and off she went. So we're looking at the time gaps here, though, and they've come down. Angela Nath is only 42 seconds behind Alice Alberts in the last mile of the bike, and then we'll have Jodie Roberts. I don't think she'll be too far behind Angela, maybe another minute back. It's going to be a tight transition.
Yeah, Jodie Robertson, up into third place throughout, just, dropping down into third place. But it's Alice Alberts right now. There we go, Alex Sharp. Go, Alice, he says. And, yep, certainly Alice is having a great day today. Coming in toward the last part of the bike ride right now. She's only a half a mile away from the transition area. She's got a left-hand turn, then a right-hander past the ice rink, and then a left-hander past Lake Placid High School. And then after the high school, it is straight in to transition area there. Alice Alberts is going to get out onto the run course in first place today. Will she be able to contain herself going down the first couple of miles, or will she let it all hang out?
Yeah, she kind of did a shoulder check there, but it was the motorbike coming up. Don't worry, you're clear, Alice. You are going to lead off the bike onto this Hoka Human Fly run course. So looking forward to seeing her come in off the bike, and those first steps are always telling. I always like to watch the athletes come off. Nobody ever looks fantastic hopping off the bike for those first few steps are generally a little tender, but how quickly can they settle into their pace? And that's what we're really looking for, the athletes that look loose and relaxed after sort of a half a mile or a mile. That's sort of, the telling sign that they've paced well on the bike and they have done the work and they've done a lot of transition and brick workouts and are ready for this marathon. So here we go. We see her coming in off the bike. She will unclip. I believe she's left her feet in her pedal. She'll unclip here and hop off, and off she will go.
All right, so we now have over an hour of swimming today for Alice Alberts, and she now rode 5:03:41 today. A great bike from Alice Alberts here. No wonder she's in the lead. A very, very quick bike ride. And in second place, it's going to be Angela Nath, who is also going to have an exceptional bike time there today. And then it's going to be Robertson. So Robertson has now slipped back to about 3.5 minutes or so, but Alice Alberts has been very, very strong in the first two disciplines today. With one to go, she has a handy lead over Angela Nath of Canada as well. So Alice Alberts just leading in there. 5:04, 5 hours flat there for Angela Nath. 5 hours and 4 seconds. That is a smoking hot bike course time today, with 3 minutes around about 3:36 faster Then our leader today, Alice Alberts. So Angela Nath has really put the hammer down, and now we know that Angela's going to be good for about a 3:30 to a 3:35 run split. Can Alice go better than that? And who is going to come up from behind here? We know that the faster runners like Jodie Robertson has still got a shot. Rach McBride is in the race, and then Ayueda that we were talking about a little bit ago has a very, very fast 3:02 to 3:05 marathon. So what is the deficit going to be for Ueda? So things are going to get very interesting toward the end of our women's race. But right now, the Wahoo Element Bolt says 5:03.41 for Alice Alberts as she now makes her way out onto the Rohoka Run course.
Yeah, and she looks great off the bat. I mean, she looks smooth. She seemed to be smiling a little bit coming into transition, so she's in good spirits. And I think whenever an athlete's in good spirits like that, they've hydrated well and they've fueled well. I think you don't get a smile from an athlete if they're bonking. So she's done a good job of fueling well, and she looks good. She looks smooth at the start of this bike. This section, as we mentioned earlier, is a little downhill. So
I wouldn't say a little.
A lot. I haven't been there. It does look like she's running downhill, but yeah, talking to someone on the side, they're probably saying, "Don't run beside me."
You know who? That looked like Matt Lieta, but no, actually, no, it was a lot faster than Matt.
Yeah, and he had hair.
There we go. All right, Alice Alberts heading out onto the run course. She's going to make that right-hand turn. Coming up in another 1 or 2 blocks here, and then she will be out onto the course proper, and that's going to be the very, very big downhill section. Here comes Angela Nath. Yes, Dave Downey, she is having a great day, just like you did 4 weeks ago in Ironman Coeur d'Alene when you hurried to the finish line in a time of 16... No, sorry. Back to the action. All right, so that is Angela Nath now running downhill, and she's about to strap the fuel belt on, and there she goes. So Angela running out nicely, had a great bike ride today, 5 hours flat and 4 seconds. So here we go on that down section, and look at that, Marinda, look at the steepness of this road.
That's telling, isn't it? The angle there. That's a quad crusher to start a race downhill like that. So hopefully these women have done their homework and done some downhill running, because that will come back and bite you at the end of the run if you haven't done some downhill running and hardened your quads up to that sort of running. Here we're back with Jodie Robertson coming off the bike third. She's a little further down than I expected, but Jodie is probably the best runner of those 3 women. So the question will be whether she is carrying some fatigue in from Ironman Coeur d'Alene only 4 or 5 weeks ago. So Jodie Robertson just about to come in off the bike there. We have the first time check. Angela Nath at 1:11 down from Alice. So Angela running, well, that's just after transition, so a little bit slower transition than Alice. Alice looking great here at this opening mile, I should say, and running downhill super smooth. Yeah, I like the way she looks so far. I think she's going to be super happy to be in this position, and she's going to hold on to it for as long as she can.
Sort of looks like Chelsea Sodoro's turnover as well. I love how Chelsea ran the Ironman race course last year. All right, so Jodie Robertson comes in with a 5:05.23. I think that's very respectable on a day where you know that she spent about 2 minutes on the side of the road and trying to get going again. And also, I think, Marinda, that sometimes an athlete will... sort of, freak out a little bit and think, well, I got to get myself back into the race and just go that extra hard to sort of make up on where they left off. But personally, I think that's the wrong thing to do. It's just, you just got to suck it up and just know that, it's one of those things that happened and just keep going. So here's Jodie coming in right now. You can still see that water, container, and also, just stuck down the front of her outfit there that she did, take off the bike and put down the front of her top there. So unfortunately, it did fall off at around about 25 to 30 miles to go on the bike ride today. But Alice Alberts is our leader in our women's race here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. In second place, Angela Nath, and Jodie Robertson just off the bike in third place.
Yeah, and Jodie did look like she was running a little gingerly off the bike there. So, I mean, actually, she did have her bike shoes on still. So that I don't think anyone looks graceful running with their bike shoes and their cleats on.
Only you would be the only person that would make it look good.
Yeah,
with your springy turnover.
But Jodie Robertson, yeah, I think the first miles will be really telling. And I think it'll just more be, nothing, she's a fantastic runner. She has a pedigree to run fast, and she is probably the class runner of these top three. But my question mark is the fatigue from Ironman Coeur d'Alene. That's a big ask to do 2 Ironman within that time frame, within a month. So whether she's recovered well enough and she has what it takes to put together another really fast marathon. I'm really liking the way Alice Alberts is looking. She's looking great here. She looks composed. She's got relaxed shoulders, a nice high arm carriage there, high turnover. She looks springy on her feet. She's got the wind behind her right now, and I think she's enjoying this lead.
So we can tell you that about 14 seconds goes back to our leader here, Alice Alberts from Angela Nath. Angela is now 125 after coming out at 111 there. So we've got a leader here. Her name is Alice Alberts, and this is the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. High up in the Adirondack Mountains in Upper New York State, this is Lake Placid. The Ironman, celebrating 25 years in 2024. It's going to be a commemorative year, and we can't wait to see what happens next year. But now, don't go away. We'll be right back with plenty of action after this.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and we are with the lead female here, Alice Alberts. But we've had a bit of movement behind Alice. We've had information from the course that Jodie Robertson came in to transition and has not yet come out of the change tent. She was looking a little rough, so hopefully she's okay and she can pull herself together. Again, quick turnaround from Ironman Coeur d'Alene only a month ago, so we'll see how that plays out in the coming moments. But we have behind her was Annett, and then quickly behind her, Rach McBride. So we have a race on our hands for third place.
Really do. So it is Annett that has gone out on the race course at 5:55 down behind our leader, and that is just 4.5 minutes down on second place. So here we can see now Annett is now running nicely out on course there. That is the second of our Canadians today. We had 4 Canadians inside of the top 5, making that right-hand turn. Very steep downhill at this point of time, whereas Alice Alberts right now is running on the flats right by the horse grounds. And then after the horse grounds, it goes down a little bit. So here we are with the Morton transition to Alice Alberts from the USA, 133, smoking hot. Annett as well, 135. Angela Nath just on the little bit of a slower side there, 29 seconds behind our leader in third. So they are Morton transition 2 times.
Yeah, and we have Annett there in third place. She was really gunning for a Kona spot here, so she'll have to get up into second place because I believe the 2 women ahead do not have Kona slots either. So it's really obviously a race for the podium and a race for the rights to win this race, but also a ticket to Kona.
Rach has gone out in 4th place here at 7 minutes and 34 seconds down, and 8:25. Jodie has finally gotten out of transition area. Something obviously was a little bit wrong with Jodie Robertson, so just trying to rectify the problem there. So great to see that Jodie has now made her way outside a transition area onto the run course. She was a former marathon runner, so it's great to see her at least giving herself the opportunity to get out there and have a great day.
And Ironman Maryland, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, is perfect for first-timers and those seeking their personal best. The people of Cambridge rally around the race to make crossing the finish line feel like coming home. Crabby Nation will be with you on your journey to become an Ironman, culminating in a spirited run through downtown Cambridge. Become a Crabby on September 16. Register now at ironman.com/IM North America.
Well, I want to become a Crabby. I'm going down there for sure.
I've done Eagleman, a few times. So does that make? Am I a Crabby, or you got to do You got to do the full Ironman?
No, you got to do the whole thing, yeah, mate.
No, I'm not a Crabby.
Sorry,
then.
mate.
Sorry.
Come again. All right, Joe Skipper leads our men's race down here at this point of time, and Joe is still looking very good. Now he's back on the uphill section here. He'll be uphill in a hurry. This is the corner that it does rise up very, very sharply. So Joe's got about a half a mile before he makes that left-hand turn onto the main street of Lake Placid. Then he'll make the right turn on Lake Placid Club Drive, and that's where the special needs will be. There'll be a Red Bull Energy station up there as well, and they go past Mirror Lake, and that's where most of the crowd will be laying their tents today. All the Tri Clubs are up there. Over 300 of the Tri Club members racing along here today at the Athletic Brewing Lake Placid. This is a part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, and Joe wants the victory. And look at this. He is just stretching it out right now, just about to hit that hard uphill grinding section here, but he looks like he's in full control.
And just a reminder that in 2024, Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, will celebrate its 25th anniversary. Lake Placid is an iconic race venue. Custom merchandise will be available to commemorate this significant milestone, including apparel, accessories, and collectibles. There will be a parade to honor all athletes who have pushed their limits on these hallowed grounds. Register for the silver anniversary of Ironman Lake Placid. Registration, opens on July 31st. This event will sell out, so don't miss out.
Well, I tell you what, a big mover in the field right now is Matt Hanson, because right up to he was just over 10 minutes getting off the bike here today, and now moving into about 8.5 miles into the run. Matt Hanson is now 7:10, so he's taken out 3 minutes running along at 5:47 average pace. So he's still running at around about 20 seconds a mile faster than Joe Skipper. So that is good news for him. Ben Hoffman, however, is running along at 6-minute pace at this point in time, the second fastest on the course. So well done to Ben, hanging in there at 39 years of age. Right here on screen, lovely turnover. Arm carriage is still happening out here and looking good.
Yeah, looking great, and super consistent. He's at 6-minute pace, and Joe Skipper's at 6:09 for that last portion, and so he's hanging in there at same, and so taking out 9 seconds a mile. You do the math. I can't do the math that easily. Someone help us. How long will it take Ben to catch Joe if they stay around 10 seconds a mile different?
Well, it's going to be, probably around about that 12-mile mark they'll link up together if, I'm doing the math properly here. So I would imagine that, if Ben keeps on going like this, it's going to be a very, very close race. But maybe, just before or just after the turnaround, we might have, two athletes, coming together here. And I think that, more so on probably the downside, maybe toward the River Road on the out and back. That would be a great fight, because it would be an uphill battle all the way back in.
I think it would be actually, I got a second to do the math there. I think it would be around 20 miles.
So there you go. That is the River Road, when they make the right-hand turn to come back into town. So right at the River Road there. So you're looking, at about 8 or 9 miles from here, and you'll see that that point happen. But right now, Joe has just turned out a 6:34, but we can tell you that that's an uphill mile as well. So he is now due to go through at 12 miles and around about 7 minutes from now. So Ben Hoffman applying the pressure. And I would imagine that Joe Skipper, once he gets up onto Lake Placid Club Drive at Mirror Lake there in front of the crowd, they're going to get up on their toes. They're going to be running at a fast pace. But it will be who is going to be the toughest when it comes down to it at the very end. Skipper in another great battle with Ben Hoffman, when I remember back to Ironman Florida just a few years ago. But we are going uphill. But right now, we'll go to a break and we'll breathe on the other side.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Well, we're in for an action-packed finish on the men's race for sure as Joe Skipper just rounds out the 10% climb back up into Lake Placid. Ben Hoffman is now 150 down on our leader, running around about a similar pace. However, on our women's side of things right now, it is really heating up with Alice Alberts in the lead of this race, and the weather right now presented by Roka.
Weather right now, as you can see, athletes look a little warm. It's heating up. It's at 75 Fahrenheit. That's 24 degrees Celsius. Doesn't look like many clouds in the sky, so very clear sky. Humidity's at 57%. The wind, not much there, 1 mile per hour southwest. So UV index is right up there now at 7.5. So yeah, hot. And not much reprieve, no wind, high, medium humidity, but I think when the temperature gets up in the high 70s, that's when, and no wind, that's when it starts to become, tough.
Yeah, these athletes here are lucky that it's not up in the high 80s or into the 90s today, because with this humidity and no wind out there, it would be awful. So now they are enjoying a very, very nice set of conditions. The Flex 90 program allows athletes that register in the first 90 days of the registration is open. The flexibility to defer. Transfer or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact those benefits up until 45 days before the race. If your plans change, your race can too. All right, there he is, Joe Skipper. He's about to make the right-hand turn there. You can see on the left-hand side or the bottom of the screen, the Olympic oval there, and that is the transition. He's making the right-hand turn on Lake Placid Club Drive. Go up toward the special gear bags there. He'll be able to reach into his bag of tricks. If so, he has that opportunity. If not, he will have to rely on whatever's out there, and that is Gatorade Endurance Formula. Red Bull is in the energy drink section there as well, and the Morton gels found on course are going to fuel our athletes here today. So up onto Lake Placid Club Drive they go, and they will be heading past Mirror Lake, exactly where they swam around about 6 hours and 28 minutes ago.
Yeah, around about. Joe Skipper. I think he probably has received splits back to Ben Hoffman now, so he is running with a little bit more urgency. He seemed a little more relaxed before. He's a little bit of a grimace on the face now, and maybe pushing a little harder, because now, in the last time check at least, they were running basically the same time. So I think, he's asking for more splits. What's the split back? So yeah, I'm sure he is very keen to hear what's going on behind him, how much of a buffer he has between him and Ben Hoffman, but at least I think he's very aware of what's going on behind him.
No special needs back for Skip?
No special needs, not necessary, I guess. Now we have Ben Hoffman coming up that 10% climb, as you mentioned. He doesn't look as bothered as Skipper did earlier. Skipper maybe pushing a little bit harder than Ben. Ben, obviously a veteran, done this course, hasn't been anytime soon, 12 years ago, but I'm sure he remembers that climb from back in 2010 and 2011. But yeah, he seems cool, calm and collected, and he knows the time splits. I'm sure the second place athlete always has better splits than the first place athlete.
I always say that's the hardest part of this run course, because it's not the 10% grade that they went around just a few moments ago. It's that barbecue smell coming out of that incredible restaurant on the corner right next to the fire station. The Barbie there is happening there, Rinny. Let me tell you right now, the hamburgers and just makes me even hungrier. All right, there we go. We got our tri-clubs out there. You can see all of their tents there supporting all their athletes and supporting all of our pros and age group athletes out on course. This is one of our tri-club events here. We got over 300 tri-clubs in today's event, with our 2,200 athletes overall in today's event here. So great to see all of our tri-clubs registered. There is over 10,000 tri-clubs registered in triathlon, and over 160,000 athletes athletes worldwide represent those tri clubs.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? The Tri Club is out there. The support out there on course too is always nice. But nice to be a part of a team. I think joining a Tri Club always makes things nicer when you turn up to a race and have club mates racing too. More of a better community. Or
did you have a Tri Club in Australia?
Way back when, yeah, we had a small Tri Club, SRAM Racing Team, way back in the day. But yeah, then I went pro and started. Well, I guess it was Team Sirius with Siri.
Siri Lindley.
Siri Lindley, yeah.
Oh, one of the most successful coaches out there. And you're going to ask me?
Oh, sorry, Welshie. I bet you did have a Tri Club.
Yeah, Cronulla Triathlon Club. Come on, man.
Yeah.
We won the Aussie.
Very famous.
Yeah, we won the
Who
Aussie
else?
champs there.
And tell me who else came from that Tri Club.
Maybe Craig Alexander, McKeely Jones, just a few more. You know, Peter Robertson, three-time world champion, Olympic distance racer. But Alice Alberts probably belongs to a Tri Club. We'll have to find out exactly which one it is. Angela Nath slipped back now to 126. Annett goes up into the third spot there at 5:55. Rach McBride is down at 7:55. There's Jodie Robertson coming out of the transition area in fifth place at 8:54. And there's Snellgrove from Canada at 9:49 there. So all inside of 10 minutes. We got our top 6 women, which is a great race. And there is Alice just running along nicely. I'd like to see her put that nutrition somewhere else so that she can free up that right hand.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I carried one in one hand, but I would always switch hands to give it a break. But we have Jen Annett on screen here. I'm waiting for a split because the only one we have is from the first half mile, and she was moving in that first half mile. She was the fastest on course in that first half mile at like 5:33. Sorry, Alice Alberts was right around the same time. So she was moving, and she actually looks great here. Jen Annett is not renowned for her run pedigree. She typically is a monster biker, and then sort of runs well, but not her best leg, I should say. But she looks super smooth and super comfortable here. So maybe she's sort of held back a little on the bike and is backing her run today. But I'm sure she is hungry to try and catch up to Angela Nathan. I believe she's running faster than Angela at this point. So second place will be, in her sights coming up shortly. I don't know. I guess she's still a few minutes back behind Angela. But I bet she's got her mind on that second place.
Well, I tell you who is running really well and is a strength of running, and that is Matt Hanson. He's now just dipped under that 7-minute barrier there, so Matt Hanson is now up into 4th position there at 6:54 down. So now he's going to try and hone in on Josh Amberger, which is about 3 minutes and 10 seconds up the road. Ben Hoffman is still at 150 down from Joe Skipper, but Joe has just gone through the 12.1 mile area, and he is running along at 6:29 pace at this point of time. So 1:14.37 for the first 12.1 miles here. Joe is running very, very well, and as is Alice Alberts here. She's running along at a 6:22 mile here, but Angela Nathan at 6:03. A 5:33 for Jen Annett, but you know that is the downhill mile going past the horse grounds and getting out onto the river road.
Yeah, so the next time split we'll get, Alice has gone through the second time split, and she's in just a 7-minute pace now. She's sort of settled into that after that downhill. And I'm interested to see how Angela Nath's doing in that those 3 miles. It'll be really telling to see where Angela is, and then Jen Annett, and obviously Rach McBride. And Jodie Robertson, as we said, she probably took about 4 minutes plus in transition. So hopefully she's collected herself. Maybe she just needed a moment to collect herself after the mechanical that she had on her bike. And again, it's a tight turnaround from Coeur d'Alene. So I'm glad she's out on the run course, and hopefully she can find her run leg. So we'll see how that plays out in the coming miles. But we have Alice Alberts from America on screen here. We mentioned earlier she was 3rd overall at the 2021 Ironman World Championship event in St. George, and she placed 11th here last year, and then was, I believe, 5th at Ironman Texas. So she's starting to get some good results, but this is going to be by far the race that will put her on the map. So really great to see new faces coming into the sport, moving up from the age group division into the pro ranks with success.
Well, heading through that halfway point on the run course in the men's race, we've got some breaking news, and that is Ben Hoffman. The Hoff has now taken out another 14 seconds from Joe Skipper, now down at 1:36. So the Hoff is on the move in the men's race, but in the women's race right now, this is Alice Alberts having the race of her life. She's in front of Angela Nath, Annett, Rach McBride, and Jodie Robertson. There is Erin Snellgrove in there from Canada as well. So it's 4 Canadians up against 2 Americans in the women's race. Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, continues right after this.
You're watching Athletic Brewing's Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana.
Well, it's getting very interesting in both of our races right now because Alice Alberts seems to be just running away with it just a little bit. Annett is hanging on really well. Angela Nath is just running along steadily. As we go through the Red Bull Energy Zone, that's exactly what Ben Hoffman is applying to his race now. And the pressure is being applied because the energy going through his body is a lot faster than what it is going through Joe Skipper's. Over the last couple of miles, he's averaged out about 5 to 6 seconds faster per mile. So Ben Hoffman, the 39-year-old from Tucson, Arizona, the father of 2, the husband of Kelsey, is doing just magnificent right now as he now approaches the 14-mile mark, and then it is all downhill to the River Road. Once they get out onto the River Road, that will be the only flat and undulating section before that last 5-mile grind all the way back up into town. Going past the special needs zone at the moment, you can see that Hoffman is just struggling just that little bit. You can see that side by side, the arm carriage there just swinging the body perpetually in front of each other. Look at the hips, square to the target, driving the knees just nicely, and the stride length is still there, Marinda, so not too much to really be critical about. However, he made sure he got all of his nutrition going through that aid station.
As I said earlier, I think he just looks cool, calm and collected. His shoulders are relaxed, his arm carriage is good, his turnover's good. He's holding, in the last few miles, again, 10 seconds a mile faster than Joe Skipper, and now, at 1:36 back. Once we get under that minute, that's when, that's what as an athlete, I feel like that's when you're like, okay, usually you can almost see them. This course is a little windy, so you may not be able to see that far ahead, but on a straightaway, you can kind of see, and that's when it's like the focus is tunnel vision to the front of the race. But I think Ben's looking fantastic right now, and just love to see it.
We saw Michael Weiss going the other way out there in fifth position just a moment ago. So in first place, let's get you up to speed. Joe Skipper, Ben Hoffman in second, Josh Amberger in third, and in fourth place it was Matt Hanson, and then in fifth place Michael Weiss. And now we go over to Rach McBride here, just getting through that aid station, making sure that a lot of that ice water is going over the head because it is heating up right here with Rach McBride on the River Road right now. We had a chance to catch up with Rach with the AFC.
I always come to my races to win. This is actually the first Ironman that I ever heard of in my life. When I first started as an adult athlete, I was up in Ottawa, and this was a popular race for all the Ottawa folks to come down to. So I have this love of like Ironman distance, and I spent about 5 years trying to tackle the distance, and last year it put it on the back burner to race a lot more gravel and 70.3, and this year I really wanted to get back to long distance. I feel like I'm a new me. I've just unlocked a couple of things in terms of like my training and my nutrition that feel a little bit next level, and I'm just like the happiest I've ever been in my life, and I think that really showed last year in my racing with 2 70.3 wins, and I'm here to see what I can do on the long distance and see if I can finally have one of those perfect long distance races.
That's Rach McBride, a fighting chance presented by Wahoo, looking for that perfect race. Well, off to a great start there, Rach. You had a good swim, and on the bike you were very strong, and on the run you're proving that everything is going in the right direction. Right now, Alice Alberts is the leader. Angela Nath, Annett and Snellgrove has now snuck into the top four, so there is a change there at 9:16. So Rach has now slipped back into 5th position.
Yeah, Rach has slipped back. I'm a little surprised to see Rach that far down. Rach doesn't seem like herself right now. Rach had such a great year with 70.3 victories last year. I think Rach is probably a little surprised to be this far back, but if I know anything, it's that Rach can fight, and there's a long way to go.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at the average pace over the last couple of miles, definitely going through a rough patch there at a 7:48 mile. But, knowing looking down Rach is just, checking out the heart rate and everything and just making sure that everything adds up. She's going to keep an eye on her nutrition, obviously, as, just takes a good swack of the goo there, their Morton gel just going in. And the energy needs to be constant as she runs out on the river road right now. You can see running out in the outward direction before coming back toward that ski jump and then running uphill onto Lake Placid Club Drive. Now, this is a section here. There's hardly any spectators, so there's no one really out there to give you support. So this is the part where you are definitely leaning onto your psyche and just making sure that your mental capacity is right there, and you're going to have to use all that energy at this point in time.
Yeah, and we're back with race leader Alice Alberts here, but I wanted to talk about the Snellgrove moving up into 4th position. Results we have from her from 2022. We don't have anything from 2023 that I'm aware of, but she was 8th in Mont Tremblant last year and 12th at Ironman 70.3 Eagleman. So having a great race here today as well.
All right, well, let's catch up with the VinFast performance analysis. Estimated to finish at 3:34 p.m. today at a 9:07.02 is Alice Alberts right here. Hails from the United States, 3rd overall amateur in the 2021 Ironman World Championship, 5th place at the 2022 Ironman Arizona, and also a 6th place at the 2023 Ironman Texas this year. So she seems to be on point right now. So Alice Alberts just running along with that beautiful little turnover there. We call it, half of the Ironman shuffle, but it's a good little pace and a good little turnover.
Yeah, she's looking great, and in the that opening 3 miles, she was running around 7:02 pace, and Snellgrove was running at 6:49. So the only one running a little quicker was Snellgrove, but she's 9:16 down, so it's a big ask for Snellgrove. We had Annett at about 7:28 pace. Angela Nath 7:55 pace. So. Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a bit of movement up the front on the podium.
All right, and Jodie Robertson still running in 6th position there with a 7:51 at the moment. This is the leader on our women's race, Alice Alberts. We'll see her on the other side.
Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and we are with the women here. Currently in 4th place, we have Erin Schnellgrove. She is running the fastest on course right now, or at least in those last a couple of miles. So Erin Schnellgrove looking for a podium here today, I think, at the moment, if she can hold this sort of pace. And she does look pretty good. She looks fresh. She's nice and bouncy. Pretty nice high arm carriage there. But I think, yeah, as I said, she's running fastest on course in those top women.
She's running really well at this point in time, the big mover in the women's race into 4th at the moment, but I definitely feel as though she's going to come up to Jen Annett and Angela Nath, over the next couple of miles or so and overtake and go into maybe the 2nd spot on the podium. That's a big call at this point in time, but it just looks like that she's got the momentum and it looks like she's got the energy. I mean, look at her just making sure that she takes everything in. There goes the ice down the front there. You want to make sure that you're cooling off all of those glands, in the body there. So the glands in the body, we're talking about under the arms and, in the crotch area and the groin area. And it is very, very important to keep those areas nice and cool there because that will, keep that body at an even temperate level. And that's exactly what you need to go through a race, in the heat or just, keeping that body going. We always talk about, what's your favorite analogy? How do you, bring it like that? And I always say it's like a car race. If you don't have the radiator cooled, you don't. If you overheat, you're going to blow up, right? You'll blow an engine. So it's the same sort of thing. It's not rocket science. It's just keeping your body cool.
Yeah, but in the moment, when you're on a marathon at the end of an Ironman race, sometimes simple things aren't as simple. I think, you're lower on calories, you're tired, you're fatigued, and blowing through an aid station sometimes seems like a good idea. And you're like, oh, maybe I don't feel that hot, I'm fine. But I think if you get ahead of the of that heat, then yeah, you're definitely going to be in a better place. And she seems to be taking her time and making sure she's getting cold.
VinFast performance analysis for this young lady. Erin Schnellgrove is estimated to finish at 3:39 this afternoon at 9:12. So that would be just a few minutes. That would be 5 minutes after our race leader if that was to happen at this average mile pace at the moment, which is a 6:49 for Erin Schnellgrove. That is amazing. She's really picking up the pace. And I tell you what, she is bringing it home. She's not even halfway in the run course and really, really showing a clean set of heels to the rest of the athletes right here.
Yeah, she's looking really good. That heel kick is nice and high. Knee carriage is nice and high too. She's kind of up on her toes and nice and springy still. So that's sort of telling that she's paced her bike appropriately, and she has the energy and the training. She's done the training to be able to hold this pace now. So we'll see what she looks like at the halfway point, but right now she's looking really nice.
Looking great out there, Erin Schnellgrove. So this is a great race for her as well, looking out for one of those VinFast Ironman Kona slots for our women today. There are 2 of those available. On June 16, 2024, Ironman Canton-Klagenfurt, Austria is celebrating 25 years of racing, just like here in Lake Placid. This event is known as one of the most beautiful races in the world. Swimming the turquoise waters of the Lake Wörthersee and enjoy the most atmospheric part of the swim in the Lendkanal. That is the spectator-lined streets will cheer you all the way to the cauldron-like finish line in the heart of the city. Come celebrate our 25th anniversary and experience the ultimate finish line party.
I did Klagenfurt back in the day, maybe 2016. One of my favorite race experiences of all time. Just a beautiful area. Austria, obviously, beautiful in general, but the lake swim, crystal clear waters, and then a super fast bike course, and then a pretty fast run. You get to run through town. Just one of those really fun Ironman races to do. So if you can get over to Europe, or if you live in Europe, you should definitely check that one out.
Yeah, I love that one too. I love the run course, how it was like a T shape. So you start, in transition, you go out to one point of the course, then you come back to the start finish, then you go out to another point of the course, and then you come back to the start finish. So it was always great because the crowd didn't have to move around, too much, and it was just lined across, both sides of the road. And going downtown there, through the old village there in this beautiful Canton area in Klagenfurt was absolutely gorgeous and just loved it. And you're just minutes away from Slovenia as well.
Yeah, and they have a bell, I remember, on the run course that you jump and hit. I don't remember what they did for that. I just remember running through town and like trying to jump when I was a long way into the marathon.
Did they give you a mini tramp, or you just had to jump up?
I wish there was a mini tramp, although that would probably be even worse news. We are back here at the Ironman Lake Placid, presented by Athletic Brewing. We are with the leader here, Joe Skipper. And it looks like it's a little bit of rain, actually. I bet that's welcome for the athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just coming down at the moment here, so this is a welcome relief for our athletes. A couple of clouds overhead that moved in at this hour here, so great news for the athletes to cool them down. Not so great news for the athletes finishing off their bikes, but they'll be just fine out there as Joe Skipper makes his way down to the River Road one more time, and then he'll make his way out and back before climbing up this hill that he is descending right now. So Joe Skipper leading our men's race here, 1 minute and 19 seconds from Ben Hoffman. So Ben has gone out the other way. Just a moment ago, he was closing in, and now he is just losing a little bit of time. So Skip up on the toes, and away he goes.
Yeah, Hoffman now at 1:19, but the big mover is Matt Hanson. He's now 6:35 down, and that's, a minute 40 behind Josh Amber. So Matt Hanson probably has smelling the blood in the water as well, looking to try and catch up and get on that podium. But right now we're watching images of Joe Skipper in the lead. We have Ben Hoffman from the US in second place, Josh Amberger from Australia in third, Matt Hanson in fourth, and Mikey Weiss in fifth. You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. We're going to sneak off to a break and we'll be right back.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
The Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid returns here, part of the Ironman VinFast North American Series here as the rain tumbles down in Lake Placid. Well, that's not unusual because it's one of the rainiest places up there. But it is Ben Hoffman who is closing in. I said he was 136 down before. He was 119 down behind our leader here, Joe Skipper. So Hoffman now, as he approaches the River Road for the last time, is now chasing the hunted. And that is Joe Skipper. So Hoffman now in pursuit, takes a look down at the watch, makes sure that the heart rate is in proper position there. Now he'll draw the tangent, go across to the other side of the road and head out in pursuit of our leader right now, Joe Skipper. So Marinda getting very, very interesting here with our two leaders, but these two guys have been locked in battle before.
Yeah, no stranger to battle, either of them either. I think definitely the energy is tipped in Ben's favor right now. He just seems like he's consistently just a touch faster than Joe at every time split. It's been like sort of 9 seconds. Now it's sort of 13 seconds, down to 10 seconds. So he's really just consistently running just that pinch faster than Joe Skipper. And as I said earlier, he just looks so comfortable. He is a veteran of the sport, but we said earlier as well, he's come into this race saying that he was unsure with his preparation, and I think that has helped him be able to just relax and do the race, do the best you can, take the mental energy out of expectation and trying to go out there and win, and just go and have a good time, and that's what he's doing out there today.
He's definitely having a good time because back in the 2019, it was that day that they were locked in battle, those two here, and that was Joe Skipper and Ben Hoffman. I want to remind you exactly what happened that day because it went down to a 2:39.01 run, which claimed the win for Joe Skipper, but he wasn't fastest on the day. It was Ben Hoffman with a 2:36.09, and if I remember correctly, it was only 3 weeks after Kona back in 2019. So we know that we got a race on our hands right now.
Absolutely, and just a reminder that in 2024, Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, will celebrate its 25th anniversary. Lake Placid is an iconic venue full of history. Athletes will receive a limited edition 25th anniversary gift. Custom merchandise will be available to commemorate the significant milestone, including apparel, accessories, and collectibles. There will be a special tribute to the legends of Lake Placid, as well as a parade to honor all athletes who have pushed their limits.
Ben Hoffman continuing to run down Joe Skipper here. So here he goes. We're looking at not much of a deficit coming up onto the aid station right here. So don't forget to subscribe to the Ironman YouTube channel to get exclusive access to all pro race coverage and races from across the world. That's it. The YouTube channel. That's where you find all the action. Jodie Robertson having a tough day out here in Lake Placid right now. A few issues out there on the bike course today, but definitely now running like a soldier, like a warrior. She is just hanging in there. Easy to hang up the boots on a day like this there, Rinny, but she's given it everything that she's got right now.
Absolutely, and this is tough to see. You just can almost feel that pain, right, looking at her. You can see hip flexors not feeling good, probably lower back, and just generally really working hard for every step, but soldiering on. This is the toughness of Jodie Robertson is on display here. She was a favourite coming into this race, obviously coming off a win in Ironman Coeur d'Alene. I certainly think that played a part in and what we're seeing here now, just maybe a little bit too much, 2 Ironman races in that shorter space, but I'm sure we'll hear from her after the race as well as to what went wrong, or maybe that nutrition that she dropped, maybe she wasn't able to get that in. She does look like she's a little bit bloated too, so maybe a nutritional issue, miscalculated. So Jodie Roberts here on screen, really toughing it out.
Well, toughing it out. We had a chance to catch up with a fighting chance presented by Wahoo. This is Jodie Robertson.
You go into every race believing you can, but you never expect anything. I went to school just north of here for college, actually, Crane School of Music at SUNY Potsdam. So I love this place. I feel like I've got unfinished business here. I'd love to put together a great day out there, but I think the most exciting part for me is just being able to race with the local community that I train with every day, the people that support me day in and day out. So many of them will be out there, and just that opportunity to share whatever the day may bring with them is pretty rewarding.
What's the unfinished business?
I mean, I've come in 4th and 3rd, so I guess something, hopefully better than that. I feel like I look at each race as just kind of, not like, it's more than another training day, but at the same time, it's just another opportunity to do your best, and that's what each day of training is. So that's what it really is for me. I see myself being a little behind out of the water. Not that that's ever the case. So, it'll be just a good day of trying to catch people and pick them off one at a time. That's the typical race strategy. So I'll roll with it for this weekend too. Hometown girl. I love it.
Fighting Chance presented by Wahoo. That is Jodie Robertson, a former marathon runner. She's gone to the Olympic Games qualifier races there before, so she has got that pedigree in her legs for the run, but today just struggling a little bit. But as we make our way back to the men's race here, this is Ben Hoffman. He is not struggling. He is after Joe Skipper at the moment, and he's trying to, limit that loss that he was facing here. So Ben Hoffman is now out to a little bit of a deficit.
Yeah, it looks like Ben Hoffman has lost a little bit of time in this rainy section, so I don't know is he just going through a rough patch, or is Joe Skipper putting the pedal to the metal? But for the first time in this run, Ben Hoffman's looking a little bit laboured. Maybe, his shoes are slipping in the rain. That does happen too sometimes. I don't know what running shoes he has, but I've definitely found that certain run shoes will slip a little in the rain, and so you're losing a little traction. That could be the case here. I'm just kind of hesitating a guess here as to what's going on. He does look like his face doesn't look as relaxed, but that time has gone out, so he's lost sort of 23 seconds in that last time on that last time split. But still a lot of running to go, 10 miles to go. So, yeah, again, we're in for a battle. The gloves are off for sure.
You can definitely look into those eyes and see a little bit of struggle happening at the moment, a little bit of breathing. It's laboured. You can see that he's taken some very, very deep breaths there, just with those cheeks are just, filling up with oxygen there. So Ben just struggling just a little bit. You can see that his hips are just dropping as well. Look at that, Marinda. That is a little bit of a hip drop, but this is uphill also. So Ben just looking forward, making sure that he keeps his wits about him, making sure that he's got that pace, but this is definitely a nice little grinder on that out and back on the river road right now. So Ben Hoffman just reaching the peak of that hill there. Now he's going to be going down the other side and feeling a little bit a little better about it. But now, whenever that visor goes on backwards, it's all business as well. But the sunglasses are up on top of the head. The rain is trickling down at the moment. The wind was up as well, as I saw just tunneling through the river road here a moment ago. So a little front just going through Lake Placid at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's just going through a rough patch. I'm gonna say he'll come out the other side and he'll come good again. But again, maybe the heat as well. Joe Skipper might have needed to cool off a little, and maybe now he's upped his pace. So hard to tell when we're just kind of getting this split information, but what's going through their minds, what's going on internally. But if I know anything, I know that actually all of these men are super tough, but Ben Hoffman just one of the toughest athletes out there, and he will grit it out to the finish line, no doubt about that. So definitely seeing on his face the pain that he's going through. But right now we have Joe Skipper leading the way around 1:42 to Ben Hoffman in second place, and then we have Josh Amberger in third place, Matt Hanson in fourth, making some inroads, Mikey Weiss in fifth, Cody Beals in sixth. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, boundless together. I don't know if you've seen the latest VinFast, but I've got my eye on one, that's for sure. They are very quick off the mark, but they've got great range, up over 300 miles, and we'll get to drive one over there in Kona pretty soon, and over there in Nice as well at the World Championships. But this is Ben Hoffman. He's flying along at electric pace as well, because he is sitting in second place here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. He's an Athletic Brewing athlete. So this guy right here is in complete control of what he's doing right now, but he wants to take control of the race, because as Joe Skipper up the road, he's just edging away ever so slightly right now. So Ben Hoffman just needs to go through this rough patch and then get some nutrition inside of that body, some Morton gels, Gatorade Endurance Formula, maybe find a Red Bull or two out there going through the energy zone, because he doesn't have too far to go inside of 7 miles.
Yeah, Joe Skipper just flipping the script there on us and moving back away from Ben. So Joe took about 23 seconds out of Ben in that last time split. But we have a move to third place, and that's Matt Hanson. He's moved up into third place, and now Josh Amberger's back in fourth.
Matt Hanson running along 11 seconds faster per mile than Joe Skipper, so that would be very, very interesting. And if it gets down to the last couple of miles or so, but it looks like Ben Hoffman, if he doesn't get that pace going, it looks like Matt Hanson is going to certainly put the pressure on Ben Hoffman, because now he's sitting inside of 4 minutes away from Ben Hoffman. Josh Amberge has now fallen back into 4th place at about 6:26 down, still running along nicely at about 6:54s, but is definitely the top 3 that are all running under the 6:30 mile marks right here at this point in time. And there is Ben Hoffman. He's now heading out to our turnaround here on the last turnaround on the run course here today.
And just a reminder to join us on August 27th at Ironman Canada Penticton, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. Experience all that British Columbia has to offer. An iconic course, beautiful landscapes, and one of the world's premier triathlon communities. Enjoy a swim course voted the 3rd best in North America. Take in stunning views of the
Okanagan Valley.
Thank you, Welshie. As you ride the bike course, the Penticton community will cheer you on all the way to the finish line. Register today at ironman.com/IM North America.
You know what I love about that course is those soyuz. When you get out in the Okanagan Valley, it's a great valley there. It's lots of fruit and wine making area and a growing area of BC, British Columbia up there just outside of Penticton. But once you do get towards soyuz, you make the turn and head up the Richter Pass, which is a famous bike hill on the bike course there in Canada. It's one of those most beautiful bike rides out there, and you are in British Columbia. So how can anything go wrong there? And they will be celebrating 35 years, I do believe, coming up here pretty soon. So one of the oldest standing races on the circuit. So here we go with Ben Hoffman, and we switch over to our women's race right now. So Jen Annett just still running along there nicely along the road there. She's in 2nd place, but she's getting in 3rd place, getting very, very close to Angela Nath, who's still holding down that 2nd place there. But it looks like Jen just struggling a little bit, reaching in there, just taking on board a little bit of nutrition there. So this becomes the tough point of the course here today, getting into the the middle part of the run.
And right now, actually, Jen Annett is 1 minute and 45 seconds behind Angela Nath. So she's making inroads. That was probably 2:20, 2:30 at the last time check. So Jen Annett actually making inroads to that podium, and also a Kona slot.
Yeah, the Kona slot is what a lot of the women are looking for today, and the men for next year in 2024 as they go back to Kona as well. But it is Alice Alberts having it all of her own way at the moment. The only person that's holding pace is Snellgrove from Canada, and she is really moving along. Erin Snellgrove is the one that's really got the pace going at a 6:40 here at the moment, and guess who's coming back into the fray as well? Only 17 minutes down. Ayueda from Japan has now got the fastest legs out in the women's competition at this point of time, running along at a 6:38, and maybe she'll run into one of those positions where she can qualify for the Ironman World Championship, brought to you by VinFast, October 14 in Kona.
Yeah, I think we have Jen Annett on the screen here, but Snellgrove is running 30 seconds faster per mile. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Actually, I've got some wrong.
Yeah, Snellgrove is running along here really, really nicely, at 6:40s.
It's a minute 35, minute 40 between her and Jen Annett.
Yeah, so I do believe that Snellgrove is going to run up onto the back of Jen Annett here pretty soon in the next couple of miles or so. But then the million-dollar question is Angela Nath. So I do think that Snellgrove has got a great opportunity to go right up on the podium into 2nd place here. And that will probably end up being in about 5 to 6 miles time from now. But Alice Alberts is still extending a lead on 2nd place. So Alice is having the race of her life at this point in time, running along at a 6:52 mile pace right now, and this is exactly what Jen Annett has to keep doing. keep fueling up. It is humid. Keep that ice going down the suit. Keep your body temperature down, and then you'll be able to give yourself the opportunity to having a good race. And look at this on the downhill that you see Jen and Annett just take off. Isn't it crazy that you see them on the ascent and their leg turnover is so slow, but once they hit that downhill section, this is exactly what we saw Ben Hoffman on his first loop when we saw him going up this climb. And then once they hit the top of that, a nice little pimple in the road, a nice little downhill section. So the women's race is getting very interesting with Erin Snellgrove in 4th position. She is clawing away up toward the podium. She's after Alice Alberts. Has she got enough room to win? We'll just have to wait and see on the other side of this break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
You are watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here, and on screen we have Matt Hanson. He's made his way up onto the podium in 3rd position right now, running fastest on course, but still a ways to Ben Hoffman. So Ben Hoffman's at 1:42 behind Joe Skipper, Matt Hanson sitting at 6:07, but Matt Hanson definitely fastest on screen there. And we're going to go over to the weather presented by Hoka. Right now it's 72, and as you can see, a little rain around. It's cooled off. It was 75 earlier, so down to 72. That's 22 degrees Celsius with a little rain, as I said. Feels like around 70, 21. Humidity down to 37%. The winds come up just a touch, still not much. 4 kilometers per hour out of the west, and UV index is at 7.9. So still high at UV. I think the rain will be a little welcome for the athletes, but yeah, as I said, Matt Hanson on screen here. He's 38 years old, from the United States. He was 2nd place at 2022 Ironman Arizona last year, 1st place at 2022 Ironman Des Moines, and 2nd place at 2022 Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga. And the estimated finish time for the men is 8:03 at 2:28 p.m. So the VinFast performance analysis gives us average pace of 6:06 minutes per mile for Matt Hanson.
Look at that estimated finish time of 8:03.03. Matt Hanson is on the move. Check out that long stride and look at him just bounding away here. He is coached by the legendary Julie Dibbins, and I tell you what, this guy is on form because look at the length of that stride. It's about twice the length of everybody else right now. And Matt Hanson is on the charge. And we did say before the show, Rennie, that he had to be within about 14 minutes or so to give himself a good shot at winning this race, provided the other guys were going to slow down a little bit on the marathon. And today, that Joe Skipper, that Ben Hoffman, they've got the ability to run in the 240s all the time. But this guy here, Matt Hanson, on a hard run course, my goodness, this might be a sub 240 on a race course like this.
It'll be very interesting to see what he can put together. But this is textbook Matt Hanson. He has like a run stride that's just longer than everyone else's. He kind of like bounds when he's running, and it looks like he's overstriding, but for him, this is natural. This feels good. This is how he runs when he's jogging. This is how he runs when he runs fast. When he's jogging, although he still runs probably, just over 6 minute miles on an easy run. But this is, as I said, textbook Matt Hanson. He is working super hard out there and trying to make up as much road as possible. And if any of the men in front of him falter, then he'll be there to snatch a second or first place.
Well, there you go. Joe Skipper and Ben Hoffman have company now, and the company is in the form of Matt Hanson. He's come into the picture here and only at 6 minutes down at last check. And I tell you what, coming from you, Marinda, being one of the fastest ever in the women's field, you and Annie Haug, Heather Fear, I mean, Laurie Bowden back in the day, Lisa Bentley, and there's lots of other women that you can talk about with those very, very fast run splits. But coming from you says something. And what do you pick up out of Matt Hanson's, stride length other than others?
He just looks great. He doesn't look like he's labouring at all. And we might have caught him on like a flat or a downhill section where we've seen a lot of Ben Hoffman and Joe Skipper on some uphill sections and the downhill too. So he just looked like he was cruising. He looked like he was comfortable. The other two guys ahead of him seemed to be grimacing a little more at this stage of the run. But again, he's going to have to, it's going to be a monumental effort for him to catch up, 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes in 10 miles, sorry. So still a lot of work for Matt to do. But again, if the men up ahead falter one bit, he'll be there to pounce.
Well, I tell you what, the knee-driving action from Alice Alberts as opposed to the bounding capacity of someone like Matt Hanson couldn't be further from each other's styles right now. But you know that this young lady now going past the horse grounds as she makes her way back up into town here. This is the hardest part of the run course. A little respite at the moment for about a half a mile, and then it kicks up to about a 10 to 12% grade right at the corner of Lake Placid town. Then they make the right-hand turn onto Lake Placid Club Drive, and it's flat up there. They get the special needs. They get a little respite on the flat section, but then it's going to be downhill. As now you see the front that went through just a moment ago, the steam will come out of the road. The temperature will kick up. The humidity will kick up, and everything will be thrown at them from the weather conditions to the competition, and this will be an exciting finish, but it's going to be a tough one.
Absolutely, yeah. There's still a lot of running to be had. Women are around 8.2 miles into the run. That's only 13k in, so they're not quite at the halfway point. Still a few miles to go before they make the halfway point. But interesting movement in the women's race. Well, not movement yet, but there's a minute separating Angela Nath and Jen Annett now. So Jen Annett running up towards Angela Nath. But it's only a minute 10 back to Snellgrove, and Snellgrove is still running about 10 to 12 seconds faster than Jen Annett per mile. So I think there's going to be a lot of movement here in the next few miles.
Whatever's in that bottle in the right hand of our race leader right now, Alice Alberts, she's not letting go of that. She's taking everything through the the aid station with the left hand there. Under the shower she goes just to get a little bit of the cooling action there of that cool water coming out of those showers, and then just going through that aid station, collecting everything with the left hand. That was pretty amazing. I had never seen that before.
I was just going to say, interesting that she likes to have that bottle that she's carrying in her right hand, but she's running past the aid stations and they're on her right. So it makes it hard to pick up those waters. If I was a coach, I would coach her to practice in both hands, because in different countries and different places where you race, the aid stations might be on the right, the aid stations might be on the left. And plus, carrying in the right hand the whole time, it sort of throws your stride off. I'm sure she's used to it. She's probably practiced this a lot, but I would definitely suggest evening yourself out and switching up that. It'll make it easier for the aid stations when you come to them. Even if you just switch it out for that aid station and then switch it back, maybe it's not easy to pull out, but that would be something that I would suggest for her, just to make her life a little easier.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, when I used to run back in the day with a water bottle like that, I'd have to switch it in hands, because otherwise I'd be getting a little bit lopsided. A little bit lopsided, and also bringing on cramps, especially at this time of the course. All right, the Flex 90 program allows athletes to register. In the first 90 days that registration is open, the flexibility to defer, transfer, or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact these benefits up until 45 days before the race. If your plans change, your race can too. Well, Skip's race hasn't changed. As a matter of fact, it's gotten better because he's 2 minutes and 21 seconds up on second place right now, and that is Ben Hoffman. Hoff is just fading back a little bit, but Skip's keeping the pace up. But it's a fast-charging American. Matt Hanson is now smelling the blood in the water and wants a part of the action up front. Skipper has a good lead, but now it is Hanson at 6:03, but running along about 20 seconds faster per mile than both of those athletes in second and third. We have an incredible finish coming up here. Can Matt Hanson pull another one out of the bag? He's done it before. His run splits show, and today maybe another day that he can do it. This is the River Road, and look at the steam coming out of the ground right now. We had a downpour just a few moments ago. It's hot, it's humid, and we are ready for some fast finishing hot action right after this.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and we are with race leader Joe Skipper. And right now he's running away from Ben Hoffman for the first half of the marathon. Hoff was making inroads and slowly chipping away, but now Joe Skipper either sort of felt the heat coming from behind and picked it up, or Ben Hoffman maybe had a bit of a rough patch. Either way, it is going well for Mr. Skipper here. He's looking good, aggressive on the run here right now, up on his toes and looking like he's enjoying himself.
Nah, Skip looks great. I think he's really elevated the game at this point in time. You know, him and Matt Hanson are running along at about 6:07, 6:09 pace on average here. So it looks like Skip's got everything in control at the moment. You can see that after the downpour, the steam coming out of the road, the humidity is really showing its teeth at the moment. The temperature might not be too high, but the humidity really does act, you know, not in the favor of the athletes here on a hot afternoon. So with 6 miles to run, Skipper now has a 2:21 lead over Hoffman and Hanson at 6:03. Amberge is hanging in there. He really wants that spot to the Ironman World Championship coming up September 12th in Nice. Skipper's qualified. So is Hoffman. So is Hanson. So Amberge needs to keep it together and get across that finish line in the top 5 to have a chance of getting one of those spots. But Skip right now looks great. Arm carriage is fine, stride's fine, everything needs to be mentally fine and also physically fine. So his nutrition is the only thing that can stand between him and a victory right now at the finish line.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think he looks really good now. He looked a little, maybe 3 or 4 miles ago, or before the downpour, really, he looked like he was starting to grimace a little bit, and maybe he was just going through a bit of a rough patch. But now he looks great. He's cooled off. The rain came through. He's a new man. He's ready to tear apart this last 10 miles of the run and take that victory.
Skip up and down on the way back on the River Road. Doesn't have too far to go before making that right-hand turn. Then he'll head up the road past the horse grounds, past the ski jump, and then that gnarly 10 to 12% grade before he heads into town. After that, he'll head up onto on Lake Placid Club Drive, and then after the U-turn Lake Placid Club Drive, it's straight into the Olympic Oval to take the victory here in Lake Placid. Will he have the legs to do it? We'll have to wait and see. But the lady who's leading our way in the women's professional division, Alice Alberts, at this point in time, after 7 and a bit hours into the race day, holds a 5:56 lead on Angela Nath. There's Jen Annett in third spot. Erin Snellgrove is running along at 8 minutes down. And also Rach McBride at 13:22, now losing time. So Rach has lost around about 6 minutes over the last couple of miles or so on third and fourth positions here, but it's all Alice Alberts at the moment. She's had a great run today. She's been in the lead for quite some time. A good swim, even better bike ride, and now off onto the run, just claiming it.
Absolutely, yeah. She still looks great in there. She's only, she's in between 8 and 12 miles right now on the run. We probably will get another time split coming up here soon. But she is, as I said, nice lead. 6 minutes almost on Angela Nath, and then another minute on Jen Annett, another minute 8 minutes down to Schnellgrove. So, I mean, I think she's enjoying this lead. I'm sure it's a hard work. It never is easy work doing a marathon off a bike and pushing all the way to the finish line. But it's great to see her out there just leading the way and, getting, I think, her first pro podium performance. As I said, she was an age grouper, raced in 2021 at the Ironman World Championships event and finished 3rd overall. Got a pro card, and yeah, she's just going from strength to strength here.
Well, the sun may be shining. You can see the torrential downpour and the puddles build up on the side of the road there. Hot and humid conditions, but nothing like hot and humid conditions of Kona. This is a fighting chance. This is age grouper Jess Zeiss, and she is trying to get one of those qualifying spots for this year's VinFast Ironman World Championship.
The goal is to Kona qualify. So that's what we're here for. I am Jessica Zeiss. I am living in Los Angeles right now, so I traveled cross country to enjoy the beautiful mountains of Lake Placid. Kona this year in particularly is so special for a couple reasons to me. The first is that one of my best friends, Natalie, she got her legacy slot this year. My coach Taryn, who's also one of my really dear friends, she got her slot at IMAZ last year. And so to be able to share Kona with them would just be, it would be a lot. It would be a super special experience, and for it to be Kona Femmes, all women at Kona, it'd be great to share the course with all these other amazing women. The other side of this is that back in 2019 when I started working with my first coach, I told her in an email that I wanted to race the World Championship before I finished grad school. So I'm a PhD student. It would just be really poetic if we could, get that in before I finished. And then also, sadly, lost my coach in 2021. And so would really like to do this to kind of honor her and finish, what we started.
Well, that was a fighting chance presented by Wahoo, and good luck to you, Jess Zeiss. A lovely story, and to honour your fallen coach, that would be absolutely amazing. So we do hope you get across that line today with a slot in hand. All right, let's get caught back up to the action. 3rd place in our women's race here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, is Jen Annett. She is finding herself 6:52 down at this point of time, only a minute behind Angela Nath now, and Alice Alberts is showing the way to all of our other ladies out there today. Erin Snellgrove is still at 8 minutes, and that is a great top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Alice Alberts leading the way here with a handy lead on Angela Nath. But we have Jen Annett here on screen, and I'm wondering if we might be coming up on Angela Nath because she was a minute behind at our last time split, which was 8 miles, and we're coming up she's probably around 9.5 miles right now because we just had Alice Alberts go through the 10.8 mile marker in the lead again, but I hazard a guess that Jen Annett might be coming up on Angela Nath. She may have her in her sights, but we might be in for a pass here. But again, we have Schnellgrove as well, running a little faster than Annett and was only a minute behind her. So expect to see some action in the women's race here coming up soon.
On the men's side of things, we'll just get you caught up to speed while we are showing our women. Joe Skipper is leading, and average pace is 6:09. Ben Hoffman, Matt Hanson at a 6:07. Josh Amberger at a 6:56, and Michael Weiss hanging in there with a 6:30 at 13:02 down. Joshy Amberger's dropped down to about 8:30, but like we were talking about with one of those spots available, if he holds his 4th place right now, he should be good as gold. But there you go, like you said, Rennie, just up the road there from Jen Annett is Angela Nath.
So that's Jen Annett just passing the 10-mile marker, and hard to tell, but there's a couple of athletes up ahead, so not sure if that is Angela, the next athlete up the road, but Jen has been running about 30 seconds per mile faster than Angela, and we've gone past about 2 miles since that last time split. So I would expect to see that pass coming up soon. Again, we have Schnellgrove also running about 15 seconds faster than Jen Annett. So Jen Annett will make the pass, and then I think she'll be trying to hold on to that lead, to that second place for as long as possible, but we'll have Schnellgrove breathing down her neck.
All right, looks like Jodie Robertson has got herself composed and back into running a nice little clip there at 7:42, and you would imagine that from Jodie after, just suffering a little bit of a mishap and a mechanical on the bike, we will say, and then a hard start to the marathon run today. But the lady with the pedigree in the running, especially in marathon running, is now just trying to compose herself and get herself back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And hats off to Jodie Robertson for sticking it out. We saw images of her earlier just toughing it out. You could almost feel the pain that she was in. Almost, I won't say you could, because she was working super hard. But here we're back with our race leader, Alice Alberts. She is leading the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, having it her own way here. We have Angela Nath in second, Jen Annett in third, Emily Snellgrove in fourth, and Rach McBride in fifth. We're off to a break. We'll see you soon.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
You are watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and we are seeing images overhead of Alice Alberts leading the women's race. She has been leading since probably late through the bike, certainly onto the run, and has been making quick work of the run too. She's extended her lead on Angela Nath and is enjoying about a 6-minute lead right now to Angela Nath, and we believe Jen Annett might be coming up on Angela Nath, and we also have Emily Snellgrove creeping up there as well. So I believe this top three, or at least a second and third position, will be shuffling in the coming miles.
Yeah, we'll be able to see the pass here as they go out to the turnaround here with Alice Alberts, and then she'll make her way back in toward town itself before heading out and turning left and going back out for a second lap. But right along Lake Placid Club Drive here is where the athletes will get to see each other for the second time today on the run course. So that'll be where Alice will be able to weigh up everything and have a look at who's going to be the threat coming back. On the men's side of things, you got Ben Hoffman now slipping a little bit further back to Joe Skipper. So Joe's either tighten the screws or Ben's just feeling the pinch a little bit. But there's Joe. He's just wobbling from side to side just a little bit. So why don't we go over and take a look at the Ironman World Championship Nice, and Kona is right here.
It's going to be an iconic race in an iconic location. The home and course of many, many champions fought out.
Must be nice to be in Nice if you're Mark Allen.
I had the opportunity to compete in my first Ironman World Championships in 2022 in Kona on the Big Island, and it was a dream come true for me. It is one of my favorite places in the world, and I feel such a spiritual connection with the island.
I am personally very, very excited to be there. A race, the course is going to be challenging, hilly, hence why I'm in the hills preparing already for it. But I tell you what, no one knows how to put on a triathlon party quite like the French.
The race venue is amazing, but what makes it so special is the community there and how they embrace triathletes, and also our community of triathlon that gathers there every year.
So I'm sure we're going to be in for a treat. Looking forward to a beautiful course in the Mediterranean. I've had the pleasure of living there for a few years, and I can tell you it's gonna be spectacular and worth preparing for.
I felt so proud to be representing myself, my family, my daughter, and my teammates out on LE Drive and on the Queen K.
Looking forward to seeing you there. Enjoy the celebrations and even more the preparations. See you then.
Join me there in 2023 to enjoy the magic that is the Big Island during race week.
Well, no doubt about it. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. So for the first time ever, the VinFast Ironman World Championship will be co-host in Kailua Kona for our women in Hawaii and in Nice, France. The best male professional and age group athletes from around the world will descend on Nice September 10th, and the spotlight will shine bright on the best female professional athletes and age group athletes in Kailua Kona on October 14. These iconic locations have vast history in triathlon and embrace the community of triathletes, just like Lake Placid right here, as you see our athletes heading back up into town. Now, Lake Placid are going to be celebrating 25 years in 2024, and it's going to be an incredible day and an incredible commemorative moment for a lot of the athletes, not only with the merchandise that's going to be available, but all the week-long festivities that are going to be happening. Erin Snellgrove from Canada is the big mover in the women's race here on the marathon, and she is absolutely tearing through the field.
Yeah, I believe she's just, well, we're going to see it here. Here's Snellgrove, and she's coming up on Annett, so she will be making that pass into third place, we believe, right now. We believe Angela Nath is still up the road in second place, but that's Emily Snellgrove, and some nice words exchanged as she sprinted by her and put her in a rearview mirror real quick. But that's Snellgrove moving up into third position, we believe. I think Angela Nath is still in second, so she will now be hunting, second place.
One Kanaki catching up to another, and it's going to be another Canadian that's going to be running scared here, because Angela Nath now knows that Erin Snellgrove is right behind and lurking in the background there. And it is Erin that is going to come up onto Lake Placid Club Drive, and that may be where the overtake is going to happen with Angela Nath. But Alice Alberts is still the one to catch, and she is still 7 minutes ahead of our third place finisher right here, Erin Snellgrove.
Yeah, and I think we have probably about 30 seconds between Snellgrove and Nath now, so give or take. So, yeah, we are in for some exciting racing here in the women's race. Yeah, but we have Alice Alberts just gone through the 12-mile mark, so she's at halfway. Almost at halfway on the run here, and she's still in the lead. She's enjoying about a 7 minute lead, 6-7 minute lead to Emily Snellgrove, Angela Nath, Annett. Those three women are within sort of probably a few hundred meters, 500 or 600 meters of each other right now. So very tight racing in the women's race. I think we can see Angela Nath maybe right ahead of Emily Snellgrove here.
You have a good set of eyes there, Marinda Carfrey, because you can see right. That is Angela Nath up ahead there. So it's going to be Canada closing in on Canada for the overtake. That happened just a moment ago. It will be Canada closing in on Canada for another overtake. That's about to happen. And then they will set after the American, Alice Alberts, who is still up ahead, and they will get a picture of her coming down toward them in just a few moments' time, because out on Lake Placid Club Drive, this is the long turnaround up on the flat grounds before they attack the brutal part of the course again as they go downhill to the River Road, do their out and back section before they come back on their second lap. But here it is, Erin Snellgrove going out to the side of Angela Nath right now, and this will be the pass for the podium positions of third going into second from Erin Snellgrove over Angela Nath.
Yeah, and Snellgrove just looks comfortable. She looks like she's just running within herself and doing everything right. So, yeah, she's coming up on Angela Nath's shoulder here. This is Emily Schnellgrave coming up on Angela Nath and moving into second place. So this is the second and third place podium. Another few words exchanged there. It is a lonely day out there, so sometimes it's kind of nice to have a word or two with your competitors. Not stay around for too long. You want to get rid of them right away and put them in the rearview mirror. Don't give them a chance. I used to like to say, but yeah, that's Emily Schnellgrave showing Angela Nath a clean set of heels as she moves into second position, and they are coming up on 12 miles shortly here, coming back into town and making that turn to do it all over again.
Yeah, you know what? When you get the overtake like that for the person that's been overtaken, I call it tough. But when you get overtaken by Marinda Carfrey in an Ironman, it's devastating because she's running about a mile faster per minute than you are. So there you go. A minute per mile, I should say. All right, so back to the action here. The Red Bull Energy Zone coming up, and this where Erin needs to fuel up because she has 1 lap to go on this iconic run course here. 2 laps in Lake Placid around Mirror Lake. They head down on this beautiful town. It was the Olympics here in the Winter Olympics in 1980 and also in the 30s as well, 1932. So they are big-time hosts of big-time events, and today, just another one of them. There goes the pass right there. Alice Albert's one way, Erin Snellgrove the other. Will they have enough time to hold on to those positions? We're just going to have to wait and see, aren't we? See you on the other side of the break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Gatorade Endurance, formulated for further. And we are with our leader here, Joe Skipper, and he is a fresh man. He was looking a little not rough, just like it was laboring a little bit in the middle part of that run there, but he sort of, the rains came, washed him clean, and off he went. He started to take time back out of Ben Hoffman, who was making inroads, steady inroads into Joe Skipper for the first half of the run, but now Joe Skipper's sort of running away with it. Ben Hoffman holding around a 2:45 deficit in second place. Matt Hanson was making solid inroads. He was sitting around 6 minutes behind Skipper, and now he's sort of slowed a little bit. So Matt Hanson going through a little bit of a rough patch, but he's sitting at 7:24 behind. And Josh Amberger, he's at 10:06 down in fourth place. And I think the next athletes after that are a fair ways down. So I feel like Josh is looking pretty for that the Ironman World Championship slot in Nice.
Well, Skip's got it all going right now because he is now honing in on the finish line. Not too far to go with a few miles there, and it's Hanson now is just feeling the pinch just a little bit. Now, however, he is on the upswing. He's going uphill at this point in time, just slowing down ever so slightly, but Hanson's still looking pretty good. Hat on backward. It's all business at the moment coming up on the horse grounds. It's not too far away from the finish line now with just a few short miles to go inside of 4 miles. And I tell you what, Hanson is running out of real estate on our other podium places. However, second place is Ben Hoffman. This is Matt Hanson right now, and we can tell you that these 3 athletes have already qualified for the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice. Not so much for Josh Amberger sitting in 4th position, who's got his eye on that prize.
Yeah, so Josh Schamberger, I know he was here to win. He made no mistake about that before the race. He wanted to get in there and take that victory. But, yeah, I mean, I think he'll settle for a knee spot, no problem. We'll go over to the race weather presented by Hoka. It's now around 72 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 22 Celsius. Beautiful clear skies again after that downpour earlier. Humidity sitting around 36% and wind 4 kilometers per hour out of the west. UV index still up there, right at about 7.4.
Yeah, so when you're looking at that, the temperature did drop after the clouds came through and after the downpour did happen. The humidity went up, it spiked, and now it's gone back down again with those clouds just going through. So Matt Hanson, he's doing nothing but spiking out on the run course because he needs to find a last couple of miles like he's never had before if he wants to get up into second place on the podium today. Not so much for Alice Alberts at this point in time because she's still running along nicely, got a great little turnover happening as she makes her way outside of Lake Placid. Again, making the right-hand turn here. This is the steepest part of the course. As you can see, the stride length obviously is a dead giveaway. So this point, Mirinda, is one of those points now. This is the second lap of the run. This is where it all starts, and this is where nutrition really kicks in.
Yeah, this is where it'll be telling whether you have hydrated, fueled well through the bike and the start of the run, because obviously the latter part of the race, you're 6, 7, 8 hours in now and getting tired physically, mentally, emotionally. So if you fueled well, then you've given it your best, obviously, effort. Obviously, you need to do all the training as well. But, yeah, the fueling is just so important at this latter stage of the run. Alice Alberts looking beautiful as she runs down the hill here, nice and smooth. Yeah, she's running along nicely and has that handy lead of 6+ minutes on second place finish, which is Emily Snellgrove. We saw that pass on Angela Nath earlier. Angela Nath holding on to third place. Jen Annett was moving up towards Angela, but now it's about a 45-second gap between Angela and Jen. So Angela holding on to second place, toughing it out, and yeah, I'm sure she's hell-bent on staying on the podium. So some movement in the minor placings, the second and third position in this race, but Alice Albert's just leading the way. She led off the bike, and she's showing the girls all the way to the finish line, I think.
Erin Snellgrove is in the groove here. She's on at Lake Placid Club Drive. She's coming up to about 3/4 of a mile to go before the left-hand turn. And then the right-hander that our race leader just went through, Alice Alberts. So she's around about 1.5 miles down at this point in time. However, she looks like she's got the pace going. The turnover is there. And Mirinda, this to me looks like a solid second place. But don't give up on the finish right now, because I tell you what, this is looking really, really good for Erin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 6:50 at almost halfway. Well, that was the last time split. We'll get a gap at the halfway point, but probably around 6:30. She will have to keep up this pace and maybe go even a little quicker and hope that Alice Alberts slows a little, but there's a long way to go. And as you said, nutrition plays such a huge part. Now, the wheels fall off at this point of the race in a lot of cases, and hopefully that doesn't happen for any of these women, but you just never know what's in store. So if I could be in Erin Snellgrove's ear right now, it would be just keep pushing, see how fast you can run, see how close you can get, and you put pressure on the first place athlete, and things can happen out there. So this race is far from over. Right now we have Alice Alberts in the lead, followed by Emily Snellgrove in second place, Angela Nath in third place. We have Jen Annett in fourth, Rach McBride down in fifth, and Ayuida down in sixth place. You're watching Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. And we'll be right back right after this break. You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and we are with second place right now, Erin Snellgrove. She is running along super nicely. She's coming up to halfway on the run, probably just about to pass halfway, and we'll head out and do another loop of the run course. 2 laps of the run course here in Lake Placid. She's still got a long way to go, but she's looking really good right now. I like the way her heels are coming up nice and high. She has a spring in her step still. Arm carriage is good. Shoulders are relaxed. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Erin.
Erin looks great, and she's definitely the one with all the momentum in the women's race right now. We do know that our race leader, Alice Albert's on the downhill heading out of town. However, this young lady, Erin Snellgrove from Canada, is really setting alight this run course at this point in time. When she gets down the bottom of this hill, she's got a left-hander, another 200 metres to the right-hander for the steepest part of this course. It happens to be downhill, which means one thing, all uphill to the finish line. And when you're struggling at the end of a race like that, it's whoever's got the best momentum, and right now it's Erin Snellgrove. But to try and wipe out that deficit is going to be something else. There goes Joe Skipper on the other way. He's now on Lake Placid Club Drive. He's inside of the last 2 miles, and Skipper looks like he's got it completely in control. But what about Ben Hoffman? Does he feel the pressure from Matt Hanson? We're going to have to wait and see here, because this is the closing miles in an Ironman triathlon, in a race that's given us all sorts of weather conditions today. But it's who is going to hail on top is the toughest person out there, and the person that can get to that finish line with a full tank of gas and a good mind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about keeping that mind positive and keeping that tank full, or as well fueled as possible throughout the whole race. But yeah, Skippy going up the hill there. He'll be happy to be back in town now. Yeah, we have a vision of Ben Hoffman. I know he's going to be happy with this result. I'm sure right now he's feeling it. You can almost see, but that is a solid incline that he's going up. So
that's the 12% that we've been talking about there, Rennie.
That is no fun at the end of an Ironman. It's cruel almost. But yeah, Ben Hoffman is solidly in second place there. I don't think there's any danger for him relinquishing that second place position. And then we have Matt Hanson in third position, around 7 minutes back from Joe Skipper. So Ben Hoffman, yeah, just willing himself to the finish line now. A few miles to go. I'm sure he'll be thoughts will be sort of wandering towards the finish line and what he's going to do with the kids and the family. And the next few days, probably an athletic brewing would be on tap right away after the race, I'm sure. But yeah, just at this point, he's just trying to hold himself together, keep his cadence going. Yeah, just hold it together, Ben. Come on.
Yep, just as you said it, an athletic brewing beer is going to be, non-alcoholic beer is going to be just exactly what the doctor ordered for Ben Hoffman today. You can see that he's back into completely a full stride after hitting, the hardest uphill part on the course so far. He's got another right-hand turn. He's up onto Lake Placid Club Drive, and then he'll be doing the UE, just like Joe Skipper. Skip's about a mile ahead, I would imagine. He's around about 3/4 of a mile ahead right now. So Ben Hoffman still sitting in second place. Matt Hanson is trying to make a concerted effort to get up onto the second place on the podium, but he may run out of real estate. Some of the most beautiful real estate in the world high above the Adirondack Mountains right now. This is Ben Hoffman, giving it everything. The 39-year-old, one of the most decorated Ironman athletes out there at 39 years of age, still giving it everything.
Yeah, I believe this is, I don't want to speak out of turn. I believe this is Ben's last year of racing Ironman, but you never know. Maybe he'll be rejuvenated with a second place here today and want to kick on for another year or a few years. But yeah, he's sitting around 3 minutes back at 23.7 miles. So Joe Skipper definitely in full control here, and he looks it. He looks comfortable. He's obviously still pushing. He wants to get to that finish line so he can stop running and just sit down maybe for a minute.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
but he, he's in control. He's pushing onto the finish line. I think he's in full control obviously now, and we have Ben Hoffman also. I think he's got that second place held down. We saw Matt Hanson sort of going through a rough patch earlier. He seems to be back on pace again, but again, that's another 3 to 4 minutes behind Ben at the last time check. So, yeah, I think our podium is set. So unfortunately, no sprint finishes. I'm sure the men are happy about that, but we always like to see some action towards the end. But these men have been working so hard all day, and yeah, let's just get them home to the finish line so we can hear about the day and how it played out.
Well, it's played out just fine for Joe Skipper. He was the one that made the move in the middle part of the bike course, and once he caught up to Josh Amberger, it was, full steam on the full gas bike course. And as he made his way past Amberger, it was a concerted effort to make sure that there was a little bit of a surge in there. It was only Josh Amberger that was able to go with the pace at the time, and now it's turned out really well for Joe. On the other side of things, just under 10 minutes leaving the transition area behind our race leader, Alice Alberts, was this young lady right here. This is Erin Snellgrove from Canada. She's finding herself just around about over 6 minutes down from our race leader right now. She has taken 3.5 minutes out of our race leader. That's going to be a tough task to double that on the way back.
Double that and then some she'll need to on the way back. So still 6 minutes in arrears of Alice Alberts. But, I think obviously she's running fastest on course, made her way up to second position and still looks really great. Still bouncing along there, looks comfortable. So it'll really just depend on how Alice attacks or how she's able, what she has left in the tank. If she's fueled well, if she can hang on to the pace that she's got right now, and whether Emily Snellgrove can hold on to this pace she's holding right now. So, it's, as I said, it's still a lot of racing to be had, but it's a big ask to try and gain 6 minutes in a half marathon.
Yeah, with about 12 miles to go in our women's race here. It's very, very hard to have a solid marathon here without having a little bit of a tough go at it somewhere in this 26.2 miles or 42.2 kilometres. As is the reason, because it is up and down. It is very, very difficult. This is a tough run course here in Lake Placid. It's one of the toughest out there on the circuit, as a matter of fact. And a couple of those gradients that they have to hit on the way back into town are quite deadly here. So Alice Alberts holding ground there at 6:43 in front of Erin Snellgrove right now. Angela Nath is holding ground at 7:53. So that was a very, very quick minute that Erin put into Angela. And then Jen Annett still hanging at 8:44. So not too bad for our Canadian women today, second, third and fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. Canadian women are super strong and are showing it today. But we have an American in the first place, Alice Alberts, leading the way for her first pro win, first pro podium, I believe. So Alice Alberts just having her day, putting it all together on the day that matters most, and that's what it's all about. So well done to Alice so far. She still has probably 11, 12 miles to run, but she's so far looking really great for the win here today. Emily Snellgrove on screen right now, as we said, has run up into second place, and she took about 3.5 minutes out of Alice in the first lap. So it'll be a huge task for her to take that amount of time out again. But as I said, wheels can fall off. Things get interesting in the end of a marathon, so we'll keep watching, obviously, and we'll see what happens here. Angela Nath hanging tough. I don't know if Jen Annett slowed down, but Jen Annett was making inroads on Angela, steady inroads throughout that whole first lap, and now Angela seems to be moving back away from Jen and running a substantial amount quicker in that last time gap. So Angela Nath wants that third place finish, and she's holding on to it pretty tight.
51 seconds ahead of Jen Annett at the moment is Angela Nath, as we got Alberts from the USA in first, Canada second, third and fourth with Snellgrove, Nath and Annett. We got Joe Skipper now, who's about 4.5 minutes away from the race finish here in Lake Placid, which would give him just over the 8-hour barrier, but it will give him a low 2:40, which is very difficult to do on a run course like this. So around about a 2:43 or so, I would imagine that Skipper's going to do today. So it's going to be another great run by Joe Skipper, and it is at the right time of the year.
Yeah, as I said, business end of the year, we do expect athletes like Joe Skipper to really turn it up this time of the year. And a 2:43 on this course is super impressive to be able to run that fast with these hills. There was some grinding uphill sections that really slow your pace. So if you're able to carry that kind of pace for a marathon here, it shows that Joe is in really great shape. But yeah, he's coming in probably into the last mile of this run course. So we're looking forward to seeing Joe cross the finish line soon. So make sure you stay with us as we close the last mile here with Joe. We have Ben Hoffman in second place, around 3 minutes back from Joe. I think he's holding on to that position. We might be making a pass here to see... Nope, that's an age group athlete. Yeah, so Joe Skipper here making his way back into town and into the finish line. We have Matt Hanson in third position. He's around 4 minutes back from Ben Hoffman at the last time split. So, yeah, as we said, this top three I think is pretty much locked in, unless someone gets locked up, as in a cramp or something like that. But I feel confident to say that these three men are locked in. And then we have Josh Amberger down in fourth place, and we'll be punching his ticket. There's Matt Hanson going the other way. So Matt Hanson looks like he's striding out again. He did have a rough patch where he sort of dropped from 6 minute miles down to 6:57, 30 miles for a moment, but he's back up on his toes and doing what Matt does best, and that's run very fast.
So not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but coming up on September 10 is the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice, where it'll be a men's race only, and that race is going to take a great swimmer, an even better bike rider, because for the very first time we're going into the mountains at a World Championship level. The first 35 miles on the bike ride is going to be very, very tough, and then the descending skills come into it, and the Europeans always have a leg up on the competition in that respect, and that's my opinion. On the run course, it's going to be a dead flat run over there on the Promenade d'Anglais. So now coming into this, Skipper is now showing everybody that he is one of the strongest bikers in the sport. He's a great runner. He's run under the 240 barrier on numerous occasions, and today this is going to really elevate his confidence as he makes his way towards September 10. So Joe Skipper is sending a message to the rest of the world that he is just about ready to get set for that race coming up in around about 7 weeks from now, which is going to be an insane World Championship. Can't wait for that. And also the Women's World Championship on October 14th for the very first time in Kona, women only.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be in Kona this year to witness the first time women-only event. So, yeah, that coming up on October 14th. And some slots up for grabs here. We have 2 slots in the pro women's field and a bunch of age group slots. So a lot of athletes out there dreaming of Kona and hoping to punch their ticket here. We have Joe Skipper on screen here, making his way back into town. I'm sure very happy to be seeing the closing stages of the run, as in, any athlete would be after a tough day's work in the office.
Very tough day, but what Ironman isn't, because that is the name of the game. It's elevating yourself to the highest level and getting across that finish line for the coveted Ironman finisher medal. And that is going to be something that Skip's going to be putting around his neck today, and the colour of it, well, it's going to be gold today there, Rinny, because this guy has done it all. He had a great swim, limiting down to just less than 4 minutes. A great transition by Joe Skipper. And then it was onto the bike ride, where he was so tough today. Only Josh Amberger, one person was able to stay with the pace, but then a blistering marathon to finish it off, and just a solid set of feet the whole way. The Hoka sponsor athlete here is going to make his way into the stadium here. The 1980 Olympic Games ice skating arena here was the speed skating arena, long track speed skating, and right next door, yep, you got it, Miracle on Ice in 1980. Well, it's going to be a miracle here for Joe Skipper today as he comes to throw all punches, to throw everything at it. He really wanted to come here, Marinda, and go for the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. We said he had a sort of a slow start to the season, but now on the business end, he's coming good. He's going to come into the finish line here in first place with the gold medal. Yeah, I mean, I think he obviously well-deserved. He pushed the bike. He got a little bit of a lead off Josh Amberger at the latter stages, 90 seconds or so, and just has put together a really strong run on such a tough course. So well-deserved victory here for Joe Skipper. Yeah, now he can sort of relax a little bit, enjoy the finish line.
Celebrations.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, let it go now, Joe, because this is all for you, buddy. A 53.47 on the swim and a great day on the bike was a 4:19.54. But you finished it off today, Joe Skipper, for a first place and a victory right here at the Athletic Brewing Company. This is the Lake Placid Ironman Triathlon, a part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, and you are across the line with a 2:37.31. What a great way to finish it off. Joe Skipper, the champion of 2023.
That run split, 2:37.
That is unofficial, so we will go back to it right there. Oh, it's a 2:45.17.
Okay.
So 2:45.17. That was the last mile check.
Okay.
So 2:45.17 on an incredibly tough marathon course there today, Marinda. What a great day.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, and you can see he's absolutely spent. He didn't even have anything to give. He just kind of walked across the finish line and sat down. That just shows how hard this was today, how hard fought that victory was. He had Ben Hoffman breathing down his neck the first half of the run into the second lap, and then was able to sort of pull it back together and pull back away a little from Ben Hoffman. But here's Ben Hoffman coming into the finish line. I think he'll be really happy with this result. He was in contention all day. He pushed Joe, one of the best Ironman athletes right now in our sport, and you know, Ben Hoffman, obviously one of the best of all time to race Ironman distance, but at 39 years old, he's sort of looking towards a retirement in the next couple of years. But yeah, I think he'll be really happy with this result. He'll be looking forward to seeing his wife Kelsey and his little ones Julian and Josie at the finish line. So well deserved, and so good to see Joe really have a good race here and just show, you know, he's such a class act, such a great athlete over this distance.
The 39-year-old that hails from Grand Junction, Colorado, loves training in the mountains. He's trained in Boulder, Colorado. He resides in Tucson, Arizona. He's one of the most decorated Ironman athletes around the world. In 2014, he was runner-up at the Ironman World Championship and one of the best that the United States have ever seen at this distance. 39 years old, Ben Hoffman now will be crowned the second place and the silver medal coming in here to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the American Series here, the VinFast Ironman North American Series. Ben Hoffman in second place.
And they're his little people in their little checker shirts. So adorable. That's Josie, his daughter, and Julian, his son. Love to see those images of the little ones there to greet their dad. They've been waiting for him all day. I'm sure they're going to want to play with him all night. So he'll have to have a couple of athletic brews to get that energy back up. So that they're going to want some daddy time, I think, after watching him all day. But really nice for them to see their dad perform so well here today. And also Kelsey, the other half, who makes this all possible as well. Getting him to that start line in a great condition as he was. So congratulations to Ben Hoffman, second place here today at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
I love to see the camaraderie at the end there. The Wahoo Element rival run split 2:45.17 over the 26.2, 42.2 kilometre marathon. That is Joe Skipper taking it out from the United Kingdom. The Wahoo Element rival time, 2:45. Absolutely incredible. There's Ben Hoffman. He's now been joined by his lovely wife, Kelsey, Julian, and Josie there. As we see Matt Hanson now trying to finish it off from Boulder, Colorado, trained by Julie Dibbins here. Ran off without his watch today, so he's doing it a little bit blind here on the marathon run. So Matty Hanson has had another great run and taken another fast run split, and I wouldn't mind doubting that this is going to be about 4 or 5 minutes faster than everybody else. Can he crack the 2:40?
Oh, I mean, maybe. You never put anything past this man. He is just magic on the run. But Matt Hanson, really good to see him hold it together for the whole race after a tough start to the year. Crash in Ironman Texas, a DNF at Ironman Hamburg with some medical issues on the run. But to see him bounce back here and finish on the podium, he's looking to Nice as well. He's getting ready for Ironman Nice in 7 weeks' time. So, you know, as we said, things are coming together at the business end of the season, and that's what we all train for, and that's what we like to see. But Matt Hanson here just about to make that turn into the finish line up here a little further, and I'm sure he'll be happy to see that the finish line and the finish chute and sit down and share a few war stories with the other men.
Well, he's a 5-time Ironman champion for sure, and I tell you what, 5-time Ironman 70.3 champion. He has a very good chance every time he runs out in the marathon here to crack a 250 or maybe even a 240. He's run, a 235 and a 245 and a 243, and today it's going to be another fast run time here for Matt Hanson, and now he makes his way into the arena, the Olympic Stadium for 1980, and this is going to be a great result by the Boulder-based athlete here, Matt Hanson from the United States, coming in second place overall for the United States athletes, right behind Ben Hoffman here. So a great day for Matt Hanson. A little bit of a deficit on the swim, lost a little bit more time on the bike, but boy, did he bring it home on the run course here today. So Matt Hanson from the United States now circling around the bottom end of the speed skating rink here in Lake Placid, right out front of Lake Placid High School. And this is the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid third place getter for the bronze medal today from Boulder, Colorado, with another great time. Matt Hanson putting it together one more time.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what his run split is.
2:41.15, Marinda Carfrey. He just missed that 2:40.
And that he's greeted by his wife there at the finish line. He does not look super happy, which, I mean, third place in that field is very impressive. So, great to see Matt back on the podium where he belongs, but he doesn't look super happy about the race. So I'll be interested to hear his thoughts on how it all played out. But obviously he, good friends with Kelsey and Ben and obviously Joe. A lot of mutual respect between these athletes, but great to see Matt Hanson put together one of his faster run splits. Not his fastest, but this course is super hard with all the hills. So
yeah, it sort of equates to about a 2:33, 2:34 on the flats there today, Rennie. So I think that Matt Hanson, should be congratulated for an incredible run today off a, pretty tough bike. I mean, they had very good conditions on the bike course today, and I think that run today, with a little bit of the rain and the steam that was coming out was another element that they had to face. And it's not, such an element that you do get, normally. So especially when there's humidity out there, but I'd love seeing this, and there's little Julian there just wanting to be with Dad and playing in the puddles. Look at that. Come on, Dad, let's splash around in that puddle here. Ben's like, son,
just give me a minute.
If I pound down on that puddle, I'm going to cramp, and I'm not going to get up again.
Yeah, but yeah, really nice to see images of him with his family. But yeah, great finish there from those top three men. I believe Josh Berger would be coming in fourth place there, but we will update you on that as we get there. We are back with the lead woman, Alice Alberts. She has been leading from sort of late on the bike into the run, has had it all her own way. She's still looking great, still has a nice high turnover. Arm carriage is a little lower than it was earlier, but she's still looking pretty solid, ticking it over nicely. So we'll see if we can get some splits here. Snellgrove not making that much inroads in the last sort of 3 miles. She's only taken out 25 seconds, I believe. So
yeah, it's around about 7 or 8 seconds a mile at the moment. I think she's going to run out of real estate. But I tell you what, the happiest guy is going to be Josh Hamburger today, because Josh Hamburger is going to be celebrating because he's going to qualify for the Ironman World Championship in September.
All around.
So hamburgers all around. Love it.
Yes, he's punched that ticket. He will be punching that ticket, we believe, to Nice. So I'm sure he'll be a happy man for that finish there. I don't know if he's finished the race yet, but he will be coming in at any moment.
Yeah, Jossie having another good race today. I'm so glad that he was able to have a good race today. Yep, we're going to go down to the Hyper Ice recovery zone here in just a moment and get caught up with our top three as they got across the finish line. We'll have race day interviews, and we'll get a chance to talk to our athletes on what they felt. So the Hyper Ice recovery zone coming up in just a few moments, but Alice Alberts doesn't even want to think about the hyper-ice recovery zone right now because she is putting the hammer down out there in the race, and if she does get to the finish line in first place today, it's going to be her first podium as a pro right here in the Ironman distance racing, and Erin Snellgrove having a great race as well. So great to see a few more athletes coming into the fray here at the Ironman distance, especially in our women's side of things right now as we get ready for the Ironman World Championship. We talked a little bit about it before, Rinny, but 2 spots available for our women athletes on October 14, but 100 spots available for the women age group to get there as well. So hopefully one of our fighting chance athletes, Jess, gets that opportunity to qualify today.
Absolutely, that would be wonderful.
So we've got our interviews coming up momentarily with our top 3 women, but right now Alice Albert's running along the road just nicely. Here we can see the River Road. Here we go.
Ironman Lake Placid champion Joe Skipper. Joe, you took it off the bike. You never looked back. Talk us through your race today.
Yeah, the swim was probably okay, 4 minutes behind Josh. I was out with Matt Hanson, which was probably where I was hoping to be. It would have been good to have Cody and Ben with us as well because I knew they were 2 big threats as well, but they gapped us and I think had a couple of minutes out of the water. But then on the bike I just felt like I was riding really well, like the legs felt good, the power was good, and it felt like I was pretty aero, so going quite well. And then when I caught the guys at around 60k, I decided to sit in for a bit and just see how they were going, and just pick the right opportunity to try and put a breakaway in. And I just kind of got a sense that there was a good time to go. Josh started, sorry, I saw the coke I've had. Josh started putting a bit of a dig in. I saw people were like struggling to close the gap, so I just went over the top and thought I would do 20-25 minutes really hard on the uphills and like round the town centre, kind of sprinting out the corners. And we managed to get away. And then I knew it was going to be a case of just working together with Josh, hoping we could ride smooth and just put as much time into Matt and Ben and Cody as possible. And then out on the run, it was, to be honest, it was absolutely horrendous because I didn't get any time splits. I thought at 5.5 miles I was going to have 4 minutes, I thought, on Ben Hoffman. And when I saw 150, that was a bit of a downer, to be honest, because I was like, God, he must have taken at least a minute out of me already. I was like, this is going to be very tough. And then I got a split at about the halfway point once you get to the out bit on River Drive, and I think I was 1 minute 40, and I thought, right, the crucial bit now is from 13 to 18 miles. So, just hit it really hard, pushed that for 5 miles, and then the gap went out to 2:20, and I was like, I think I can hold on now. Like, I can lose. I'm doing the maths in my head, and I'm thinking, God, I can lose 20 seconds a mile. But yeah, he really made me work for that.
Well, you made it look easy, even though we know you're working out there. Great job last year in Kona. But how does this set you up for the World Championships quickly?
Pretty good, yeah. It's a decent confidence booster. So I'll go home, take a week easy, help the missus out because we've got our first child now, and going away for a week, I think I'm going to be on dad duty and stuff like that. So it's going to be pretty busy when we go back, and then in August going to Font-Romeu in the Pyrenees, do some altitude training, and then go to Nice 2 weeks before the race, practice out on the course. Similar prep to what I did to Ironman Wales last year when I probably had my best ever Ironman race. So that'll be the plan leading into Nice.
Well, you're bringing in a lot of momentum. Congratulations here today. Joe Skipper, our Athletic Brewing Company Ironman Lake Placid champion. Well done, sir.
Cheers, thanks very much. Can I also just say one thing? Thanks to all the junkyard dogs out on course.
What he said, exactly. All right, we're going to bring over our runner-up. This is a special race for you. Ben Hoffman, you went for it out there on the run. How does runner-up, when it sinks in, feel for you today?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, huge congrats to Joe. I mean, I knew he was going to be super tough to beat, and he put on a great show for everyone. So, yeah. But as far as my race goes, I mean, I'm really proud of my effort. I had a little bit of a setback halfway through the bike. I was in contact with that lead group, and then had a slow leak in the rear. So I had to stop right at the midway point and fill that up, and I lost contact. And then it was a bit of a battle, a solo ride for the second loop, but I stayed in it mentally, which I'm really, really happy about. And then I executed the run that I wanted to do. It was a moment there when I really believed I could get across to Joe, and I made a huge effort. But about mile 17 or 18, I kind of, realized that the piano was on my back and Joe wasn't really giving up the fight. So, yeah, this is the second time I've had a battle like that with him. Back in Florida in 2019, we had a good one. And, I consider Joe for sure one of like the top 5 Ironman guys in the world. So to even be in the same ballpark as him when I turn 40 next month is something that I'm pretty happy about. And yeah, Lake Placid is special to me for sure. This place is awesome, and we had an epic day. So yeah, super happy.
All right, you mentioned turning 40, and I'm just going to ask the question that's been floating around. Are we watching the Ben Hoffman finale tour, or is there more in you?
Well, it's something that I think a while ago I was saying that this might be my final season, but already I've committed to doing some para-tri events. I'm guiding an athlete that's visually impaired, and so I think without a doubt I'll be racing through, August of next year for the Paralympics. But as far as the Ironman game goes, you'll have to ask me later because right now my legs are screaming and I'm not sure I want to do another one of these.
Your wife said she was interested to hear the answer to that question. There was a moment at the finish. Your 2 kids there, both putting medals on you. The Ben that won here for his first race in Lake Placid and the Ben that just finished there. What would that Ben say to this Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a different athlete, a different person, but I think I would just say congratulations, I mean, it's cool to come back here 13 years after my win in 2010 and to do a performance that I think in a lot of ways was better than the one I did in 2010. And, to come back here and share this place with my family was really kind of my main objective, actually. Obviously, we're here to do the race, and, I'm the one that gets seen on camera and, seen crossing the finish line, but it's really these guys that are ones backing me all the way through the training to get here, 99% of it. And it's super special to have them here and share it with them. And yeah, it's something that I hope that they remember forever. I definitely will.
That's what we do as parents. So enjoy that athletic brewing. Cheers to you. Go and celebrate with the kids, Dad. Well done. And we're going to wrap things up here in Lake Placid, our athletic brewing company, Ironman Lake Placid. Matt Hanson coming in 3rd place. How does 3rd place feel when you let it sit in for a few minutes? Great effort today. You really went for it on the run. How does it feel?
Yeah, I'm all right with the day. I've not had a great start to the season, so it was a good way to start the second half. I had some poor luck in Texas and then had a little bit of a health issue at the back half of Hamburg, so happy to find a finish line finally. Took the third time this year in an Ironman to find a finish line, but overall it was a pretty solid day overall. Made a mistake early on that cost me a little bit, but those guys up front were really strong today.
When you put on your coaching hat and you analyze the race, what did Matt Hanson do right today?
I did a lot right. I biked really steady. I was pretty much even split on the bike, which is good, especially on this course. You got to leave a bit for the last. That last quarter is uphill and against the wind, so that's pretty tough. And then I lost my watch, so I have no idea how everything went on the run, but I'll have to analyze everything afterwards the best I can on the splits and try to learn a bit then.
Gaining this momentum at the end of the season, how does this set you up for what's next?
Yeah, I mean, I've got 70.3 Worlds and Worlds coming up next, so that's the main objective of the year always. So, this shows that I've got a little bit of work to do yet, but yeah, I'm in a good place. No reason to panic. Maybe I was a little bit coming into this race. Really just needed to execute a solid day, and so I did that. And yeah, I can leave here feeling pretty good about everything, all things considered.
We say swim, bike, run, have fun. So was there a part of today where you were having fun?
Yeah, the volunteers were really good, and it was the last 10K. It was pretty clear I wasn't going to catch Ben or Joe, and I had a pretty good gap on the back. So I just tried to thank everybody in the aid stations, that we can't do it without them. So it's just a lot of fun to see the kids out there helping us all have successful days.
Yeah, those volunteers here really make a difference in everything. So congratulations. Glad things are turning around. Welcome to the finish line and a third place finish at that. So that's it from the Hyper Ice Lounge. Congratulations to our top 3 Athletic Brewing Company Ironman Lake Placid.
Well, thank you very much, Carissa, and the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone down there giving us great comments about the race today. And, okay, what did I take out of that? I took out of that a junkyard dog carrying a piano, grand piano, on the back of not knowing how I'm going to do because I don't have a watch. So the three things I took out of that. No, it was absolutely fantastic. Look, I love Joey, so candid, and I love Ben because he's just so grateful and graceful. And Matt Hanson always seems to want to give it everything. So they're the three real things that I took away from that. And what a great race. They gave us a lot to talk about. It was fantastic.
And one thing we actually did miss that Ben mentioned was that he did have a slow leak, and that's how he lost contact. So that was one big point that I took out of those interviews, that Ben had to actually stop. He said, get off his bike. I don't know whether he had to get another wheel or whether he just had to add some more CO2 to his wheel, probably riding tubeless. So that's interesting. He lost contact of the front group because of that little setback. So yeah, I mean, who knows what could have, would have, should have happened. But at the end of the day, that just shows Ben's level-headedness and how he could hold his head high and work through that problem and still put together such a good marathon and such a good race in general, hold on for second place. So that's just a testament to the sort of athlete he is and the experience he has at this distance.
Yeah, that's a great call, Rennie, and also the tenacity that he has after, being faced with some adversity. And we don't even know. We haven't talked to him yet. Carissa talked to him, but, we don't know if he changed the wheel or not or if he kept going. But way to hang in there. Like you said, he has a very, very level mindset. I think that 39 years and also the experience that he carries throughout his whole life. As a triathlete, there's the links course down there at Lake Placid right now. It's absolutely gorgeous. We had a rainstorm around about an hour and a half ago. It's now gone through, and we can see that a lot of our age group athletes are now making their way back into town right now and getting ready for their run as our women leaders. Alice Albert is having a great time of it today. Albert's she's about 8 hours and 20 minutes into the race course, and we can tell you that she is leading and doing it well. Snellgrove is the one that's been challenging over the last hour or so. Angela Nath has been tough. She worked her way up into second place on the bike, only to be overtaken at about that 12-mile on the run course there today. Annett, another one that's been very, very strong, and now it's Ayueda. We know that the little flying Japanese runner there, she's going to come into the 4 as well, running at 6:49s right now. So she has the fastest feet on the run course, even faster than Snellgrove right now, and it is Ayueda that's getting after one of those positions there, and it's going to have to come down to the last couple of miles right here. The Wahoo Simply Powerful race clock there is now saying it's 2:50 there, so let's go down and check it out.
And now it's time to bring up our podium, our Athletic Brewing Company Ironman Lake Placid. In third place, swimming a 53:42, biking a 4:30:21, running a 2:41:15, our fastest run split of our top 3 for an 8:09:51 from Storm Lake, Iowa, Matt Hanson. Second place, swimming a 51:54, biking a 4:24:51, and running a 2:44:34 for an 8:06:06 from Tucson, Arizona, Ben Hoffman. And your Athletic Brewing Company Ironman Lake Placid champion, swimming a 53:47, biking a 4:19:53, and running a 2:45:17 for an 8:03:46 from Great Britain, Joe Skipper. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your top 3 pro males here in Lake Placid. So get those Athletic Brewing ready. And we celebrate you, Matt Hanson, Ben Hoffman, and Joe Skipper. Well done, gentlemen.
And what a great podium shot there. Pouring the Athletic Brewing all over each other. That's just tradition. You don't barely drink any of it. Pour it over your competitors, so you go home smelling like beer. But great to see these three men up on the podium and gingerly getting off now, but Joe Skipper winning the race there. Ben Hoffman coming second, and then Matt Hanson in third. We had Josh Amberger finishing in fourth and punching that Kona ticket. I don't believe Ben Hoffman will take his Kona slot, so it might roll to the fifth place.
Oh, to his Nice slot, yeah. Or Kona,
Nice,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, Nice, yeah.
Right, yep.
Anyway, you're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Hyperice, made to move. Well, you know all about that. A Hyperice athlete yourself there, Mirinda, is a great recovery tool. And as we can see it right up there, you use it all the time. And and likewise with myself, I think it's a great recovery tool. Just do a little bit of training myself, as you still do as well. So great to see the athletes in the Hyperice recovery zone right now, just getting rehydrated and reacquainted with their loved ones right down here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Our women's race finish coming up on the other side. Well, the men have had their glory at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. Now it's time for our women, and it's Alice Alberts has been in the lead for the last 5 hours, and she's now approaching that finish line here with Erin Snellgrove from Canada in hot pursuit, taking out a few seconds here and there on the run course, but it looks like Alberts has the legs, has the goods to get the job done today. Mirinda, how do you think that's going to happen now?
Yeah, it looks like Snellgrave has settled into a similar place to Alice Alberts. So they're both running about the same pace on course now. So that 6 minutes is hovering around the same place. One mover that I saw in the last split was Annett. I believe she's moved up into third place, but I will wait for this next split because on screen I'm not seeing the same. So at 16 miles, I have Annett in third place at 8:59 down, and I have Angela Nath at 9:11 in fourth place. So yeah, Annett making a move up into third place. I know Jen wanted a Kona slot for this year, but I don't believe either Snellgrove or Alberts have theirs, so I believe she might be a little out of luck unless one of those women do not want to go to Kona, which I would be very surprised if either of them turned down a Kona slot. And also believe Snellgrave, this is her first podium, I believe, as well in a pro race. So 2 new faces for us here, and really nice to see that.
It really is. It's a fresh look at what's to come in the future here, and we can tell you that Alice Albert's only a couple of years into being a pro, and getting the result of this one here in Lake Placid is going to be absolutely fantastic. You've got great athletes. Rach McBride is there. Aya Wader from Japan. Angela Nath, the veteran of Ironman racing, as to is Annett. But Snellgrove and Alberts have got it all at their feet right now. The turnover is there for Alberts as she only has a few miles to run now, as she makes her way toward the end of this run course. Now, we've seen everything weather-wise today. We saw a beautiful start here at 6:27 a.m. this morning for our professional ladies here, as it was calm waters in Mirror Lake. And then out onto the bike course, it was lovely cool temperatures as we got going. Then the wind sort of came up just a little bit on the run, and right behind that was a torrential downpour for about 20 minutes. And then after that, the sun comes out again, the steam comes out of the road, the humidity kicks up, the heat kicks up, and we've had everything. So it's been thrown at them, Mirinda, and they've absolutely done the best of their abilities to keep going at a crack and breakneck speed.
Yeah, I think that downpour would have been welcome for the athletes, especially on the run. Not so much on the bike. Generally, that turns into sort of tricky or slippery conditions. But on the run, definitely welcoming when your temperature is up in the high 70s, mid 70s. So I'm sure the athletes enjoyed that. But now I'm sure they've dried off and well and truly heated back up again. But again, yeah. The rain brings humidity, so then you feel like you're kind of in a steam oven out there. It's hard to dissipate heat when you have that humidity and the steam coming off the road. So definitely a few factors thrown in there, but overall, these athletes are handling all the elements as well as you would imagine. They've trained very hard for this and professionals. So we're watching Alice Alberts in the lead here, holding a steady lead of about 6 minutes on Emily Schnellgrove. And then Jen Annett has moved up into third place. She's at 9:37 down with Angela Nath in fourth at 11 minutes down. We have Ayuida, I believe, in fifth. It'll be interesting to see the next time split and whether that fourth place of Angela Nath will be in danger.
We had the luxury of listening to the men's athletes when they get across the finish line talking about, the race. And then Matty Hanson, was talking a little bit about the race course as well. And Ben Hoffman knowing that it was out of reach at the very end there. But what do you think that's going through this young lady's mind here, Erin Snellgrove, right now? Because she's coming toward the end of it, running out of real estate.
She's running out of real estate, but you know what? I think she's probably going to be super happy with this race. I mean, I'm sure she came into this race with high expectations. She knows the work she's done, but to actually put it together on the day, that's another thing. And to take away a podium in Lake Placid, a second place, I'm sure she's ecstatic. We are watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here with the pro women in the latter stages of the run. We'll be right back after this short break. You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and we are now with Emily Schnellgrove. She's in second place, around 6 minutes behind Alice Alberts, who is leading with a nice, as I said, 6-minute lead. Jen Annett has moved up to third place at 9:37, and Angela Nath is in fourth. We're waiting for Ayuida to come through in fifth place, the little pocket rocket, a great little runner. She was around 15 minutes down from Alice Alberts at the last time check, so we'll see what that looks like in a few minutes here. But yeah, we have these women at 18 miles, so around 8 miles to go in this Ironman race.
Well, Erin doesn't look like she's slowing down at all. As a matter of fact, she looks like she's getting better with each mile that passes by right now. This is the River Road. This is also the road where the road turns around and comes back toward the ski jump. After that, every footstep from there is uphill or flat. And that is going to go into the favour of Snellgrove as she has the longest stride at the moment. She has a better pace happening than Alice Alberts, but what Alice has on her side is a decent 6-minute lead. Now, with 8 miles to go, I don't think it's possible to take about a minute and 20 seconds a mile out of her to get that victory today. But what I do know is that it's going to be a great deal of confidence going into both of these young ladies' minds as they move forward in their careers in Ironman. But right now, Alice Alberts has a great pace happening, but the better pace is happening from Erin Snellgrove. Jen Annett's hanging in there. Angela Nath and a fast-finishing Ayuida looking for that coveted spot, but Alice Alberts has got something to say about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex Alberts led off the bike. She had only a 40-second lead on Angela Nath. Angela Nath really closing those last miles of the bike well. So Alice Alberts had just a small gap off the bike, but then just put together a really great run so far. She came out of transition. She looked great. She looked smooth. She hydrated well, she fueled well, and it's showing. She's now at a handy 6-minute lead, and taking this run away.
There we go. Annett is just now making her way along the field as well, just overtaking some of the age group athletes here out on course as well. A couple of the age group women athletes, they're vying for 100 spots to the VinFast Ironman World Championship coming up October 12 for the very first time in history. It will be a women's only race, but next year in 2024 is going to be a race to remember right here in Lake Placid.
That's right. In 2024, Athletic Brewing IRONMAN Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, celebrates its 25th anniversary. Lake Placid is an iconic race venue full of history. Athletes will receive a limited edition 25th anniversary gift. Custom merchandise will be available to commemorate this significant milestone, including apparel, accessories, and collectibles. There will be a special tribute to the legends of Lake Placid, as well as a parade to honour all athletes who have pushed their limits on these hallowed grounds. Registration for the silver anniversary of Ironman Lake Placid opens on July 31st. This event will sell out quick, so don't miss out. Here we're back with Jen Annett still in third position, and we just got a time split on Aluita, still around 15:46, so she's running around the same pace as Schnellgrove and Alberts, but she's 4:45 behind Angela Nath, so pretty big ask in 8 miles to try and make up that deficit, but we will keep an eye on Aluita, as we said, a little pocket rocket, great little runner, but Angela Nath, a very gritty athlete and a veteran at this distance, so I'm sure she'll be pacing herself very well, and she'll be aware of what's going on behind her.
Jen looks like she's got a nice little stride happening on the River Road as well at this point in time. Snellgrove is not making any time into Alberts, so it looks like Alberts has now regained and captured that faster running form that she started out with today just a few moments ago, about an hour and a half ago. So Alberts is now leading the race here, coming up to the closing moments, in just approaching that 20-mile marker here, and then Snellgrove not too far to run either. But which one of those Canadian athletes are you going to see on the podium today? Is it going to be Nath, Annett, Snellgrove? Well, it's going to have to wait and see, because maybe even Ueda might sneak in there, but I doubt that she can sneak on to third spot, maybe into fourth spot today. But our leader right now, Alice Alberts of the United States, is leading on a beautiful afternoon here in Lake Placid. It doesn't get much better than this as far as scenery goes. Lovely course.
Yeah, really looking forward to hearing from Alice Alberts at the end of this race. As we said, this will be we believe her first pro podium, and a victory at that. So to win Ironman Lake Placid, I mean, that's I'm sure a dream come true for Alice. So yeah, can't wait to hear what she has to say after the race. She's took the lead at the latter stages of the bike and has not looked back. She's running super well, evenly paced, and has that nice turnover going, and just really hasn't slowed down, hasn't shown much weakness at all. So I think she's sticking well to her nutrition plan and running within her limits, or has been this whole race, and nicely pacing it. So I think Alice Alberts definitely well deserving of this win, but yeah, new face for us, so really nice to see that. Emily Schnellgrove too was really making a lot of inroads. I believe she made up about 3:30 on Alice Alberts in the first lap, but they're both running around the same pace now, so they've sort of settled into the same pace, and Jen Annett sort of came out pretty hot and then slowed, and then she was able to overtake Angela Nath, so moved into third place. But only 2 slots available for Kona, so I believe they'll go to the top 2 women, because the only athlete in the field who had a Kona slot was Jodie Robertson, and she, I'm actually not sure if is still in the race, but she had some nutrition issues, mechanical on the bike, dropped her her big nutrition that sits in the middle of her handlebars, and sort of struggled to figure out where to put that or how to carry that. That must have broken. So she had to deal with that, and I'm sure a lot of her key nutrition would have been in that bottle, so maybe that was the issue. She also raced Ironman Coeur d'Alene a month ago, won there, so that could have played a factor as well. But yeah, you never like to see an athlete have struggles like that, but you know, Alberts and Snellgrove taking this opportunity and the bull by the horns and running away with this race.
Yep, she sure is. And just to get you caught up to speed on a couple of other races that have been happening around lately. Salem was on today. The 70.3, Lionel Sanders from Canada has taken out the victory there with a 3:33. And Danielle Lewis, great to see the great runner there. Danielle Lewis getting across the line in 3:59.41 as well. So a lot of events happening today. And also in Ohio, we had a great race happening, an age group race up there. So top of our age grouper was Brian Reynolds with a 3:58 in the men's division, and in the women's division there, the top overall was Caroline Kaplan with a 4:30.09. So another great race happening up there in Ohio as well. So as we speak, a few more races happening around the world, but sign up at Ironman.com. You can find your favorite race right there.
And we are back with Emily Snellgrove again. She's in second position, running super smooth and super well here. We believe this is her first podium as a professional too. So 2 new faces on the podium. We love to see that. Jen Annett, a veteran, a Canadian veteran of our sport, but sitting there in third position with a 2-minute deficit to Angela Nath. So that's our top 3. We have Joanna Ryter has just come into the screen. We have Joanna in 6th position. She was 20-plus minutes down on the bike, so a little bit of a rough cycle leg for her, and good to see her sort of holding it together and pushing the run here. But we are watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here in the Adirondack Mountains. A beautiful day for a race. We are going to sneak away to a little break here, and we will be right back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
The Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid right here, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, continues with a fast and fleet-footed athlete here. Alice Alberts has been all about the victory ever since the very first part of the bike ride here today, as she moved into the lead just after Ayueda. Rach McBride was out there for a while, and then it was the back part of the bike course that she did all the damage, and now out on the run course, she's relinquished a little bit of the lead to Erin Snellgrove from Canada, but it's not enough. She is now at 6:03, where she started out at just over 9 minutes ahead on the run from Erin today. But as she now makes her way back toward the ski jump, that's it. That's the last of the river road that she will see today, and just over 6 miles to the finish line, and we will have a new victor in the women's race right here. And by the look of it, Alice Alberts is going to take that top spot on the podium.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way right now. Everything going Alice Alberts' way. Erin Snellgrove, I guess I was calling her Emily. My apologies to the Emily. Erin fans out there, brain freeze. I'm going to call that pregnancy. I'm going to pull the pregnancy card on that and say my brain doesn't work as well as it normally does.
Expecting your third child there, Rennie.
So my apologies, Erin Snellgrove in second place and having a phenomenal race out there. So.
Yeah, look at that turnover. It's pretty much like yours, but like maybe a little bit longer in the stride. But like your feet came so far out the back that it used to, come. Well, I'm not going to say your backside, but it was in that area when you were running so fast, and your knee drive was incredible there, Rennie. Erin is showing the signs of a great runner as well, and she today is showing us that she will be a force in the future here in Ironman racing. So another great run by another great athlete here, another Canadian that's coming to the front of Ironman racing. I mean, you talk about Canadians in Lake Placid, you got to talk about Lisa Bentley, but the greatest of all time in Lake Placid, Heather Fuhr.
Yeah, absolutely. Some amazing athletes out of Canada over the years. Peter Reid on the men's side. Who else?
Lots of great. Well, Laurie Bowden. You've got the Puntos twins as well, and right throughout all the years there, we've had so many victories from Canadian women's racers up there. You did say Peter Reid was one of the greatest up there, like winning Ironman 3 times and other races around the world. He said that Ironman, Canada was one of his favourites there, and there's been a lot of great athletes that have come out of Canada, and Simon Whitfield winning the very first gold medal at the Olympic Games as well.
Absolutely. So many great Canadians up north, our friends up north. Now I'm half American, I guess. But we have Erin Snellgrove on film here, on camera, and she's still looking great. Again, I think she's running around the same pace as Alice Albert, so not too much between these two, except for that 6 minutes. So a 6 minute gap between first and second, and then we have Jen Annett down further. I don't have that time split. 5:29 now. So Erin taking a little bit of time out of Alice Alberts, but now we're at 21 miles, so 5 miles to go. Yeah.
It was a decent chunk of time, actually. It was 15 seconds a mile there over the last 2 miles. And, when you talk that she is going to run out of real estate, obviously, but Jen Annett is hanging in there tough. And like you can see, the turnover is still there. I love how that arm carriage is, she's keeping her arms close to her chest there, but she's enabling that to be a part of that run stride, right? When you get a little bit tired, when you get a little bit fatigued, you do lose a little bit of your energy to the ground, right? So when you're still driving those knees forward, everything has to be one action, and I think that she's doing a great job of that. Doesn't look like she's faltering on one side or the other. No injuries by the look of it, and she's just getting along and doing what she has to do. Now, another one of the Canadians that I was having a little bit of a meltdown on before was Lionel Sanders. So Lionel Sanders being one of those athletes that top 2, second place in the Ironman World Championship. He's won a lot of Ironman 70.3s like he's just done today, and another athlete that's done very well in the Ironman distance. So Lionel Sanders, that's right. Another great race today, a 3:33. That's smoking.
But I raced Oregon last year, and that swim is smoking. That's the best swim I've ever done in my life. I swam in like 18 minutes, PB swim. That current is legit. So, a lot of fun.
I didn't want to say anything, Marinda, but you let the cat out of the bag.
I think it's very well known, that race. The swim current is crazy fast. It's a beautiful race out there in Oregon. You ride through the sort of blueberry fields and vineyards, and then the run is sort of on a reserve. I remember last year they couldn't use a proper starter gun because they had bald eagle nesting. So there were bald eagle chicks right above the swim start. We saw some bald eagles sort of fly across the sky right before the whistle went off, because that's all they could do. But that was a super great race experience. Anyway, back to Jen Annett. As you said,
I've got one more question for you. What's the capital of Oregon?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
Is it Salem? No.
Salem.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, mate. All right. I'll let you off on that one.
I'm still Australian.
My kids have been through the whole US school system, so, you have to know all the capitals and everything, so I'll let you off on that one. But
right.
when Izzy and Fien need some, capitals of the United, you give them my phone number,
call
all right?
Uncle Welchie.
Yeah, you call Uncle Welchie, and I'll be there to assist you, and I'll teach you the song about the capitals.
Okay.
All right, well, this lady would know about the capitals. capitals. Erin, maybe not so much. You might know the province capitals in Canada. But right here we get back to our leader, Alice Alberts, running along nicely here. Back off the River Road. She's running uphill now. She's just about to hit the horse grounds. And then after that, 2 short miles into town with the hardest hill on the course. Make a right-hand turn onto Lake Placid Club Drive. And then 2 miles to the finish line from there. So Alice Alberts, she is closing in on the finish line. There's Annett just going through now at 9:55. So 5:29 the deficit in second place to our leader. So it's America, USA from Canada, and Canada in the top 3 spots.
Yeah, and Alice Alberts, again, she looks the same as she did 5, 10, 15 miles ago. She hasn't really seemed to have any rough patches. Obviously, all the athletes looked a little uncomfortable going up the hills, and I'm sure we'll see that again as she comes back into town because you have to climb back up, which is kind of cruel, I think. There's a 12% grade coming back into town. Yeah, I mean, I think for anyone, I think even if you're a fast runner leading the race, it never feels good at the end of a marathon to have to run a 12% hill. So that's what makes this race so tough. But Ironman is tough. We sign up for the challenge. We sign up to test our limits and to see what we're made of. And we're seeing what this young lady is made of here, Alice Alberts, winning this race right now, 5:30 lead, and handy lead on Erin Snellgrove. And we have Annett walking this aid station, so hopefully just trying to cool the jets a little, make sure she gets on her nutrition. She did at last time check have 2 minutes on 4th place, Angela Nath, so I think she probably knows that. Although Joe Skipper said earlier that he had 0 clue of any time splits until like halfway on the run. So maybe there's not much information being shared out there on the course. And as you said, a lot of the run is sort of in a remote area. So who knows if she knows where she's at or doesn't know where she's at. Regardless, she took the time to cool down. We got a smile there. So I think she's still in good spirits. And yeah, as you said, turning the legs over. My coach sometimes told me to, use my arms to set the pace of my legs. And so, especially when you're running uphill, you kind of like use your arms to help your legs turn over quicker. And I think that's what she's doing here because it seems like her arms are kind of like setting the pace and her legs are just following suit.
So by the look of it, Jodie Robertson is the only qualifier automatically for the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. So that looks like the next 2 spots are going to go to our top 2 ladies today. Should they choose to accept that challenge, they will be able to take those slots all the way to Kona for October 14, which is going to be an historic day in our sport where our women, for the very first time, will have their own day in Kona, and that will be October 14. So Annett is going to have to get a hurry up and move on if she would love to compete there. She's only about 4.5 minutes down on second place right now. Just so happens to be the second or the very first fastest runner out on course there, Erin Snellgrove from Canada. So Annett doing her very, very best to hang in there, coming off the River Road in just a few moments' time, and then she'll be heading for that finish line as well. But Alice Alberts is heading toward that line now because she's just moving past the horse grounds, and then it will be the kicker, the 10 to 12% run hill before they head back onto Main Street in Lake Placid. And then after that, Lake Placid Club Drive is only 2 miles long, 1 out, 1 back, and then into the arena there, which will be the finish line here today at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. So Alice Alberts running along nicely, wearing number 42, but next time she turns up for this race, she'll be wearing number 1 on the women's side.
Yes, she will. Yeah, I mean, that must be such a great feeling as a newcomer to pro racing. As we said earlier, she raced her first pro race in 2022 and then obviously has been racing pro ever since, but this will be her first victory. So I bet, I'm sure she's still locked in the moment and focusing on everything, doing everything right, putting one foot in front of the other and getting to that finish line. But as I said, I'm really interested to hear from her at the end of the race and sort of if she expected this or whether she was sort of is shocked to be leading. And she led the whole way. It's not like she just sort of ran into the lead at the end. She led off the bike and has been leading this whole run and has a handy lead. It's not seconds, it's minutes. She's 5:30 ahead of Erin Snellgrove, and then Annett back at 9:55, and then Angela Nath's just gone through the 21-mile marker in 13:05. Ayuida, I believe, is still in 5th place. She was around 15 minutes back. So it'll be interesting to see if she's inching towards Angela Nath in these latter stages of the run. But there's still a bit of running to go. 5 miles. It's when you've come as far as you have and you're 8 hours 55 into a race, that doesn't sound like much, but it's still a long way.
It's probably going to be about 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Ueda when she comes through this next section. I do believe that, behind Angela Nath, that is. So if she does move inside of 2.5 minutes of Angela, that means that she is making a move on and getting after it. But right now, it's all Alice Alberts. And then in 2nd, 3rd and 4th are the Canadian athletes separated by 5, 8 and 13 minutes. Ueda is still at 15:50, so she's hanging in there, but not really making up much time on Angela Nath. So Alice Albert leads as we run off to a break. On the other side, just a few more miles to go, about 3.5 miles to go for our leading women. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and we are with race leader Alice Alberts. We believe she's going to come up to around the 2.5 mile to go mark in the next few minutes here. So coming into the closing miles of this run course, she will go up a kicker of a hill, which is never fun at the end of a marathon, but I'm sure she'll be welcoming the signs of more people on the course. The thicker crowds mean you're almost done, so I'm sure she's still staying in the moment. It's still a bit of running to go, but she has a lead of around 5:30 on Erin Snellgrove, and then Jen Annett's down at 9:55. Angela Nath's at 13:05, and Ayuida seems to have run out a little bit of steam, and she's sort of hovering around the 15:55 mark behind the leader, but staying around 3 minutes behind Angela Nath.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say too. So well done on that call. Ayuida just seems to have run out of gas just a little bit. And as you can see, this is the final downhill push before the uphill, and just a little bit of a kicker down before they go straight up. So just after this, they just bend around to the right-hand side, and then they start going up toward Main Street. After they hit Main Street, that is said and done for the hills, and then they will go up onto Lake Placid Club Drive. And then it will be all fast and furious down into the finish line. Dead flat once they get up onto Lake Placid Club Drive. But this is now the start of the kicker. Now you can see the gutters there. Now you can see the foundations of the houses. Look how they're angled.
Yeah.
Look at the angle that they're going up now. Now what she needs to do is drop that chin and start moving those arms from side to side and keep on working it. And she's doing exactly that, because we did get a look at Ben Hoffman when he went through this section not so long ago, and how slowly his legs were moving. It wasn't anything to do with Ben. It's called a hill. It's called a side of a mountain that they had to go up, and this is what Alice is experiencing right now.
Yeah, and right now I think in her mind she's like, okay, get over this hill, and then you have you're flat and sort of breaking it up into this last sections. I always, when I ran up hills, or I was always coached to not look up, look at the ground in front of you. That sets your head position, which helps your body position for running uphill. And all you want to do is turn your legs over as quickly as possible. We would always just think cadence. My coach would say 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That sort of was stuck in my head for my whole career running up hills. So cadence, 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 and just look at the road just ahead of you. So your chin's pointed down, as you mentioned, and you're setting your body position. And yeah, as I said earlier, set your arms speed. Use your arms to set your leg speed, sorry. So Alice Albert's doing a really great job here, coming in to the crowds. Always a welcome sign in an Ironman when you've been out on the remote roads of not much support out there. Quiet and alone with your thoughts. But right now she's still gritting it out in this uphill section, and then she'll get to enjoy a little bit of flat running after that, and then the downhill and back into the finish line.
Off the steepest part of the run course right now. I love the words that you just said about, pointing the shoulders forward and the chin down there, and point your eyes at the ground in front of you. It's always going to be the momentum that pulls you forward, and that's called gravity. And if you push your body forward, it's going to pull you forward. And it's like what a golfer, does when they stand in a bunker, or if they're a little bit on the side of a hill there, they have to adjust for it. So you've got to move your body to still stay parallel, to the ball flight. Absolutely. As well. And not that I know much about golf, but I know that much.
I don't
anyway,
know.
All right, past the bike shop they go, and she's got about 50 to 75 yards before she makes that right-hand turn up onto Lake Placid Club Drive, and that will be 1 mile out, 1 mile back, with approximately 2 miles to run right now. Elise Alberts may be crowned the champion today. It's going to be a first podium as a pro. Will it be on the top rung of the podium today, Marinda?
I think it's safe to say. Yeah, well, she's about, as you said, as she turns this corner 1 mile out, 1 more mile back, about 14 minutes till she gets to the finish line. Now we're back with second place pro woman from Canada, Erin Schnellgrove. She is just about to come to that uphill section that we saw a moment ago with Alice Alberts. So here we have Debbie Schnellgrove, I presume Erin's mother maybe, but we are all watching too. So excited for her. So thanks, Debbie, for writing in. We love to see these comments. But yeah, we're excited to see a new face. And correct us if we're wrong, but I believe her first podium finish. So really excited for Erin. She looks like she's been having a blast out there. As I saw her come up on every athlete, she had a few words to say to everyone. Not every athlete is like that. Not every athlete wants to communicate with the competitors. Not every athlete wants to give words of encouragement. But Erin certainly had some words of encouragement and seemed to even lift as she went past her competitors. So great to see that out there. And we're looking forward to welcoming Erin home to the finish line.
Yeah, like I was talking about you and comparing Erin to you just before with the stride length and everything. I love the bounce. I just absolutely love the rhythm that she's displaying right now. That's exactly what you had, Marinda, was this bounce in your step. And it was just, elevating you and pushing you forward like that. And I'd love to see Erin just drop her chin a little bit, like you said before. And I think that would, help her immensely, from the very upright, stance that she's got right now. Look, this is harsh criticism, I know. But, she is on the downhill as well, but once she gets around this corner, she will then be able to accelerate and get uphill very nicely. I think that her turnover is a lot faster than what we've been witnessing with Alice Alberts right now, so we'll know that coming into the last 2 miles as she takes on the last minute nutrition there. This is the Gatorade Endurance Formula going in, and that is formulated for father. Gatorade Endurance Formula found on all of our Ironman courses. And there she goes around that right-hand turn before it bends up, and that will be the last time that she will be on the hills today. So our last 2 athletes here are going to be our first 2 athletes that get up onto Lake Placid Club Drive, and that's exactly where our leader is right now. That is Alice Alberts. And to the bottom of the screen was where she was about 9 hours and 3 minutes ago, starting out the day in the swim in Mirror Lake.
Yeah, I would have been interested to see, as we said earlier, I'd love to hear if she thought this could be a possibility, winning this race today. So looking forward to having her come in the finish line and hear what she has to say. But yeah, 9 hours and 4 minutes ago, she was on that start line, and now she is leading Ironman Lake Placid for her first podium, and it's going to be a victory. So she is only, minutes away, maybe 10, 12 minutes away from that finish line. So looking forward to welcoming her home.
I wonder how much, liquid has been in that bottle on the right-hand side there all day, because if it's full, it's going to be very difficult to run with. So I wouldn't mind imagining that she's just putting enough in there to get from aid station to aid station, and that's what I would recommend to an athlete for sure. Put about a third of the bottle in there at max, and then just make sure that you're filling it up every time. She just goes and opens up the bottle there, just pours it in, and wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Through the aid station just nicely, and then back into your rhythm. So I think that, for someone like Alice has been working today. Now, on the other hand here, we've got, going back to Angela Nath, just still running along nicely here, a veteran of Ironman triathlon racing, settling down into 7:29 pace at this point in time, but she's hanging in there. She's as tough as nails and trying to hold off a fast-finishing A-Wader who's running now at about 30 seconds faster per mile than Angela Nath. So she's going to have to hold her off. She's going to have to get going.
Yeah, absolutely. But she had a last time check. It was around a 3-minute difference. So 4 miles to go, 3 miles to go. I think Ayuita is going to run out of real estate. But Angela Nath on screen here, she obviously has raced so many of the North American races, been around for a long time, veteran of our sport, and I'm sure she's squeezing every ounce of everything out of herself to hold on to that 4th position. And if there's any weakness up ahead, then she'll be ready to pounce. But 41 years old, from Canada, she was first at 2019 Ironman Chattanooga. She was 2nd place in Ironman Cozumel in 2018, and she was 3rd place at Ironman 70.3 Cozumel in 2018 as well. So, there's some of her recent results, but she's won a bunch of 70.3 races over the years, going back, 10, 15 years. Definitely had her fair share of wins. That's not to say she wouldn't love more, but just a solid athlete all around and pushing it here today.
Yeah, doesn't know how to lay down, that's for sure, this Angela Nath. She is a tough one. She knows how to race and get after it, that's for sure. Alice Alberts is up onto Lake Placid Club Drive right now, which is the last road that she will run on today, because they cross over Main Street and head straight into the stadium when they finish here in Lake Placid. This is Jen Annett trying to finish things off as she makes her way down toward Main Street right now. She hasn't hit the downhill section before the uphill, before that very, very difficult last 10 to 12% pitch. There she is, 38 years old, 2nd place, 2022 Ironman Mont Tremblant, and also 2nd place in the 2022 Ironman Des Moines in Iowa, and 2nd place in the 2019 Ironman Canada in her home country there in Penticton. So a great race there that is up there in Penticton, and we'd love to have you join us for one of those races up there. You mentioned the Okanagan Valley before, Mirinda. I got to tell you, it's a gorgeous place.
Yeah, I've never been. I heard so many good things about Penticton over the years. Obviously, a lot of legends have raced there and done very well. Belinda Granger, our good friend, raced up there and won up there and just raved about it. But for me, it was always too close to Kona. So I always had Kona on the radar, and that one was just a little bit too close. But
For me, that race was open. Well, the race opened my eyes because back in, I think it was the early 90s, Erin Baker was there, ran a 2:49.
Wow.
That was way back then. And Erin Baker, for the folks at home that don't know, she was an Ironman world champion. She was also the very first woman that won the world championships at Olympic distance level from New Zealand, and a very, very tough racer. And I would never have wanted to come up against her if she was in my category, that's for sure, because she would just have to look at you and I would run the other way.
I always heard the stories of Erin Baker being a very, very tough athlete, no-nonsense sort of athlete out there. She never really shone in Kona, unfortunately. Obviously, coming from New Zealand, maybe the weather didn't play out to her liking, and Paula Newby-Fraser always had the upper hand, it seemed like, in Kona. But Erin Baker just a phenomenal athlete and maybe doesn't get the respect she deserves because she was overshone by the great Paula Newby-Fraser, 8-time world champion in Kona.
Yeah, well, what do you think about Daniela Reef while we got the opportunity, her chances to go there and win again? Well, how do you think that that whole race is going to play out? Because, look, a couple of things. Lucy Charles-Barclay being injured a little bit again, but she came back last year and did just fine. Annie Haug, she's in her 40s now, but she's absolutely still firing on all cylinders. Then you got Laura Phillip. You got the new wave. You've got also Kat Matthews that hasn't really proven herself, and then Chelsea Sadoro, what she did last year.
I know. Honestly, the women's racing
such
is
exciting times.
Insane. And, I believe Daniela Riff is the greatest of all time. But I think the difference is whether Daniela wants it. I think she's won 5 times in Kona. Well, she's won, obviously, that one world championship at St. George, but 5 Ironman world titles, 5 70.3 world titles. She is just phenomenal, but it takes so much preparation, mental strength, mental fortitude, and getting it right on the day. And she's got so many challenges coming at her from every direction. But honestly, if Daniela has the fire burning, I don't think anyone will stop her. And also a 2-time Olympian, something that a lot of people cannot say. There's only a few people that have actually won the Olympic Games and Ironman World Championship. And I can tell you right now, that is Jan Frodeno and Christian Blumenfeld. They're just two of the most incredible athletes. On the men's side, you'd have to say that Jan Frodeno gets my vote as one of the GOATs, obviously, and Christian Blumenfeld, just how tough the kid is. He's just amazing. He's approaching 30 years of age. He's given up his, Ironman racing this year for the chance of defending his Olympic gold medal with Gustav Eden. Gustav is one of those guys that's given up his Ironman World Championship to go there and try and grab that gold medal at the Olympic Games in Paris come August of 2024. But for this young lady on screen right now, let's get back to the action here, because there is one athlete going one way and one the other. That is America to Canada, and that is Erin Snellgrove going out for a little bit more of a jog. And this young lady here, well, she's just about finished with hers because she's approaching the finish line here at Lake Placid. This is the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, and we can tell you that this race right here, not only a part of the North American Series, but one of the very first races on the scene in the United States at the Ironman distance. Celebrating 25 years next year, Rennie, and the most exciting thing that I'm looking forward to seeing is all the past champions that they're going to be invited to come back and, get up there at the welcome dinner and, celebrate with some of the commemorative merchandise that's going to be available next year, and it's going to be a good one. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, seeing the past champions come back and be celebrated. But, yeah, I mean, this race has so much history. It's synonymous with Ironman. Ironman Lake Placid is just one of those Ironmans that is on, I feel like, everyone's bucket list. Go do this race because it's such a beautiful swim in Mirror Lake. A tough course, tough bike, tough run, but beautiful surroundings. So, this is just one of those iconic Ironman events that I think a lot of athletes aspire to someday go and experience. But, here, Alice Albert's racing here. She raced here last year, I believe, was around 11th place. Not 11th today. She took 1-1 off that.
I was just about to say, why don't you just strike out or erase one of those ones and you'll be just fine. But to go from 11th to 1st is incredible. But to come back and to trust it and to know the course is probably, a little bit of an upper hand as well. Somebody like Ayueda hasn't raced on this course before, and many of the other ladies haven't raced on this course as well. But I think for, our race leader right now, Alice Alberts, having the time of her life out there right now, because the first podium is going to be a victory and a victory to one of the races that she's loving doing. And I do believe that she said before it's almost local for her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she is soaking up this last stretch of the run. She's probably within a mile of the finish now. She's gone through that 25-mile marker, 2K-ish to go. I'm just looking at her splits from when she did it last year, and she came 11th. She swam a 1:01, she biked a 5:15, and she ran a little over 4 hours. So that was a rough day. I mean, you're probably not running all the way when it's 4 hours, but today she was around an hour on the swim, so just a little bit quicker on the swim. But I believe that would have been wetsuit last year. This year, no wetsuits. 5:03 on the bike, so improved a lot on the bike. 5:15 last year, and she is going to smoke that run time from last year. 4:03 last year. Obviously, she must have had some difficulty on that run, but now she's probably going to be in the ballpark of around 3:05, maybe 3:08. So yeah, I mean, just a great all-around performance from Alice Alberts here today.
Alice just about to celebrate once and for all. This victory is going to be very, very sweet. There is absolutely no doubt about it because she's had a great day today. She swam 1 hour and 12 seconds. She was out of the water in second place. She rode a 5:03.41, very respectable second fastest. So second fastest on the swim, second fastest on the bike, and more than likely she's going to be second fastest overall on the run as well because Erin Snellgrove right behind her is running the house down, and maybe Ueda as well, but I don't think she's really worrying about that right now because she's going to be first overall on the day, and that's exactly what she wants. She's come here for a victory. She's going to get it, and the last 300 metres here are going to be those metres that she's going to remember for the rest of her life.
Yeah, that first victory, it's really special. It's not something that you will ever forget. So any Ironman finish is special, but to win a pro race, win your first pro Ironman, definitely memorable experience and one I'm sure she won't forget anytime soon or ever. We're seeing her come into the finish line now, but yeah, as you said, I don't think she minds if she doesn't have the fastest run split because triathlon's about being able to swim, bike, and run. Put it all together on race day, and that's just what she's done. Looking forward to seeing her come across the line here. Let's see if she has a smile, emotion, and see how she looks.
Well, there it is, a great swim, a great bike ride that set the day up, but an even better run that brings her into the finish line, and finally, the relief on the face and a smile. Oh my gosh, she says, did I just do that? Hey, Alice, I got some news for you. Yes, you did. You are the 2023 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid champion for this year. Well done. And it's an unbelievable moment that she's just soaking up right now. Marinda, I don't know if you remember your first, result here, your first win, but the Wahoo Element rival says 3:06.29 for Alice Alberts from the United States with the victory today. How was your first victory?
My first victory was Kona. In 2010 was my second Ironman, actually, 2010. But yeah, I mean, interesting. Well, not interesting, but yeah, I was surprised for her to see her say, "Oh my God," there was disbelief on her face, like. Did that just happen? Can someone pinch me? Can I wake up now from this amazing dream? But yeah, I mean, disbelief. Yeah, I mean, I think she's just shocked that she put this all together and first place on the day. Well done, Alice Alberts. Our hats are off to you. You put it all together. You held your composure all day and put together a really strong run at the end of that marathon too. Probably one of your fastest marathons. Yeah, I'm looking certainly in your pro racing career. Texas, the 3:12. Arizona 3:13 and Lake Placid last year 4:03. So fastest ever on a hard course. So
yeah, on a hard course. But Marinda, we did mention in the run course that a 3:13 and a 3:12, and now she's taken 6 minutes off a PR. So look out! There's another US Ironman athlete here in our women's division that is certainly about to turn some heads. But today, Alice Alberts takes the victory here. Incredible day of racing with a 9:16.01, finishing it off with a 3:06 on the Element rival today. That was the time that our leader got across the finish line. But what about Erin Snellgrove, right, from Canada? She is having a great day as well, and the run time is going to be an exceptional one. Almost definitely going to be a little bit faster than Alice Alberts, but on the other hand, a second place in her young pro career is going to be a great result as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she'll be around, 3:03, the 3:03 range, because I believe she took about 3 or 4 minutes out of Alice in the first half of the run. So I'm looking at a low 3-hour marathon time for Erin, which again I'm sure will be a PB for her for the marathon. So very impressive racing from these young women.
It was a good point you made there, Rennie, with the first 3 minutes being taken out in the first half of the marathon. So that just goes to show you how tough, our winner was today, Alice Alberts, just holding it all together. It's not easy when you're the hunted, and especially when you know that somebody's already taken out 3 minutes of you. Anything can happen mentally there, but she's hung on to it. She got the victory, and now Erin's going to have to bring it in and just sneak across the line before Annett, and then also Angela Nath. Ayuada is still out there running now 40 seconds faster per mile than Angela Nath. That one's going to be a nail biter.
Yeah, absolutely. Ayuada's turned the screws now in this last few miles. But again, Angela had a 3-minute lead, about 4 or 5 miles to go. So that'll be a tough ask. But hey, it's the end of the race and anything can happen. This is Ironman, right? So we are watching on screen here Erin Snellgrove coming into the finish. We're very eagerly awaiting her arrival, second place here today. As we said, a new face on the podium. And I'm sure she will be very happy with that day.
The gap is definitely coming down from Ayuada to Angela Nath. Right now it's down to about 1 minute and 29 seconds. So that's going to be exciting as she makes her way toward the finish line as well. But it's Erin Snellgrove right now from Canada that's most definitely going to get across the finish line in second place and stand on the second rung on the podium today when we get across to that hyper ice recovery zone and over to the Athletic Brewing awards presentation coming up just after we get our top 3 athletes across the line here. But Erin Snellgrove from Canada, what a great day. A one day that you will remember for the rest of your life. Your very first podium in the pro ranks in Ironman Triathlon.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal performance here from Erin today. A little deficit on the swim, bit more of a deficit on the bike, but she held her head, held her composure, and she put together a really great marathon. And we're going to see a fast marathon time here from Erin as she runs down the finish chute. She'll be able to soak up some of the crowd support here and enjoy those finish line vibes.
Well, she swam a 1:02.08 and then she biked a 5:10.06, so giving up about 4 minutes or 5 minutes on our faster riders of the day there on the podium. And then she's going to come in with a really nice closing time on the run today. So this is Erin Snellgrove. You're going to hear a lot more from her in the future. In second place today here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid here, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series in second place. And the smile says it all.
Absolutely. That's a big smile coming across the line there in second place. Again, I think she's also in shock. Both of these women, as I said, sort of, relative unknown, to the commentary team anyway, but not anymore. Seeing them put together the races they did today and lead the way, it was incredible. And congratulations, hats off to both Alice Alberts and Erin Snellgrove. First and second here in Ironman Lake Placid.
And a 3:02.31 goes out to Erin Snellgrove. So you're right on the money there, Rennie. Just under a 3:03, and what a great run time that was from Erin, and certainly a PR for her. And as she makes her way into the future there, they got 2 of the future Ironman athletes on screen right now, 2 of which can't believe their result today, but very well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely well-deserved. I mean, no Ironman is easily finished, let alone won or podiumed. So they worked for this. I'm sure they've done a lot of work behind the scenes, but I think both of them were really shocked. Probably didn't have themselves on the podium. Maybe they did have themselves on the podium, but possibly not in first and second place. But it was cool to see the disbelief of Alice Alberts as she crossed the finish line, and then the sheer joy from Emma Snellgrove. Erin, God, someday I'll get it right. Erin Snellgrove. But here we have Annett in the latter stages of the run. She has got minutes to go before she gets to enjoy that finish line too.
Yeah, around about 4 minutes. What are the odds of Alice taking that Kona slot?
I mean, Who knows, right? Like maybe
There's two of them.
There's two of them. Yeah, Alice and
Erin.
Erin both. There's 2 slots. So I know Jen Annett wants a slot, but we'll see who takes them and who leaves them.
Yep, might have to get that information as they get across the finish line there today. So it is Jen Annett now just making use of that very last aid station before she heads on into the finish line there, just checking her heart rate, making sure she's doing the right thing by it. Looks like she's nutritionally sound at this point in time. She's only just inside of the mile to go now, just about 3.5, 4 minutes away from the finish line right here at Lake Placid. And what a great day it's been. Joe Skipper comes in to take a late season win there in the last of the penultimate week of July. We're going to go through all of August, and then September 10 will present itself as the World Championship this year for our men's in Nice, which promises to be an incredible event this year. Somehow I think the French are going to dominate over the Germans and the Aussies and the United States. But Magnus Ditlev might have something to say about that as well. And also all the mountain goats over there. I think that if Rudy, is... all recovered with his shoulder injury there or his collarbone injury, I think that he'll be in for a great race as well. All right, look at that. Veronica Byers weighs in to say, all right, Jen, finish strong. And hi again, Elizabeth, the bike escort. There you go.
Thanks to the volunteers out there too. I guess Elizabeth, the bike escort there probably for Jen Annett. But these Ironman events do not run themselves. We have a lot of support and volunteers out there working really hard to make sure the athletes are well fueled, well taken care of, and safe out there. So thank you to the supporters and to the race officiants.
You know, Rennie, none of these races are possible without the support of the volunteers, and the Ironman volunteer program is strong. And the communities of our Ironman races get right behind these athletes, and they make sure that they're all safe. They're all, welcome into their towns. And look at this, Debbie Snellgrove. Congrats, Erin. We love you. What a run. Yes, absolutely. The heart emojis going out to you. Definitely for Erin today. Debbie, don't know if you're the mum, the sister, the cousin, or somebody else, but you have the same name as Erin, and congratulations. And what a great day for the Snellgrove family up in Canada. So this is Jen Annett. She's bringing it home on the Hoka Flying Human Fly 26.2 mile marathon run, 42.2 kilometers for you imperial people, and for you metric people. And look at this, Jen Annett bringing it home with a smile right before the finish line there. She's going to make that left turn into our Olympic oval there, Rinny, and that will round out our podium today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see Jen smile there. She's like, yep, I'm on the podium. I know she wanted a Kona slot, but that's a gutsy performance from Jen. Put together a really solid run. She usually dominates the bike and doesn't necessarily hold her run together as well as she did today, but really great to see her out there and taking another podium at, I think 39, 40 years old. I don't want to age her, but still out there, competitive, super competitive, and another podium to add to her list.
Correct. And thank you, Reagan Leslie, for just chiming in as well. So thank you to all of our viewers today for chiming in and giving us your comments. We really love to get some of those read over the air here as we get our third place getter coming into the finish line today. Jen Annett has had a great race today. She swam really well. She biked well as well, but she hung in there in the run. One little rough patch on the run there, and now she gets over the line there. Third place for the Canadian. So it goes the United States 1, Canada 2, Canada 3. Now Jen Annett can smile and breathe and give big congratulations to the rest of her competitors over there. Now we get all of our age group athletes coming across the finish line as well. So to Jen Annett, congratulations. Rounding out third spot on our podium. There's Alice Alberts in first, Erin Snellgrove in second, and Jen Annett at 11:24 down in third place.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see her. Just happy to be done. I think she took a sigh of relief of like, oh, thank God that's over. But happy with another podium. As I said, just another one to add to her list of podiums out there. Alice Alberts obviously just put on a show today and put together just the perfect swim, bike and run combination to surprise herself with the win. And then Erin Snellgrove, running super well with a really fast marathon on this course, a 3:02 and change there, and then Jen Annett hanging on there for third place. So great podium here. We're still waiting on Angela, Nathan, Ayuida. I think Angela's going to have the goods to hold on for fourth, and Ayuida in fifth. But yeah, just great racing all around today here in the women's field.
Well, a good look at Mirror Lake right now, because down below all the celebrations are happening. We've got our men's podium already set and taken care of, our women's podium, and the celebration and interviews coming up momentarily. But just to recap one more time, Alice Alberts in the lead and the winner today at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. There is Lake Placid in the background there, and it was Erin Snellgrove of Canada, 5 minutes and 48 seconds in arrears. Jen Annett at 11:34 in third place. A great podium. Like I said, interviews coming up in just a moment. Jay Kim, congrats, Jen. Yeah, keep it coming. Keep those comments coming all night long. We are here for you, of course. Mirror Lake here, and then a small portage over to Lake Placid. How would you like to do a small portage there in your little kayak?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to do that, but
It's only about 100 yards across the road, you know.
Yeah, well, maybe when the baby comes and I have time and energy.
You blow up inflatable paddleboard. There you go.
That's true. I think we're going to pop down to our interviews momentarily, so stand by as we wait to get some words from our winners.
Here we go down to the recovery zone, the Hyper Ice recovery zone right now. Down to Carissa.
Welcome back to the Hyper Ice Lounge, our athletic brewing company, Ironman Lake Placid, your female champion, Alice Alberts. What does it feel like to hear me say that?
I'm honestly in like total disbelief still. I came here with high expectations, but this just totally exceeded them. I'm thrilled and yeah, happy and overwhelmed.
I asked your husband right before you finished, I said, is this a surprise that she thinks she could do it? And he said, no, she thought she could do it. So how did that belief carry you through this race, knowing there were some really talented women behind you?
Yeah, I gotta say my husband probably believes in me more than I believe in myself. So just thinking about how much he believes in me, my coach believes in me, that really kind of got me through it, and just knew if I run my own race, didn't get mental about it, stayed happy, said hi to everyone I could see, that it would hopefully end up the way I wanted it to, which can't believe it did.
You turned pro, you gave up a career nurse practitioner. Does it feel like the right decision now?
Definitely does, yeah. Actually, retired as a nurse practitioner July 19th last year, and then last year this was my first pro race and I blew up, so this is a redemption race, and thrilled.
Well, congratulations, your first pro victory. Alice Alberts, our Lake Placid Ironman champion. We've got a couple ladies who are new to the podium. First time, we're going to bring over our second place finisher, Erin Snellgrove, running out of Canada. Erin, welcome to Hyper Ice Lounge. You know, as you're moving up the ranks in the race today, we're all going, Erin, we're Googling Erin. Who is Erin?
I'm from Port Elgin, Ontario. I work at Bruce Power, and I've made a big effort to focus a lot harder on triathlon this year. I came 8th last year in my first Ironman at Mont Tremblant, and that was very motivating. So I did a lot of work on the bike to get faster, and have continued working on my run. So I'm so surprised. Like, I'm so happy right now. I feel like a little bit in shock, to be honest.
What was that moment in your mind where you said, I can do this, I can be on the podium?
There was one point where I could see second and third ahead of me, the bikes, and that was quite shocking and very motivating. So I just focused on one person at a time, was hoping my legs wouldn't cramp up, and yeah.
Well, your name's going to be on a lot of radars now moving forward, so do you have a plan for what's next for you after being runner-up here?
No, I don't. I'm just really happy and just enjoying the moment, and I'm going to continue working hard and racing more this year. I did one half and one full last year, but I'm hoping to do more races this year.
Well, congratulations on an amazing race today. Erin Snellgrove, your second place finisher here at Ironman Lake Placid. Great job. And we're going to round out our podium, keeping it in Canada. She knows how to race tough. Jen Annett finishing strong. Coeur d'Alene, you were right there. here at Lake Placid, third place on the podium. How does it feel?
Painful. It feels amazing. I've missed the podium twice this year, so I mean, racing is a lot harder than it was 5 or 6 years ago, and I was a pretty consistent podium placer, and it's kind of not unmotivating, but it hits hard when I can't get up on the podium. So to get that podium spot today was a big motivator, just kind of confirming that I'm still in the game. I'm not getting any younger, but then we keep seeing these amazing girls like Mel, who's 50. So age is just a number, but yeah, it feels amazing.
Thinking about World Championships, fourth in Coeur d'Alene right there, third today. What if I told you second place was getting married on the day of Kona and is probably not going? What would you say?
She actually told me that when she passed me on the run. She's like, I'm getting married, so I'm not going to Kona. So, yeah.
Did that change your outlook on the run instead of being like, oh, I'm third, I'm right here? Did that give you a boost, or were you just so focused and into being on the podium?
I mean, I knew I had to give it everything today. There's two girls that are very good runners that were behind me, and I knew if I was just like, oh, okay, I can just settle for third and get that Kona spot, they probably would have caught me. So, yeah, it's a motivator, but I mean, any step higher on the podium is always a motivator.
So, Coeur d'Alene, Lake Placid, back-to-back. What's your transition now to prepare for Kona?
A little bit of a break, some time with the family, and then I guess right back into training. I tossed up the idea of maybe doing a September race before Kona. We'll just have to see kind of how the training's going through the rest of the summer.
Well, we'll see you there. Maybe you come help us with the kids' races at Ironman Canada like last year.
Oh, I'll be there.
Fantastic.
I'm disappointed it's not a women's race, so I'm going to be involved again as much as I can.
Oh, congratulations on the podium today. Jen Annett, our third place finisher, wrapping up our women's podium at our Athletic Brewing Company Ironman Lake Placid.
All right, and you're watching Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise. And I think, interestingly enough, Jen said her first comment was, how did it feel? And she said painful. It was a good thing she was in the high price recovery zone, because I think right beyond that area, they do have Normatec boots and recovery tools to help the athletes get right on that recovery. But although she might be going straight to the pub with the family, I think, for a burger and a beer.
Well, after all, she is Canadian. Yeah, athletes can immediately start their recovery journey by visiting the high price recovery zone. It's located beyond the finish line there. This area is a critical stop for the Ironman athlete on their journey to recovery for sure. As we get a good look over town, there is Main Street right underneath us right there. You've got the Ice Hockey Centre, you've got Lake Placid High School to the right. But the Olympic Oval, that's where all the action is happening right now. That's where we are going to go down in just a few moments to our celebration, the Athletic Brewing celebration for our podium spots. And don't forget about our tri-clubs out there as well. Over 300 tri-clubs racing along today. Over 2,200 athletes here in Lake Placid getting their job done and getting after those qualifying slots. Janice, there's 65 for our men. We've got our two men's slots that have been spoken for in our men's pro division, but 100 slots on our age group women available today for Kona, and also two of those spots are going to get out to, well, we have two separate spots for our women professional athletes as well. So all around a great day for everybody so far here in Lake Placid, and even in a downpour.
Yeah, a little bit of a downpour on the run there, but honestly, as I said, I think it was a welcome change of condition for the athletes out there on the run, because it was heating up. But Jen Annett, I think she just mentioned that either Erin or Alice, I didn't catch it, one of those women are getting married, so she gets to take that Kona slot.
All right, now we are just about set for our women's podium celebration, brought to you by Athletic Brewing
Company Ironman Lake Placid female podium. In third place, swimming a 1:04.34, biking a 5:05.31, and running a 3:12.08 for a 9:27.35 from Penticton, Jen Annett. Second place, swimming a 1:02.07, biking a 5:10.06, and running a 3:02.31 for a 9:21.49 out of Canada, Erin Snellgrove. And your Athletic Brewing Company Ironman Lake Placid champion, swimming a 1:02.00.12, biking a 5:03.41, and running a 3:06.29 for a 9:16.01 from Boston, Massachusetts, Alice Albert, your champion. All right, ladies. Now, 2 of you are new, so Jen's going to have to show you how you do it. You shake the Athletic Brewing, give it a little shake, and then you're free to have some fun. This is where you get to celebrate, and don't worry, it's non-alcoholic, so you're doing it without compromise. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 professional women celebrating with that Athletic Brewing Company. Well done, ladies, here in Lake Placid.
All right, so beautiful racing down here today at Lake Placid. The Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid was no disappointment. Once again, Joe Skipper was the man of the day. He just absolutely had an action-packed race, absolutely fantastic race. And what about Ben Hoffman, Rinny? Just an absolute stud. And then also a fast-finishing Matt Hanson.
Yeah, really great to see Matt Hanson back on the podium after a rough start to the year. But Ben Hoffman, too, 39 years young. He's turning 40 next month, so really great to see him so close to the lead and pushing Joe all the way. So, yeah, and Joe Skipper, I think, was everyone's favourite to win this one, but it wasn't easy for him. He had his work cut out.
Well, why don't we take a look at our men's race recap right now? So let's head on straight to it. It was 6:25 a.m. when we got it underway with the cannon there. It was a beautiful, steamy morning coming off Mirror Lake right here as we got underway on time, and it wasn't long before Josh Amberger from Australia, the diminutive Aussie, to get it underway in fast fashion, swimming away from the field.
Yeah, Josh Amberger took it out, as we know he loves to do, and really took a nice lead in this swim, basically leading the way after 100 yards. Just stroking beautifully out there. We love to watch this young man push the pace on the swim, and he does it with looks with effortless. He had a nice 2-minute lead coming out of the swim on that chase pack, and then a further about 4 minutes down to the Lex, or the athletes like Joe Skipper, Matt Hanson, a couple other favourites. Obviously, Ben Hoffman was in that 2-minute range back from the lead. So. Moving over.
Rach McBride coming out there. Ayuada, and also going through there was Alice Alberts. But it wasn't long after that before we saw the Australian, the 34-year-old. He is a swimming hero down there, and he grew up open water swimming, and no doubt about it, leads out today as he takes the run down toward transition, just struggling a little bit with that suit, losing a little bit of time in transition as he makes his way down.
Yeah, Josh obviously still led out onto the bike. He had still had a lead out onto the bike, but did lose a little time putting his calf sleeves on, wrestling with his suit, tri-suit, bringing it up. So leading out onto the bike, but actually it was Matt Hanson with one of the fastest bike splits. He was in a hurry in transition to get out there onto the bike course.
Well, as a matter of fact, he had one of the fastest Morton transition times today here in T1. Then we get a good look at the rest of our, clan heading out there on the bike. And then it was Joe Skipper that caught up to the front of the pack here before he made his move on the bike.
Yeah, Joe Skipper making his move on the bike, and the only one that could go with him was Josh Amberger. So Joe Skipper and Josh Amberger sort of riding away from the rest of the field. As we mentioned, Ben Hoffman had a little bit of a mechanical slow leak in his wheel that he had to deal with midway through the bike, but sort of rode in third position for the rest of the bike ride. Joe Skipper coming off the bike in the lead with about a 90-second lead on Josh at this point.
Josh Amberger had to settle into second place, but it was Joe Skipper who headed out onto the run with a 1 minute and 21 second advantage over the Australian. And then Ben Hoffman in third place with another 1 minute and 21 seconds in arrears. And this was Joe Skipper. He had complete control of the run today as he made his way downhill, out onto the River Road, and then all the way back uphill. But the 39-year-old US athlete was not giving in without a fight.
Absolutely not. But Ben Hoffman pushed Joe Skipper all the way to the finish, but Joe Skipper having it all his own way. He was spent at the finish line for sure. He had to work for that victory, but well-deserved. And then Ben Hoffman, great to see him come across in second and be greeted by his little ones, Josie and Julian, obviously his wife as well. And Matt Hanson getting back up onto the podium. Great to see him coming back into the form at the business end of the season.
So that was in our top three was Joe Skipper, Ben Hoffman and Matt Hanson. And congratulations goes out to Josh Amberger as well, punching his ticket to the VinFast Ironman World Championship coming up September 10. Michael Weiss rounds out the top five. And there's Duchois and also Stepinski, Hamel, Lucy and Cody Beals, last year's champion, rounding out the top 10 in our men's division here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Don't go away. We'll be right back with a women's recap.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
So, Marinda, another great race on our women's side. 2 new faces out there today. It was absolutely wonderful to see Alice Alberts of the United States come to the fore, and also Erin Snellgrove. So these 2 new ladies that we're going to be seeing a lot of in the next couple of years, and also our fast-finishing vet, Jen Annett.
Yeah, Jen Annett, really happy to be back on the podium there, but we're going to race into our race recap right now and replay what we saw today.
Just after 2 minutes, our pro men got underway. It was our women's turn, and it didn't take long for Rach McBride to get to the front of the course here and set a cracking pace in the swim leg. It was 3-time Olympian from Japan, Ayu Ueda, that was able to stay with that pace that Rach McBride was setting.
Yeah, Rach McBride definitely took the pace out. But there was a small group of women around her. Ayu Ueda, Jodie Robertson hung for a little while and then sort of fell back a little. A couple of other women around her at the end of the swim. So a small pack of women coming out onto the bike together.
Alice Alberts was one of those athletes that was able to hang tough in the swim here, but it was Rach McBride that was bringing home the pace and excited to get the bike ride started. But she did have, very good company there with Ayu Ueda. Also in that group was Alice Alberts, and it wasn't too long before Rach made her way down into transition in first place.
Yeah, Rach, quick work of transition, got out onto the bike in first place.
Right here as we can see the start of the 112-mile bike ride. Throwing the leg there, getting onto the bike and just heading out. And it was Ayu Ueda as well. Ayu Ueda got off to a really good start and was able to catch up to Rach and get into the lead for a short while.
Yeah, Ayu Ueda put in a really solid effort in the start of the bike and was leading for a good portion of this first lap. It wasn't until the latter stages of the bike that
the scenery was set here underneath the Adirondack Mountains here, and it was absolutely gorgeous. But then we saw Jodie Robertson, a victor of the Coeur d'Alene Ironman just a few weeks ago, had to succumb to a little bit of a mechanical here. What happened?
Yeah, Jodie Roberts actually rode up into second place at this point, and her front hydration system just, I don't know if it broke or one of the sides broke off, but basically it wasn't able to hold it in between her bars anymore. So for her, costly mechanical here. She did remain in second position for this section of the race, but we definitely wonder whether a lot of her nutrition was in that bottle there, because she did look much worse for the wear when she came off the bike and onto the run.
Alice Alberts really did take the race by the horns and really accelerated off onto the bike ride in the second lap, but it was on the run that she got out and was in damage control. None from her side of things, but from everybody else just falling apart around her. And then also this Canadian young lady right here, Erin Snellgrove, ran the race of her life, overtaking another Canadian there in the likes of Angela Nath and hopping up into second place.
Yeah, Erin Snellgrove having conversation there on the course, and both Alice Alberts and Erin Snellgrove both shocked at their results here today. Phenomenal performances. Some new faces on the podium, and I'm sure ones to watch in the future.
And what a great race from Erin Snellgrove, as you see, just behind Alice Alberts here. So first goes to the United States, second over to our Canadian, and another Canadian, Jen Annett, rounding out the top three today. So our women's leaderboard was set there, and our podium finishes, they celebrated in the Hyper Ice recovery zone and also in the athletic brewing zone here for the award celebration. There we go again. Once again, confirmation of our winner, Alice Alberts in a time of 9:16.01. Erin Snellgrove at a 9:21, and rounding out the podium, Jen Annett at a 9:27 today.
Yeah, thank you for watching Ironman Now coverage of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North America series on the Ironman Facebook and YouTube channels, as well as L'Equipe live in France. This iconic race will celebrate
25 years of racing in 2024. Registration will open on July 31st. This 25th anniversary event will sell out quickly, so please be sure to lock in your spot. Remember, if you're not sure what you're doing in 2024, be sure to take advantage of the Flex 90 program. Register in the first 90 days. That registration is open to have the flexibility to defer, transfer, or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact these benefits up until 45 days before your race. Our next broadcast is on July 30th when we bring you Ironman 70.3 Main on Outside Watch. Race coverage will begin at 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific time on August 26 and 27. The VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Lahti, Finland will stream on Outside Watch. Then on September 10, the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice will view on Ironman Facebook and YouTube channels and on L'Equipe Live. For Marinda Carfrey, I am Greg Welch. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the moments and images from today's race.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.